You can make 10K per month with a digital marketing agency with absolutely no experience in marketing. In 2020, I started a digital marketing agency from scratch and completely changed my life forever. From traveling the world to having complete financial freedom. And in this video, I started a brand new digital marketing agency from scratch, and I grew it to 10K a month live every single Friday in a matter of a few weeks. And I recorded everything so that you can literally copy what I did to start, scale your own marketing agency. But before we dive in, if at any point there's something you're confused about, there's a completely free course and coaching program in the description below that will break everything down step by step, and you can jump on the calls and ask me questions directly. So let's dive in.
All right. Drop in the chat. I want to know where everyone is from. Welcome. I haven't met some of you guys. And this is going to be, we're going to start building an agency completely from scratch on the call here. And I'm going to do it every Friday with you guys. Obviously,
what does that involve?
I'm going to start from the top and just start building it.
Let's go.
We're going to start from like the very top. So some of you who already have agencies, first couple calls might not be like super deep for you guys, but there's a lot of people in the group who don't have an agency. Like they're seeing if starting an agency is for them, or it's their first time taking a shot at like an online business. Yeah, so today I don't know how far we'll get. It's just going to depend on questions, what we cover, but I'm going to start from the very top, and offer creation would be one of those. In terms of services, Jeff, it's whatever you want to sell that has anything to do with, in my personal opinion, that GoHighLevel has to offer, whether that be the website, the automations, the reactivation campaigns, and my personal favorite, selling lead generation services. So for the agency that I'm going to build, we're going to sell mainly lead generation services because it's higher ticket. But I'm also packaging in website, SEO, local service ads. It's like more full service. So you guys will watch that. Now, of course, I won't be able to do any sales calls live with you guys. I'm not even going to be the one that's taking the sales calls. So I will record those for you guys. But we're going to do everything from start the agency to set it up to start running ads to get appointments, right? And then once we start getting some clients, I'll do some fulfillment training with you guys, show you guys what we're doing. But my method for this agency is going to be paid ads. It's the fastest way to grow an agency. And I don't have a lot of spare time to do code outreach, but if you don't have money for ads, code outreach works just as well. And there's some modules in the course that show you how to do that. But let's get started. So who here doesn't have an agency? Hold on. Are you talking about in the paid group, Eddie? Like when you join as an affiliate, the onboarding? Or are you talking about like GoHighLevel offering onboarding services? If I think I see what you're talking about. If GoHighLevel is doing it, yeah, if GoHighLevel is doing it, you can jump on with them too. It's always good to get as much help as possible. I don't know. I haven't been through one of those, so I don't know like the service, but let's jump in here. And we'll do like 10 minutes of questions or so at the end of the call. So you guys, if you have something that you want clarified, we can stop in the middle. But I want to know who has an agency right now that's on the call. If you have an agency, drop like a 1 in the chat, and you have at least one client. All right. And drop a 2 if you have You haven't had an agency before, like this is your first time. All right, cool. I have one with no clients. And then if you've already started your agency, but you don't have any clients, drop a 3. All right, so really we got people who is a little bit more established and then people who are brand new. So that's good. All right. So the first thing, guys, I'm starting from the very, 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 very top. Okay. Can anyone tell me what the most important thing is when starting any business? So many people skip this when starting an agency or any business, actually. What's the first thing you got to be able to do when you have a business?
Sell.
You got to be able to collect payment, right? You have to be able to collect payment. Guess what? You need to be able to collect payment. Anyone tell me? One,
POS.
you need a name. Number 2, you got to file an actual LLC with the state so that you get your articles of organization. Then you have to go get your EIN number, which I can't walk you guys through this because each state is different. But in my state, in Kentucky, it costs $125 to file your articles of organization. Your EIN number, which you get almost immediately after filing with the state, or your business, it comes in an email. You have to have, the bank has to be able to find your articles of organization and your EIN number for you to open a business account. You have to have a business account and an EIN number to set up any payment processor without it getting shut down. All right. So the first thing that you have to have when you're starting, and this is any business, because a lot of people, unless you're doing it locally and you're going and you're collecting a check and you're depositing it into your personal bank account, you have to start with actually opening an LLC and actually going and getting a business bank account so that you can process payment. And even if you do take the check, when the business files their taxes and it's over $600, you're going to get a W-9 from that company, and the government is still going to want their taxes. And when you do that, they go ahead and charge you that $125 that you would have paid every year for your business because you didn't actually file your business, but you were still doing business in the United States. So you're not getting away from it either way. You can either have problems with taxes later, or you can have more trouble collecting payment. But please spend the $120, $130. I think the most expensive state is like Texas or California. I think it's like $200. But that is the first thing that you have to do. Jeff asked, do you file as LLC or C Corp? That's a great question. You're going to file as a single member LLC, which sounds a little weird if you've never filed an LLC, but you are a member of your business. You're not an S Corp. An S Corp means that you're paying yourself every single month on payroll on a W-2 and that you're an employee of your business. A C Corp is the worst one because you're getting double taxed. The LLC is the best one for a new business because it protects all of your assets if you was to get sued, which none of us are in a business where there's like heavy assets online, right? We don't really have any assets that are worth anything. So you're pretty protected, but that's why you file the LLC. Single member LLC, you're the member, you're everything that they have you fill out when you first start your LLC. So there's Stripe, there's Square, there's Easy Pay Direct. I like using QuickBooks for my invoicing because I do ACH, which saves you from that 3.5% hit that you get every month. Which, guys, once your agency starts scaling, I highly recommend that you do recurring ACH. Just for context, my second year having an agency, we spent $65,000 in payment processing. That's like a whole salary for someone, like a top level salary, right? That we spent on just processing payments. So we switched to ACH recurring, which was better for our billing anyway. And I think we only end up spending like $1,800 or something for the year. I don't remember, but huge difference, right? because they can only charge you up to $10 per ACH transaction. Where like if you process a $10,000 payment, which is like a PIF for like 6 months, or you're gonna get hit with $300 in processing fees. Right, just from Stripe or Square or any other. The average payment processing fee is 2.5% plus like 15 cents or something like that. So very important. So does anyone have any questions about why you should actually file your LLC and why you should actually set up your bank account so that you can process payment? That's like the very first thing. You would be surprised at how many people just skip that step and start trying to run a business.
Yeah,
You
real quick. What about Easy Pay Direct? Is that like still good, or because I know it's cheap, has a lower amount in processing than Stripe has. I think
So
Stripe is
easy.
like at 1.5 or something like that.
Yeah, so Easy Pay Direct is good for a couple reasons. It takes a little bit longer to set up. It requires your articles of organization, all that stuff, all that paperwork to set it up. It has a cheaper processing fee and you get a dedicated account manager. You don't get that in any other payment processing platform.
Yeah.
So like, you get a
Uh,
dispute or like, something's going on with your Stripe account or like your account where they're holding money. You have an account manager to help you through that.
okay. And then the LLC, where are you getting your LLC at? Because they're telling me like 500 for the state.
Let's see, we can find out. We'll do an example together here.
Yeah. I tried, I think, Zen Business, and I tried some other places. Like just random, like LLC registration.
If you pay like an accountant to set up your LLC, they'll charge you like $500.
Yeah,
But if
no,
you,
this is on the site.
what state do you live in?
I'm in Texas.
All right. I don't think it is because we have I don't know if it's gonna let me pull up the website here because I'm in the States or I'm in Colombia. There we go. Let me see. It's $300 to form
Hmm.
your LLC. Let me see what mine is. You have to pay this every year, basically. $40.
What the fuck?
It depends on where you're at, right? So some of you get lucky, others. Also, it's important to note that every state has different tax laws. So there are some states that you might look at depending on what your goals are. That might give you better tax breaks. Like some are more favorable toward putting cars and stuff on your business expenses than others. So that's getting like a little advanced, but maybe something to keep in mind whenever you're doing some research. You can set
Real
up
quick.
your LLC in any state that you want to.
Yeah. So I
Oh,
can do it in like New York or anything like that?
yeah, but you got to be careful because Texas doesn't have income tax, but their property tax is ridiculous.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. Real quick, what if I wanted to operate outside of the US, like Canada? Would I need an LLC in that?
I have no idea. I don't
Yeah.
do international business. I know
Hmm.
here in Colombia when we opened our call center, it was quite. It took us like 9 months. It was quite. It was quite the task.
Okay. We have
Uh,
people out there, but I'll have to research
are
that
you
for
a
the
Canadian
experience.
citizen?
Hmm?
You a Canadian citizen, or you
No.
just business in
I have
Canada?
clients in Canada. Yeah.
Oh, as long as they pay your LLC in the states, it doesn't matter.
Oh, it doesn't matter. So as long as they're paying us like whatever through any
Yeah, so
transaction.
I'll explain how it works here in Colombia. Number one, it's very hard to open a bank account here until you get your like some type of papers. Um, but so what happens because I live here more than 6 months out of the year, I get like a tax thing from Colombia, and
Uh-huh.
then I send in the taxes. Like I show that I pay taxes for the states, and then they wipe out like because I pay taxes in the states, I don't pay taxes here. If that makes sense.
Yeah, makes sense.
So I know that's how it works. But in terms of doing business, you can do business anywhere you want as long as you're taking payment inside of your LLC in the States.
That makes sense.
You're still all right. Any questions around QuickBooks Online? I think QuickBooks Desktop is for like your accountant. Yeah, you can use LegalZoom to set up your LLC. I think they're gonna pop you for like $750 though.
I was
And
just looking at it.
it really is super easy as long like a lot of people get confused because they don't understand like that they're a member of their business and that they need an EIN number. The main two things that you need to save whenever you're doing it, and it's two different websites, is your articles of organization and your EIN number when you file for it. When you go to the bank's gonna make you give them what's called an operating agreement for your business, which is just basically saying that you own the company, who can withdraw money, etc. But they'll help you draw that up. They have like they'll give you a template that you just enter your information in. And if they don't ask for it because someone in the bank has it, they deal with it all the time. So that's super important that you guys actually have an LLC with an actual payment processor, because when you're on these demo calls, the worst thing that you can do is let that prospect off of that call without collecting payment. Your chances of getting that client drop drastically if you can't collect that payment right there on the call. And we'll go over that. All right. Any questions before we move on?
Oh, good.
No? All right. Everyone already have payment processing in an LLC that has a business, or have you been operating without it?
I've been operating without it.
Ain't you up to like, what's your revenue right now?
We're at 5K right
So you're doing 60K. Let's just say you're doing 60K in a year,
now. Uh-huh.
and you don't have to receipt, bro. You are setting yourself up for complete destruction.
Look, the reason why, well, it's not really an excuse. Like, I take accountability for it. But the reason why when we started, we were doing like nothing, right? And like it would have been more like costly to get that. And just over time, I just forgot about it. But I'm gonna try to set that up this week.
Look, my business coach, this was the first lesson that he taught me. He said, if you want to learn how to make money, that's easy. He said, you want to learn how to keep money, that's hard. He said the number one way to keep money is to understand the tax code and how you can leverage it for your benefit. A lot of people don't know this. I think there's like 3,700 pages in the tax code, something like that. Is huge, right? It's been a while since I quoted these numbers. I have to look at it. But like, I think like 40 pages is about paying taxes, and the other 3,600 pages is about how you can save taxes.
Okay.
Right. But the number one way that I know and watch people get absolutely just demolished in business is tax burdens that they don't plan for. And I'm not a financial advisor, but I'll break down how I do it so that we never get upside down. And this is important for you guys. Take $1,000. You set up 3 accounts in your business. You set up your operating account, your profits account, and your tax account. Those are 3 accounts in your same business. You get $1,000 in your operating account. You take 30% and you put it in your tax account. You never touch it. Now, most of you will hit like an 18% to 22% or better tax rate, depending on your write-offs and stuff. But then you have like a big savings check that you get at the when you pay taxes. It's kind of nice that you can put into your profit account. But you never, ever, ever, ever want to be upside down on taxes. The interest rate on tax is ridiculous. So make sure that you're planning for that as you guys start. A lot of brand new business owners skip that. And then a year, two, so the government will let you get like 2-3 years down the road before it's like, oh, wait a minute. And then they come back and they hit you and you owe, I know people that's owed 70, 80, $100,000 in taxes that they didn't plan for. And now you're in trouble, right? Because you can't just wipe away tax burden. So don't get your guys' self upside down when you start an agency, because agencies are cash cows. They're made to be high income businesses that are able to scale to a good income level very quickly. So make sure you open up your business bank account. Make sure you're accounting for your taxes.
Yeah. I mean, I do have a bank account that we take payments and we use for ads, like other systems. So I just don't have all the other shit set up.
Is a 30% tax, doesn't matter what your revenue is. Yeah, like unless you hit like a super high revenue level, which I think $250,000 a year personal income, I think you go to like 31% or 32%. But there's ways to counteract that with expenses. So 30% is just like a safe, like I've never paid 30% in taxes, if that makes sense. So we just always overshoot it. But yes, if you're accountant, first of all, if you're paying 30% in tax, you're gonna have a full accounting team. You're not gonna be keeping yourself. This is mainly once you get above like, once you start making like $100,000 a year in your business, like in revenue, it makes sense to pay an accountant $500 to keep yourself out of jail. Right. So you won't have to worry about doing your books for long. As soon as you start making money, that's like one of the first hires that you should get so that you don't get yourself in trouble. What is your method for paying yourself? Eddie, I pay myself on a W-2, which is like I try to take the minimum that I'm allowed to get away with compared to the revenue of the business, and then we take distributions on top of that. That way I'm not, because you're not taxed on distributions.
So you have yourself as like an employee of your business, and they pay you like monthly. Like,
Yeah.
what's the safe number? Like 2,000 a month?
No, it's on the revenue level of your business. So like
Uh,
your business be doing $1 million in profit and you pay yourself $60,000. Like the government's not gonna let that fly. Right? Like all based, take what's called a fair salary.
Mm-hmm.
So typically, if your business is doing like, and I'll break this down, guys. I know we're like sticking on this financial stuff, but it's very important that you guys get started. So like say you're doing $100,000 a month, like the minimum that the government's gonna let you get away with is like 10 to 12K a month that you're paying yourself. Like they make you pay yourself. And that's probably a little low. So guys, the reason that you want to get yourself on a W-2 is because that's when you become loanable. The banks do not favor businesses, they favor paychecks. They favor W-2s. They do not favor entrepreneurship. Until you've been in business like 7 to 10 years, they don't really care, right? So when you have that W-2, you become much more loanable to the bank, if that makes sense. For all you guys, if you want to know the best pay structure that you can give yourself, if you can get yourself to 20K a month on W-2, that is when everything unlocks for you. That's when all the best credit cards, that's when all the best rates with the banks, that's when the banks will give you millions of dollars of their money to leverage for businesses. Once you get to 20K a month in W-2 income, that is where everything unlocks for you. That's where the leverage begins. That's when you can make money the fastest because the bank will give you whatever. That's how the game is. So that is always what I tell people who's starting out. Make that your first goal. If you guys want to hit that, let's say you need to be around 80K a month in your agency. Yeah, I always factor in like 10% to pay myself of profit, right? 10% of profit. Because you can have a business that does $1 million and spends 999,000 and you can't pay yourself nothing and it's fine. It's on the profit. I always calculate 10% of profit for pay. All right, this stuff helpful, guys? This is like some
Very.
housekeeping before you take off running in the wind with no target.
It's
I
much
know,
better.
guys,
Foundation.
I've coached like 600-700 agency owners over the last 4 years. I've watched time and time again people just take off, and then a year in, they're texting me like, "Hey, do you have a good tax person? Do you have a good accountant? Like my books are screwed. I don't have my tax money put back." And then they either shut their business down or they're fighting the whole next year to fix it. So I want to make sure that you guys start off on the right path before you just take off running and making money, and then you get yourself in some trouble with whatever state you live in or the government. All right. So, guys, I'm going to pick a niche that is not very popular. I do not recommend that you copy the niche. It's not what I would call a prime niche. I'm just doing it to kind of, I just think it, actually, I'm doing it for a challenge, if you want to be honest. But I'm going to pick into the moving company niche. So house movers, office movers. Main reason that I'm doing that, if you guys want to know my logic behind it, it's a niche that's not super well known. But I don't even know if it's going to work with ads. There's not a lot of companies, there's enough. But it is a $1 billion industry. I do think with the way the housing market is going, I think a lot of people are moving. I think with inflation, things like that, I think people are moving states more now than ever. And it works with Google ads. I don't think it works with Facebook ads, but we'll see for getting appointments. But I know the fulfillment will work with Google ads and Google LSA. So I'm going to try a very low ticket niche model so you guys can kind of see that. But let me open up GHL here and we'll start. By the way, for those of you who signed up with the affiliate, I have 3 more B2C snapshots that are that Aaron sent me today, that are set up for different niches that we're going to drop in the group for you guys, so you guys can plug those in. All right, so let me grab this and let me log in. All right, before we move on, there's no questions around why you need an LLC, right? You guys all know what
Yeah,
it's.
yeah, I'm good. I have a question, but I'll ask you at the end of it.
All right, guys, everything that we build in the agency is going to be in GoHighLevel. It is the one platform and the only platform that you really need to run entire business, like literally. All right, so you guys can see my screen here.
Mm-hmm.
So first thing I'm going to do, so for you guys who have the snapshot or you don't have the snapshot, if you want the snapshot and you're watching this call, let me know, but it's going to make you sign up for GHL before you're able to put it in your account. So for those of you who are inside the group, you know where to find your snapshot links in the post. They'll also be in some of the videos, but I'm just going to grab it out of my snapshot thing here. So I'm going to use this one right here, which is the single pipelines client only. Want to make sure. So first thing I'm going to do is go into my sub accounts. I'm going to add sub account. Let me make sure I didn't set one up already. No, that's the fulfillment one. Okay, I did. So first thing that you're going to do is you're going to add, so I'm just going to show you guys and then I'm going to hop in. You're going to go ahead and click add sub account. You're going to go to my snapshots or imported snapshots, depending on how you did it. And you're going to select the snapshot that you want. So I'm using DFY single pipeline client version 3. And then what I like to do is add account manually. it'll load here. There we go. So you just put in some information, right? You put in, if you guys don't have your business set up yet, you can put in this, you can change this later. But you just want to put in your stuff here, put in an old address. Place. The main thing here, you just want to make sure you put your correct time zone, state. That way that your calendars are set up on the right thing. All right. I don't know why they do the time zones like this. It drives me nuts.
I'll be searching for that shit through like minutes.
I'm like, man, what is going on? All right, so I'm from Louisville, so I know Eastern time zone is what we operate on. So I'm gonna pick that, and then you're just gonna hit save. And once you hit save, it's gonna load your snapshot. So I'm gonna go ahead and pop in to the one that I already created. I haven't set anything up, by the way, guys. I only loaded this in to make sure that the snapshot was loading in correctly, so that you guys who are installing it made sure that it was working. So once you get the snapshot, I'm going to go over some things that you have in the snapshot. So the first thing that you want to do is your automations. It looks like it didn't load. All right. It did not load. All right.
Sometimes it takes a few minutes to propagate.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, but I've had that one installed in there for a while, so it didn't, it's fine. Just add it back in. Super weird. If you guys, what's cool about GoHighLevel is if you set up a bunch of stuff and you see some stuff's missing, you can like push the update into the snapshot from, or the sub account from your snapshot. So you're not like stuck with like a half snapshot. It's fine. I think that's what happened. Make sure your email is correct because that's how you log in and you give people access. All right. There we go. Let's see if it'll load in this time. Guys, and there's two snapshots that we give you. There's the B2B snapshot. This snapshot is set up for you running your agency to get clients. All right, it's very important. I want to make sure that that is clear for you guys. That B2B is for you to get your appointments and get your clients. It's your sub account that you name as your agency, right? The B2C snapshot is what you give your clients when you set up for fulfillment. They're very different. They're set up very different. One set up for consumer, one is set up for you to get clients. All right. Make sure that you load both of those into your GHL. And if it was me, I would go ahead and create a sub account with both so you can start getting familiar with both of those snapshots. And Aaron is recording walkthroughs for you guys on each of those so that you can get a little bit better overview. All right. So once you load in your snapshot, you should see your sub account in here. So this is the one I just did. Let's see if everything loaded in. All right, something's broken here, but no worries. Oh, no, there we go. So it comes with basically setting up your book a call funnel, right? So you have my 5 favorite funnel structures here. It has your legal pages so that you can verify your A2P, which if you guys are familiar with A2P, you have to do that, which means you also have to have your business set up legally if you want to verify A2P to send text messages. So it's another reason that you have to have your LLC. But these are my 5 favorite funnel structures for appointments. I have them loaded in there. They're very bare bones, but we'll build one together. It's literally just the structure of how the funnel is supposed to work. You're gonna have calendars set up in here. Once it loads. So here's your discovery call calendar, which is the first call that people book with you whenever you are getting prospect appointments. And then last but not least, you're gonna have your pipeline stages here. All right, so you have like a bare bones structure with everything that you need to start processing appointments into your GHL, right? So is there any questions about installing your Snapshot into your GHL and the difference between the B2B and the B2C Snapshot? The B2C Snapshot is going to have like funnels and stuff for fulfillment. Your automations are going to be for fulfillment. In the B2B Snapshot, your automations are going to be for you. The funnels are going to be for you to run traffic to. All right.
Makes
So
sense.
the first thing that we do once we have our snapshot, now I'm going to skip this part right here, guys, because I'm not a graphic designer. We use Canva to make some quick logos when you're first starting your agency. It's up to you, but I don't think your logo matters very well, but you can grab a logo, pop into Google here, or go on Fiverr, and you can look up GHL CSS right here, and you can grab like one of these plugins or watch one of these videos, and you can brand and change the way that your entire dashboard looks. You can literally make it look completely different from GoHighLevel, where people won't even realize that it's GoHighLevel. The easiest thing to do is to get on Fiverr and pay someone like 75 bucks to do it for you. All right. Trust me, if you're not a coder or a tech guy, it makes the most amount of sense to just pay a developer to come in here whenever you're ready to brand this entire thing for yourself. And we'll go over the SaaS model later. But for now, we're just going to start in the first spot, which you want to go into your settings. All right, when you come into your settings, you want to fill out all of this information. Like, see, here's your ID type, your registration number. You come down, you can upload a voicemail, right? When someone calls you and they you miss their call. Let me move this thing out of the way. Come down here, you enabled missed callback text. There's all these little settings that you can check. Here's an important one: merge Facebook contacts by name, allow duplicate opportunities. You never want duplicate opportunities on. You want the contact card to stay in all of its activity forever, right? Disable contact time zone. This can be one that you might want on or you might not want on, right? So it depends on the way that your sales time works, but we normally leave it off. We like for people to know and remember what time they booked in their time zone, because they book at 2 o'clock and then you're in Eastern and they're on PST and it books them for 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock. Then they no show your meeting, right? So that one's one that you have to play with. If you want anyone in here that can like reach out to GHL for you to solve problems, you can put them here. And then obviously you want your address and stuff to be correct for GHL. Then you go down the same thing here. Company billing. Do not add your own card. Yeah. So this right here is if like this is a client account, right? Like let's say this is a client account and you want them to pay for their text messages and stuff. You want them to come in here and, you know, fill out this information. If you have any staff, VA, or support, you're going to add them here in my staff. Right. So like if I wanted Cameron to be able to work on my GHL with me, help me build out some stuff, I can just add them right here. And then I can give him the permissions that I want him to have. So some good ones is like, I don't want him to be able to cancel subscriptions or do anything with payments. Let's say I don't want him listening to my sales calls or looking at my affiliate commissions. Like I can take all this away from Cameron, or say that I do, I can give him those things, right? But you can come in here and set their permissions. And I can come down here, set his user role as a user. And I can even configure him a calendar if I want him taking calls. Then I save. And when he logs in to his main email, it will give him the option to log into my GHL. So it's really easy to add team members in here to help you. Guys, if you have any questions while I'm going through this, please stop me because I'm just trying to give you guys an overview real quick of like the first things you should do as soon as you get into GHL. This is one, opportunities and pipelines. I like to always, you guys have different sales structures, I'm sure. But this is the basic pipeline that we give you. If you want to edit that pipeline, you do it here. But basically new lead responded, canceled, no showed, booked a call. If you made them an offer, if you closed them. I like to add another one here, which is DQ, or also not a fit. The reason that you want this, like let's say that you get a prospect on the phone who's really rude, he's just completely not in your niche, he's not your target market, you know, whatever, put this here so that an automation kicks off that tags them as like do not disturb, do not market to, and tags them as like not your client, right? That way, whenever you do text blast and reactivation campaigns for yourself, you don't send to those people that you don't want to do business with anyway or are not a fit, right? Does that make sense? The cool thing about the pipelines, guys, you can literally set up automations for each step of your pipeline. Someone canceled, send out reschedules. Someone no shows, send out reschedules, right? As soon as you drop your offer made, it can send them stuff automatically. As soon as they become a client, it can send them onboarding docs. Like, you can set up automations with all of that. So I'm going to go ahead and save that. And then if we go into our pipeline, you'll see that stage added. All right, keep moving here. So you want to connect your calendar next into your Gmail. Does anyone use anything other than Gmail? It's like the best. It's like most people should. So you come in here, you set your availability, and then you come in here, and this is where you can set up your connection. There's another place you can set it up too, which I'll show you. But you want to connect your calendar inside of GoHighLevel, which is this right here, to your Google Gmail. And Aaron, I don't think any of you guys have met Aaron yet. If you know Aaron, he's a GHL wizard. He has a call and he has the GHL training for you guys. Super in depth. But you can come in here and also set everything up on, so you can select who it goes to. You know, you can select if you have a group, like there's all kinds of settings here that you can set up with your calendar, right? So you want to set up your calendar. Then you want to make sure that you can deliver some emails. So you come here into email services, you know, create dedicated domain. So all of this is if I want to go buy a domain for my business, which you guys are gonna need, right? I recommend like GoDaddy because it has a direct integration with GoHighLevel, and you don't have to do it manually. A lot of people get hung up on it, but go buy your domain on GoDaddy. It's like 11 bucks, I think 11, 12 bucks, so that you can connect it into your email and for your funnel. You have to have a domain to send your funnel live, right? So you can't send traffic to get appointments unless you have a domain. And guys, I'll make a checklist for you guys off of this. Like that's one of the things I'm doing is like a checklist of what you need to do when you start your agency. But these trainings are so you watch me do it live, right? Same thing with phone numbers. This is your A2P. Come in, create your phone number. You want to do this as soon as you log into your GHL because this takes like a few days. And it's very common that it gets denied and you got to do it a couple times. But you just simply add your phone number, okay? And all right, so the last thing is your integrations. So this is where you're going to connect everything that you use into your GHL. See if you got QuickBooks, if you use Stripe, you know, Slack. Love using Slack, by the way. We're going to use Slack for this. So first thing that you're going to do, sign up with Google. And what you would want to do is whatever calendar that you use mainly, if you're going to be the one taking the sales call, that's the calendar that you want to connect. If you have a sales guy, this is very important, you connect their email here. Okay. Their email needs to be connected so that you can send stuff to their calendar. So for now, I'm just going to click this. Even though I'm not going to be the one taking the sales calls, just so I can show you guys. Because it's like super important that you guys get your appointments.
So basically, you're saying like if you're taking calls, you have your main calendar, which is like the company's, and then you'll have like a regular calendar like your Gmail, and you'll set it up for like your sales calls. Is that what you're saying?
Well, so when you're first starting out in your agency, you're
Mm-hmm.
probably a sales guy, right? You're going to be the one that's taking the sales calls. So I'll tell you how I set up my calendar when I'm having to do that. So from 10 to 1, I'll block that in my sales calendar because that's when I'm taking like meetings, right? Or I'm talking to clients or whatever. From 1 o'clock to like 7 o'clock, I'll leave open for sales calls. Does that make
Okay.
sense?
Mm-hmm.
So you want it in your calendar so that you don't get conflicting, you don't get double booked. So you want everything in one calendar so that it can two-way sync with your sales calls.
Yeah. I mean that makes sense. That's kind of explains a lot.
I won't go over field mapping right now. But so now I have my Gmail account connected. I'm going to pop back into my calendar. So the other thing that you're going to do is jump into your Zoom. You're going to grab your personal room link right here. Right, because you want to use the same link for your sales calls so that you're not sending different links every time. You're gonna come
Real
into
quick, do you
yep,
know how to set that up on like for like Google Meet? That's kind of like where I'm struggling with setting that up.
bro. If you want my honest opinion, I hate Google Meet.
Why? I hate fucking Zoom.
Why you like paying for Zoom or you just don't like Zoom?
No, I just don't like Zoom. It's like my preference. I don't like Zoom. My computer always bugs out on it. That's why, like, when I start, I just restart it. And it's like, yeah.
Bro, I honestly I don't like Zoom or Google Meets because it like puts it up on the thing and then I don't know. I just got like so
Let's
used
split
to it.
up.
Brandon, can I share something for Google Meet?
Yeah, go ahead.
So if you have to add Google Meet in as your in meeting room, you just have to like select the calendar, and in the room you have to select Meet. It will automatically generate the Google Meet links in calendar.
Can you say that
There you go.
again?
There's your answer. Can you repeat that for him?
Yes. So right now where Brandon is sending him the invite link, there's an option in GHL to like select the room. So when you will be having your email address as the selected as the calendar and all that thing for this Google to interlink with that, you have to select the room as Google Meet. Where this event gonna happen, you have to select the room as Google Meet. It will automatically generate the links for the clients and for you also. And it will automatically populate on your calendar.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna do
Probably
that today.
for him and that. Because I'm not the GHL tech expert. I just know how to set it up so I can start getting appointments.
Hmm. Yeah, I
I'm
try to
actually,
go to GoHighLevel support, but they fail me all the time.
yeah, GHL support's not great. They
Yeah.
done moved a little thing where you import your or you put your Zoom link in. It used to be right here. I don't
In
know where
meeting details.
is it in there? I didn't see it. It has the calendar name. It used to be right here. And then here's my custom URL. And then here's maybe I have to select my member.
This is what I was saying. Like when you will be selected as a team member, then it will ask you
Yeah.
like which room you have to select.
All right, give me a sec.
So that
Maybe
custom URL, what do you put for that?
that if you have a domain, you can put like basically that's GoHighLevel's like extension for their URL for the calendar. It'll say like API and then like a bunch of long numbers. You can like change on that. But when you do your domain, you can actually make it like look legit, right? I need to add
Oh
myself
yeah.
real.
I just been calling it random names. That's funny.
No, they can
Oh,
see that
yeah, I
on
didn't
the
know
on
that.
the
I mean, we've been doing phone sales, so that's why they didn't see it. I wasn't doing videos.
ah.
That makes sense. So
I don't have any more emails. Let me try this. Actually, need a password. All right, I'm just gonna add a random thing in here. I'm gonna add an old email. I have to create another email for syncing. All right, there we go. So now I go back into my calendar. When it loads. GHL wants to be slow. That's the only thing I can say sometimes that drives me nuts about GHL is it's sometimes slow. Now if I select my team member. What happened? So if you have multiple people taking sales calls, you just select this option right here. And then you can set up like a round robin feature through a round robin calendar. But for now, since I'm assuming that most of you guys are just starting your agency, you're going to be the one taking the sales calls, just like I'm setting it up. So right here is where I would put my my Zoom link, right? So now every time someone books a call with you, the Zoom link is automatically in the calendar. All right. So, and this is what he was saying where you can switch to the Google link.
yeah. So that's that part right there. Okay.
So I'm gonna go ahead and save. I always set my salespeople to the highest priority. I want everything to be the highest priority when it comes to sales. Then here, I told you guys, I'll set it up from 1 to 7 to take sales calls each day. So I set all these up from 1 to 7. No, we don't look busy. All right, so for discovery calls, I'm going to give you guys a big tip. Set them for 10 minutes. A lot of people do 30-minute discovery calls. When it's your first time meeting a cold person that doesn't know anything about you online over a Zoom chat or a phone chat, they do not want to take 30 minutes out of their day to talk to you about marketing services. Your booking rate will increase drastically if you set this to 10 minutes. And then right here on this buffer time, you give yourself a 20-minute buffer time, which means that nothing else will schedule for that total 30-minute block. But for the prospect, because a good discovery call is 20 minutes. So for that block, you still got 30 minutes to talk to them, but to the prospect, it looks like 10 minutes. Right? They're much more likely to show up for a 10-minute call and book a 10-minute call than they are a 30-minute call, right? So in terms of this, I like to do at least 4-hour scheduling notice in case someone wants to talk to me same day. And I only give them 3 days to book out. And then here, I set this to like 24, I don't care. And then 1 booking per slot. I think it's this actually. Yeah. So you want to do post buffer time. All right. Any questions on the calendar?
No, makes sense. I never put a buffer time on mine. I was getting double books left and right. That's funny.
Yeah, you don't want to be double booked. If you have multiple closers and you're having no-show problems, you can double book yourself.
Mm.
All right. All this right now is not that important, I guess. I'll show you guys how to do this later. It's not important, but what we're gonna do is we're gonna create a what's called a pre-call page. Is anyone familiar with a pre-call page? So we're gonna create a pre-call page, and when someone books their appointment, we're gonna redirect them to the pre-call page. But for now, we're just gonna leave it on default confirmation that, and you're also gonna put your Facebook pixel in here later on so that we can retarget people who didn't finish booking but made it to the booking page. All right. We don't need to set payments. I like to leave auto confirm on for discovery calls. There's no reason to not auto confirm discovery calls.
Real quick. So I didn't know about the pixel, Facebook pixel. I didn't know you could do that. And second, you do discovery calls on like Zoom meetings?
If I can, yes.
Yeah. Is there a reason why? I'm just curious.
Because the goal of a discovery call is to get them right on a demo call right after.
Right.
Right. So first option is always to get them on Zoom.
Mm-hmm.
Second option is to call them. Right. So you always want to try, because like if I talk to you for 20 minutes and I figure out you're a good fit, and I'm like, hey, Cameron, do you have 10 minutes for me to show you how the system works over like a visual example? Yeah, sure. Boom. Now you're into your demo call.
Okay, so it's like if you have legway to do it right then after discovery, then that's why. Okay, that makes sense.
Because
Yeah,
what
because the
happens
reason why I'm asking is because I've seen other people, they do like a video call for discovery, then they'll close it out and then reschedule for another one on the video call as well. That's
if
why I was like,
if you have to schedule them, you do. But guys, I want you to keep this in mind as you do your agency. Fight tooth and nail not to let those people off of the phone or the Zoom meeting unless they give you a hard no. because as soon as that prospect gets off of the Zoom meeting or the phone call, your chances just dropped in half of getting them or more of getting them back on a Zoom. Even if they tell you they're interested, your chances still dropped in half. The best practice that you can do when you're scaling an agency, I learned this a long time ago. I would rather burn a deal on my terms than let them walk without pushing. Right? Like if you can keep them on one, if you can keep them on for an hour between your 20-minute discovery call and your 40-minute sales process or 30-minute sales process, that is your highest chance of closing that deal. You set up what's called pay funnels. If any of you guys are not familiar with pay funnels, it's a Stripe app, and you literally just send them a link and they can pay right there, and then it sends them the contract afterwards. It's another pro tip. Take the payment first, send the contract afterwards. I know that sounds backwards. Trust me, it will greatly increase your closing percentage. If they don't sign the contract after a week, you're more than welcome to refund them their money at no charge, but take the payment first, sign the contract second. Your goal on any discovery call is to get through the demo and collect payment. Don't look at a discovery call and a demo call as 2 calls. Your goal is to get that done in 1 shot.
So we should not be like scheduling them for like second call. We should be like trying to get the demo at the same time.
Only if they don't have time do you schedule them for another call. But if someone's truly interested and you say, hey, do you have 10 minutes for me to show you how this visually works? And they're already on Zoom, 90% of the time, they're going to tell you yes.
Okay, cool. And what about the leads that didn't schedule?
You're calling them. You're texting, you're emailing, you're calling, you're trying to get them on appointments. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Guys, you guys have to have this mentality so I'm going to tell you this. If you can sell digital marketing services, you can sell anything. It literally is the hardest thing to sell because you're selling to cold people that you've never met, and you're putting out an offer on the internet through Facebook ads or whatever, through cold DMs, and you have no trust. The product's not trusted. You're not trusted. So if you can sell marketing services, you can sell anything. So you have to be very, very aggressive in your sales approach for both appointments and trying to get the deal closed. Right. I'm not going to go over objection handling. I'm not the best sales guy in the world. There's a lot of sales training and sales calls in the group for you guys with Blake and Clay. They're amazing closers for marketing services. But they're pretty aggressive. I like their style. So I highly recommend you guys check that out. All right. So we're basically done with our calendar setup. We connected it. We put our Zoom link in there. We connected it to our Google account. Now we have our 10-minute discovery call set up. All right.
Hey, Brandon, I had a question. You said about putting in your Facebook pixel. Is that your business Facebook pixel? Is that automatically sent, or does your personal Facebook pixel go in, or are they the same thing? I'm not sure how that works.
No. So you're going to set up a business manager. If you guys do not have business managers, I'm going to give you guys homework on this right now. Okay. I promise you, this is going to save you time. Again, you're going to need some LLC details to verify your business manager so it has an increased chance of not getting shut down. So another reason that you need your LLC details, right? So everyone write this down. This is homework if you don't have this. If you do, great. But if you don't, go to business.facebook.com. Mine's going to log me into my ads manager, but if you don't have one, it's going to have you sign up for a business manager. And I'm going to show you why now that you want a business manager. So a business manager allows you to get access to other like to your clients' ad accounts without putting any risk on you or the client. And you can manage all of your clients' ad accounts in one place so that you're not logging into each Facebook account to go to. If you use their personal account, you're going to have to log into each one, right? So you want to help all of your clients set up a business manager too. So get very, very familiar with this process. there is training on this inside the group. I go over this very, very, very in depth on how to onboard a Facebook client because it is super important. It's like as important as the financial stuff that we covered in the beginning of the call. Your onboarding process is super important. So as you can see, I have some client accounts here. And if I go into my ads manager and I hit my drop down here, these are all ad accounts of different clients, right? So I can just quickly and easily jump between ad accounts and even different business managers that I have access to. This is how you want to set up your account for getting clients. So we're not going to cover this right now. It's not where we're at in the process. We'll go over Facebook probably 2 weeks from now as we're getting ready to launch ads, or I'll cover it in a Loom if we launch early. But if you don't have it, please go to business.facebook.com and set up your business manager because it's important. All right, so we're going to jump out of that. All right, so this is really the main thing. I'm going to go a little bit further today, but I wanted to make sure you get your snapshot, cover financials, get your calendar connected. So I want to show you why it's very important, and this is what most of you guys can do right now to be able to start to go cold prospect, right? What's the first thing that I said that you need to be able to do when you have a business?
Collect payments.
Collect payments. Can anyone guess what the second thing that you need when you start a business?
Find people to pay you.
But,
Setting
okay,
appointments.
right. You got to get potential sales calls, right? You got to get people to talk to sell. So find people to sell to, right? That's prospecting, but we want to have a way for people to schedule to talk to us, right? We want a calendar. We want to look professional. We want to look like we have our automation set up. We want to make sure that we have an easy, clear way for people to book with you, to talk with you, right? So you're DMing people. Someone's like, yeah, sure, I'm open to a meeting. Boom, you drop your booking link. They book. Now you know they're going to get any automations that you set up, your appointment reminders. And now you also collected them into your CRM, which is very important for you guys to build a pipeline, right? So the first thing that you need is a payment processor. The second thing that you need is a way for people to talk to you. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to set up, we're not going to set up the full funnel, but I'm going to show you guys how to set up your calendar real quick in a funnel so that you can send the link to people. All right. That way, this looks very professional, like you're set up, you have a domain. Whoops. So we're going to go to sites. And we'll go over these later. But for now, what you're going to do is you're going to create a new funnel from blank. And you're just going to put booking funnel, right? And like, let's say that Lance is selling for me, right? I would put Lance's booking funnel, right? But for me, and what we're setting this up for is personal, say personal booking funnel. All right. So the first thing that we need to do is name it. Guys, again, they can see your slug, so don't be naming this anything like sales call 500 or anything, right? Like put this like discovery call or something, like discovery, or like, meeting, something professional is what I'm saying. So put discovery here. One thing I do like to do when I'm on the funnels, and I'll show you, I'll put like what version I'm on, like V2, V3, V4, because when I look back through the path history, it'll show me. So go ahead and create the funnel step. And this is why I like GHL, because the funnel building is so easy. So first thing that we're going to do is I'm going to actually quickly show you guys, for those of you who have your Facebook pixel set up, but we'll go over it again later. But we're going to pop into settings, and you're going to go ahead and select your domain. So if you want to add edit domain, you go buy your domain on GoDaddy, and then you type in your URL, and it will automatically connect it for you inside of GHL. You don't have to go mess with DNS settings or anything. You literally type in the domain URL that you bought, hit continue. It's going to connect it into GHL. I'll have to buy a new domain off camera. But then the second thing that you're going to do is come in here. And I'm going to actually start a new pixel for this so you guys can watch this. Because my pixel is towards agency owners. Does anyone have any questions while I'm doing this? Oh, another important pro tip for you guys: use Google Authenticator for your two-factor, because the text messaging gets messed up sometimes and you can't get into your Facebook. I personally don't use SMS for two-factor anything, because it's just so much stuff goes wrong. But who had a question?
I was just wondering how many ad accounts you can have on your business account for Meta. Is there a limit, or?
So it normally starts out like 5. And then when you fill those 5, it'll unlock 5 or 15 more or whatever, right? So to create a pixel, you're not going to go to pixels because they messed that up. You're going to go to data sets. And you're going to click. Yeah, I don't know why. It blows my mind that they did this. But you're going to click add. And then I'm going to put moving agency pixel. I have a lot of pixels, so I'm going to create my pixel. I'm not going to set up the API right now. I'm just going to do metapixel only. Install code manually. You're going to copy this code. Jump back over to your funnel. Post it in the head tracking code. Now, anytime that someone hits your booking funnel, you'll be able to retarget them or put them in your audience on your Facebook ads. So we're going to go ahead and save that. So now we got our domain. Just let's assume that you bought your domain in GoDaddy and you connected it. Now you have a domain. Now you have your Facebook pixel on there, so you can start building an audience on that pixel, so you can retarget people and show ads to people. And now the only thing that you're going to do, we're not going to set up the pre-call guide today, but I'll go over it so you guys have some homework. So you're going to set up a headline, and then you're going to set up your calendar. So you're going to click calendar. Here's your discovery call calendar. I'll fix that in a minute. You're going to put a headline in, and you're just going to say, please book your 10-minute call below. And then I like to put like right here in a subheadline, like, please respect our time and we will respect yours. And there's a lot of different things you can put here, like, hey, understand that you're booking a call with like a real person, etc. Right? And just to help like people understand, it's very important that you click here on the calendar and come down here to redirect action and click go to next step. All right. So this is for your discovery call right now. You can set up personal calendars. You can, guys, you can have as many calendars as you want for different things, and you can set them up in different funnels so that you can send the different links out, right? So I can set up a funnel for Lance. I can set up a funnel for or a calendar for Cameron, have different calendars, different pre-call pages for different things, right? That's one of the reasons I love GHL so much. So you hit save, and then you hit publish, which I can't publish because my domain's not here. See right here, it gives you this funny looking like preview app. So my calendar is not going to pop up because I got to go fix it. I got to go turn it on. But now you have your booking page. And we'll cover this more in depth. Like when I build off of camera and I like set this stuff up, because it takes a while, right? To write copy. I don't want you guys sitting here watching me write copy or like get someone to create me some graphics or whatever. But when it's set up, I'll cover it back with you guys so you can see what it looks like. So then you do thank you page or your pre-call guide, right? Either one, whatever you want. Name it thank you. Create funnel step. And again, we'll cover funnel structures and how you set them up. But on this page, if you guys want to get ahead and get some homework, record like a 30-second video of telling them what's going to happen next. And if you have some testimonials or anything, you put that underneath of the video. Pro tip on your thank you page, if you have a school community or a Facebook group, you can have them join your Facebook group. So when we did it with HVAC, we had HVAC Marketing Secrets was our Facebook group. We grew it to over 2,000 people. We were able to do $20,000 to $30,000 a month of sales out of that group. Just from our book calls, people joining our Facebook group after book calls so that we can stay in front of them, right? So it's cool. You can, if you in your video, you say, hey, we have a free group that teaches you some things about marketing. The button's below this video. They click the button, they join your group. Very powerful to build a community inside your niche. It'll bring you lots of cash. So it's another pro tip for you guys to stay in front of your prospects. So now, guys, and by the way, GoHighLevel, I like to use Vitalytics, but it's expensive. But GoHighLevel has now where they'll host your video. They used to not have this. You used to have to upload it to YouTube. But now you can actually use a hosted video inside of GHL. So you no longer have to upload it to another platform. So your structure would look like this inside your thank you page. So you go headline, subheadline, video. Let me move my little thing down here. And then down here, what I like to do is put a button, right? And then I add another section below this. Guys, this is why I love GHL. It's so fast. Let me actually back that up. We need a section. There we go. And then I do either 2 or 3 rows. And I start just putting a bunch of testimonial videos, screenshots of testimonials, right? Underneath of this. So right here on this button, what I found works the best is like, right here, join our free Facebook group. And you can put something like free marketing course inside or something, right? And then you want to select the website URL, which will be your Facebook group or school link, whatever one that you're using, or you can use GHL communities. I don't like GHL communities, but in my personal opinion, for business owners, you should use Facebook. They're on it every day already. Use the group. That's where they're going to be at. So you got your button. You come here. I like to make it capital and then fill the width. I like to make the button like red or blue. For Facebook, because Facebook is blue, I like to keep it blue because it's like a mental thing. And then right here, where is it at? I like to do the rocking one like this. And that's your thank you page. Shoot this on your phone. Guys, it does not matter. The reason that I like this too is you can build a little bit of a relationship with your prospect. They see your face on the ad. They see your face on the thank you page. You're telling them what the next steps are. They have a booking link. You know, everything's great, right? So any questions about how to set up your booking link today? For those of you that are just starting, this is the number one thing you need to go start prospecting, is a way for people to book with you. So
Very cool.
quick thing before we jump off here. This, again, your discovery call is going to be in your main funnel, right? Your personal booking link, you should create another calendars for. So what you want to do is you pop back in calendars, is how easy it is to set up, guys. So for me personally, if I want like a 30-minute, so discovery call is a sales call, right? So if you're prospecting, you can use your discovery call. But like, let's say that, Aaron, you want to talk to Cameron because you guys want to exchange some information about like, hey, this is what I'm doing, or you're helping each other, right? So you would just create a new calendar, and then you would select, you know, simple calendar, any one of these. There's not a wrong one, but you would select like class booking or simple calendar. And then you would say personal booking link. And then you would just set your availability here, just like we did the first time. You can say like personal one-on-one. Oh yeah. By the way, this is every person that has GHL, so you're not going to get a really cool custom URL until you switch your link. It's going to have numbers in it. But you can set the meeting duration now here if you want to, Aaron, if you want to talk to Cameron, or you want your personal meetings to be an hour long, you just set it an hour. If you want it 30 minutes, you set it 30 minutes. And then what I do is I have like a sticky notepad on my computer, you know, like the little sticky thing that you can set up. And then I put all my links inside of that sticky pad. So like, oh, Aaron needs to book a call with me personally. Boom, I'll copy paste my personal booking link. Oh, I got someone wanting to book a sales calls with me. Boom, I'll send them the 10-minute discovery call. Right. And if I have different calendars or checkout pages, I have all of my links in that sticky doc, so I can just grab them and send them out really easy. So you set up all your calendars. So like some good calendars to have is your personal booking link, your demo booking link if someone wants to hop on a demo with you and you got to reschedule, your discovery call link. Right now, those are probably the 3 calendars that you want to set up: discovery, demo, and personal. And then you can set up a funnel for each one of those. It'd be good practice for you guys to get in GHL and dig around anyway. But yeah, I would just hit confirm. And now I have, if you guys went and set up, so we'll go over what we covered here on the call today: setting up your LLC, setting up your business bank account, getting a Stripe account so that you can collect payments, and now setting up a way for you guys to start booking appointments, right? You guys, I have a method to this. Let me stop sharing my screen. I'll get to some questions here. Has any one of you heard of Saka? It's like a little thing that we made like a few years ago.
I heard about it.
When you're joining or whenever you're starting out in an agency, SACA stands for set appointments, close appointments. It's all you need to focus on: getting appointments, closing appointments. That's it. If you focus on anything else outside of that, you're going to stunt your agency growth. And it's all a numbers game, right? Yes, Aaron's right. Run the test payment, or Stripe's going to hold your funds. So it does take some time, guys. This is why I'm telling you, You can start prospecting and taking sales calls immediately, but you need to work on your foundation behind it. Your A2P takes time. Your business bank account takes time. Your Stripe takes time. Like all that stuff is very foundational to your agency. So set it up. Guys, please, the number one thing that you guys can do is learn GoHighLevel. Dig around in it, play with it, break things, watch the course, ask questions when you get stuck. Aaron and me are in there. Aaron can help you with anything there is to do with GoHighLevel. Learn how the features work, because the better that you know GoHighLevel, the more confident that you're going to be with it and the more stuff that you're going to be able to sell inside of it. And confidence sells. No one's buying for someone that's skeptical. If you're confident with what you're selling, people are going to buy from you. Dig around, break things, show up to the coffee hour, show up to the coaching calls with questions. Hey, this isn't working. How do I do this? I can't figure out how to get this automation to work. How do I use the website builder? Like, show up and learn. It is your tool. It is the one thing that you have to master, is GoHighLevel. And it seems like a big task right now because there's so much stuff in there. I promise in like 60 days from now, you'll be just zipping around that thing and expert. You're like, oh, I need to do this. Super. It just has a lot of features packed in one, but it's out of HubSpot, Salesforce, Keep. It is by far the easiest one to use, learn, and understand. And it has the best features for running an agency. All right, so you guys got some homework. If you're serious about running your agency, set your LLC up. You have to set an appointment with the bank, by the way. You can't show up to the bank to open a business account. You got to set an appointment with a banker. So this stuff takes time. Like Aaron said, make sure that you run your test payment through your Stripe or whatever payment processor that you set up, because they're going to verify all your information too. You're going to have to send in your ID and everything else. And get your booking link set up, get your GHL installed, and start playing with it. Once you have your booking link, start prospecting. Just go out and talk to people. The more hands you shake, the more money you'll make. That's really how it works. You got your booking link, talk to people, drop the booking link, get them on Zoom. Even if they're like, hey, I don't want to be sold, but hey, but is there anything I can help you with? Like, I do marketing, happy to hop on, help you with some things. Your main goal is to just get conversations with people. The more you talk to people, the easier it would be for you guys to sell people. And free value normally leads to sales. All right. Any questions on what we went over today? I think we're 90 something minutes in. Is this helpful at all?
Yeah, it's
I know
awesome.
it seems very basic to me, but is it helpful to you guys?
Yes.
Really trying to save you guys some headaches along the way. Those pro tips I'm giving you, I promise you, those work really well. Guys, build a community. If you get someone, they're like, hey, I don't think I'm ready to jump on a call. Cool, no problem. We have a free community that goes over some marketing stuff for your industry. If you'd like to join, just stay in front of them as many ways as you can to stay in front of them. And it's a numbers game. So like, guys, I'll give you an example with cold calling. If you make 100 calls a day, you're going to talk to like 10 people, 15 people. 3 people is going to be interested. 1 of them is going to buy. Right. So then, every day, if you make 100 phone calls, you make 1 sell. Same thing with ads. You get 10 appointments. You talk to 5 of them. You got a 20% close rate. 1 of them closes. Right. So you get 10 appointments a day. You get 1 sell a day. Same thing with email. You send out 1,000 emails to get 10 appointments. 10 appointments, you talk to 5 people. 5 people, you close 1 deal. Whatever prospecting, same thing with DMs, right? You send 150 DMs a day, which Facebook's really hard on that, and Instagram is right now too. I think you can only send 50. You send 50, you talk to 3 people, 1 of them buy, right? Whatever prospecting method that you choose, track your numbers, because if you track them every day. Same thing with the websites. I think I taught you guys the website method the other day. You send out 10 websites and you get one sell, and you do that for 20 days. And you're like, all right, every time I send 12 websites, I get one sell. I promise you every day that you'll make sure that you send 12 website examples. All right. One sell a day. That's the goal.
Hey,
So
Brandon, I'm sorry, go ahead.
track your numbers. Whatever prospecting method that you choose, track your numbers so that you get your averages in.
Yeah, I had a question. So when you make a marketing community for your niche in Facebook, what kind of content do you put in there? How do you get started with that?
It's a good question, but like the best thing to post in there is client results. And then you can do like one free training a month, like a webinar. Like, hey, I'm going to show you guys how to optimize your Google My Business profile so you can get more reviews and you can get more phone calls. And then guess what you teach? You teach GHL. And then guess what happens? You get GHL signups and SaaS signups and website signups. It's literally how it works. So guys, I want you to understand the best thing that you can do whenever you're building a community or like really anything, you can give away the information for free. There's two things that people can buy from you: your time and whatever system it is that you're teaching them to build it on. So if you're teaching people to optimize their GMB and they get reviews using GoHighLevel, well, guess what? They're going to want to buy GoHighLevel from you because they're going to do a small percentage of them are always going to want to do exactly what you taught them to do. You can literally show them how to do it. I learned this a long time ago. If you teach 100 people how to make $1 million, only one person will do it. The other 99 are either not interested or they want you to do it for them. So don't worry about showing people what to do. They're not going to do it anyway. Because people don't take free information and implement on it 99% of the time. How many of you guys have opted into a free course and never checked out? Like checked it out, never logged in? I'm guilty of it a lot.
It depends on what it was.
Just bookmark it. I'm going to get to this later. Never log in. Not one time.
No,
I've
because
done
I
it a few
spent
times.
money on it. I spent like $2 on a sales course and I didn't like it.
Yeah, you spend $6 on it. You're like, I'm not even watching this thing. It was like a couple bucks, right?
Yeah.
What happens when you buy the upsells, you're going to watch it because now you're in like $60.
Yeah, it gets deeper. You're like, okay, I spent like $180 so far, so I gotta look at something.
Might as well log in.
Yeah, I mean, if the more money someone invests in you, the more serious that they're going to take that product or that thing, right? So, but you're already paying for the traffic when you're running ads, or you're paying with your time for the traffic to get into your funnel. You might as well put them into a Facebook group. Because here's another thing: whenever you go to sell your agency or get rid of it, that Facebook group is worth a lot of money.
Makes sense.
We could like think about it. We're making $20,000 to $30,000 in new sales out of that group a month. I could sell that group for probably 150K, 6 months of revenue, easy. That's just a free asset that you're building off of traffic that you're generating already. Build a community. It is the #1 thing that you can do to help yourselves too, because those are people that know, like, and trust you. They've already interacted with you because that's how they got into your group. Everyone's already on Facebook, so you can stay in front of them. That's a really big tip for you. Like, we didn't start doing it till year 2. We probably missed a few thousand people to get into our group. So you want a small group. Our group was only like 2,400 people or 2,200 people. We were pulling 20 to 30K a month out of it. You don't need a huge group.
You guys were just posting, doing like results based, no.
Yeah, like, yo, Jeff signed up with us 60 days ago, and now he's paid
Oh, just shit like that. Okay.
$75,000. Let me review his campaign with you and show you how it's working. Do like a Loom video, boom, drop it in there. Then the next post you can do tomorrow after you drop the result, who needs more leads? Right? And then you get a bunch of people in the comments, and now you got sales calls.
Okay. So just one group out of your community in your niche, and you're just posting those type of videos.
Once you get about 500 people in there, Facebook will start giving you some SEO search. You start getting organic people looking for HVAC or whatever your niche is into your group.
That's
Very
crazy.
important to make sure you check everybody that's joining your group, because you don't want other marketers getting in your group or people who are selling something to your niche people. You want to keep all those people out.
How would you go about that?
It's inevitable. Some of them, you put the questions on there and then you check their profile to see if they're actually work at HVAC company, right? Or own HVAC company. It's inevitable that some people are going to slide through with fake accounts. As soon as they post, you delete the post, you kick them out.
Isn't there a webhook on there that you guys can do? Or no?
I don't know. I had our executive assistant managing the group, like
Okay.
stuff.
Real quick, do you have any like kind of structure on how like PPC, like a presentation of a pillar of PPC?
I'm gonna upload. Actually, I can just toss you into real quick. I'm uploading the Google course into the school, but I have it on GHL.
Yeah, yeah. I'm going through the course you sent me already. I'm like halfway done. I'm
Oh,
the
that's
research part.
right.
Yeah, yeah. I just need like I don't know like what you put down or something related because I'm found someone they're charging me like $60 to like mint out the presentation page. But I want to put like three pillars into it, and one of them was like going over like the PPC aspect of it. Because I never
So
did it, so I wouldn't really know what to say or put in
are
there.
you seeing on your demo page?
Yes, the demo page.
Give people 2 options, not 3.
Yeah, so when I say like three options, I mean like pillar one is like meta ads. This is what we do, we build out campaigns. And two would be like PPC, where it's starting to do your SEO, website, all that. And then
No,
three is like everything all in one.
you don't give people 3 options. You give people 2. You ever
Oh,
watch The
okay.
Matrix?
Uh, yeah. So real quick. When I say three pillars, I mean like three pillars of service within the 90 days, not three options of payment. Does that make sense?
Like what they're getting, like a service
Yeah.
explanation.
So like pillar one will be like you spend 1,500 on meta ads. We build all your Google My Business, social pages, and then once you see results, you're ready to start moving forward with like we want to get more leads. Then we'll do pillar two, and that's PPC, SEO on your website, and so on. So it's like more services in one. It's like what we talked about.
Okay, like you're saying, like this is the progression path.
Yes.
Like we're gonna start here, and like we're gonna launch your Facebook ads first, and then in the PPC and website, and then we'll like over a certain time period.
Yeah, it's like either we hit that time period, like everything is included. We don't charge you for more things, right? Besides increasing ad spend. Hope
I
I'm
don't
saying that right.
I don't have a page like that.
No,
We
it's
don't
not page like that, but just like explaining like PPC or how it'll work in their favor. That's basically what I'm asking for right now.
hold on. Give me 1 second.
Because remember when we hopped on the first call and you said just offer like more than just one service? So I have like kind of a will thing going on right now, but we're gonna have it like in like a pillar.
Give me
That's
one.
pretty good.
I'll show the demo deck that I give you guys. well that I've drafted for you guys. And also for myself too. I don't like it. I sent it back, but it's the remake off of the one that I had at Double X Digital.
Uh-huh.
So I don't like the colors. There's a lot about this that I don't like, but the structure is good, right? So here's like where you put, you know, people that you worked with. Again, I don't like the way that they put this in the circles. The problem, are you talking about like this?
Yeah, I have a wheel just like that right now, but it's just center. Like I just have it centered. But I just got someone who's gonna do it today. It's gonna take
Mhm.
like 7 days to do it. I don't know how I feel about that. But yeah, that's good.
Pay them more to do it faster.
Huh?
Pay them more so it gets done faster. That's about your only option. Find someone else to do it. What are you
Can
talking
I
about?
take a picture? Can, can I
I
take a picture of this?
This
You
I'm
said
giving
what?
in the group for you guys to
Okay.
use. But I don't like, I'm telling you, like, I haven't put it in there because I like the structure. I don't like the design, but the design doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So are you talking about stuff like this?
Yeah, so like your first month, like okay, if you look at back on like Clay's calls and he's like, oh, you know how like they do meta ads only and they're just like blowing money. We do a multi-channel omnipresence, I think he said, where it's like you can
Yeah.
start off minimum is like 1,500 and we'll get you like 1,000. If you like everything going, then
No,
we'll increase it, the ad spend and so on. So
bro,
that's also like newsletter and all
I would have to watch the call that you're talking about.
that. Yeah, it's the PIF one.
Is that Naven or is that Blake? It's Naven, right? The 13K
I
piff?
Yeah, I thought that was Clay. My fault.
No, that's Naven. I'd have to watch where he does the explanation
Eh,
part of it.
He doesn't show it, but it's just he explains it.
Oh, well then just explain it. Cause bro,
Yeah.
Um I've never seen a page like that in any demo that I've done.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
don't overthink the sales process, okay?
Yeah, I'm trying.
Once you this is fine. Like Naven's a really good closer. He did door-to-door sales for like 4 years. He was making like 250K a year doing like Vivint sales, which is crazy, right?
Mhm.
So if he went over that, he probably felt like the dude was primed or in that spot to push that. But most of your prospects don't care about scaling until you show them that you can get them results first. Because 95% of them have been burned by other marketing companies.
Mhm.
You actually will do yourself a favor not getting into that conversation more than you will getting into that conversation.
Yeah. So would you just have the will on there?
Not to open that can of worms with the wrong prospect.
Yeah.
Because if you can't explain the math correctly and they're better at math than you in their head or faster, they'll you'll lose the power frame and the credibility and you'll lose the sell.
Yeah.
It's better to stay away from fulfillment numbers and stick to your sales numbers and return on investment.
Okay. So it's just better to just like explain what you do, not like the numbers, KPIs, and all that about it.
You don't want to do none of
Okay.
that. I got this thing. Let me find it for you guys. It's really ugly. Again, you take this and get it made. But this is basically, I think, what you're trying to go over. This works. If you have like a data visualization specialist do this, you can see this is like month 1, 2, 3, 4 projections. Like here's their marketing cost, here's their revenue, expected. And then here's their like accrued revenue.
Yeah.
What you do is like come over here. Like, let's say that your client's going to spend $10,000 in ad spend. They have an assignment fee of like, their average assignment fee is like $17,000, right? Cost per Google lead is like $180. Appointment rate is 30%. Appointment to deal rate, let's say it's 5%. And then contract to close is 80%. They're going to spend $120,000 with me this year. They're going to generate $827,000 in deals. They're going to make gross profit of $700,000. So they're going to get a 6x return on investment. So if you notice right here, when it says, let's look at the numbers, this is what we're doing here on the demo.
Yeah.
When we get to this part of the demo, we give them the numbers. We give them the example. And then we do it like month over month. This is like a really ugly one because it's the first one that we ever made for a client of mine. By the way, this Smash is doing like 180K a month with this ugly ass thing. But it's really good. Like you can see, like they don't close any deal month 1, but month 2, they close like 1 deal or 1.5, right? Under contract. And it keeps going. Right.
Yeah, I was gonna ask that too. Are you able to send that?
Yeah, I'm putting all this stuff inside of the course. I'm just like dropping it in the videos because I'm like, I'm not giving it to you without the videos to go with it because you're gonna be like, what is this?
Okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
So, and I'm also trying to get them done where they're like pretty reusable without much work. So, yeah, I'm giving you like everything. I have a contract for you guys. I have a demo presentation. I have the ROI calculator. Like, I'm just getting all that stuff. I can't give you the ones that my clients have, so I'm having them remade for you, basically.
Yeah,
Makes sense.
makes sense. But
Yeah, so all the resources and stuff, it's just getting it out of my Google Drive, remaking it, and putting it into the course. So all that stuff is coming to you guys. Right now, just focus on your GHL and getting those appointments through.
yeah, makes sense. We'll set up the Google Calendar thing today.
Saka.
So these calls will be put inside of the Agency Elite replays thing. So you'll be able to go watch these over again if you need to.
How often are you gonna have Jasmine come on?
She is once a month.
Oh, she's once a month. Okay.
Yeah, she's a really good friend of mine.
Mhm.
She doesn't do coaching, but I like talked her into doing 1 class a month.
Yeah.
She has an interesting business model. So she gets rev share inside of agencies for helping them scale on the back end.
Like through like operations, like making stuff, or only.
Yeah, like automations, operations, onboarding, retention. Like that's Jasmine's strength.
Okay.
System customer service. When we started
That
our
makes
agency,
sense.
I paid Jasmine to come in and teach all of our CS reps and set up our onboarding process.
Mhm.
So yeah, everyone that is inside of the coaching program, so you guys know, I did not go out and like randomly find those people. I've done business with those people. They've worked for me. They, whatever. I've known them for a few years and they're all legit at what they do. So I didn't like find any like new agency owners. Like they're all like pretty seasoned. So some of them are doing like 2 calls a month. Some of them are doing, 1 call a month, but they're doing it for free and they're not getting paid to do them. They're literally doing it for you.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Sales call
Awesome.
yesterday was pretty good.
was you on the sales call? How many people was on the sales call?
Yeah.
Was it Blake? Clay?
Blake.
Yeah, Blake's a G.
Yeah. There wasn't that many people on there.
Yeah, no, there's like, I think there's 20, 22 people, something like that in Agency Elite. So You get 100 people, 10 people show up, man. That's how it works.
Shit, I'm okay with it. It's not crowded.
Because you're getting like one-on-one time. Like eventually it'll be a lot of people in there, and you'll be like, oh man.
As long as it doesn't turn into like an agency lab type of thing, I'm cool.
Nah, it can't. The value is heavily in your favor, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I
So
mean. Like, I'd rather have like one-on-one or like 5 people on a call versus like 150 people in one thing.
when you're paying 1,000 a month or 500, again, I talked about this yesterday with you guys. The pendulum swings, right? And right now, with business being tough and the economy being tougher, you have to give more value to what you're receiving in compensation. So when you're
Yeah.
paying these high ticket programs, 8K plus $500 a month or $1,000 a month, you are expecting a return on investment very quickly, because it's a lot of money for most people to invest. And $500 a month is not easy for most people to make to get coaching, right?
Yeah.
If you're not getting results very quickly, you drop. But in this case, you get all the value for just paying for the software that you need anyway. The value is heavily, and there's never a reason to leave unless you just decide to stop doing agencies.
Yeah.
Right. And again, I'm not charging 8K, but it doesn't matter. It's like a community thing. Like for me, I don't need the high ticket income from the coaching program. For
Mhm.
me, what I felt in the industry is there's so many burn and churn agencies out there because of like Agency Lab teaching the burn and churn model of like, hey, get clients, run your sales numbers up, and if they churn, just outsell your churn, right? That is a terrible way to do business.
Yeah. That's why I
Uh,
never joined it.
and I have a really, really enjoyable, profitable agency, and I have for years. Jose has the other one that we built. So I just wanted to like actually teach people how to run an agency the right way.
That makes sense.
And I'm not telling
Um,
people to chase 100K a month, because realistically, like we were saying yesterday, $2,500 a month extra will change 99% of Americans or anyone in the world's financial situation.
yeah, definitely.
That's a new car. That's putting your kids in private school. You know, there's so much that you can do with $2,500 on an average person's normal salary,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
That's a
Um,
couple of vacations a year if you're, like, there's all kinds of things. All these people that are telling you to chase 100K in revenue, what all these agencies do is they go chase the 100K in revenue and they get to it and they have no profit
yeah.
because they're
That's
spending
literally
everything
what it is.
they want to chase it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's more like a lifestyle thing, right? Know what you mean?
Yeah, it's a lifestyle thing. What does that call
Mm.
it, Chris? Yo, guys, I have a call coming at 2, so I gotta hop. But this
Yeah,
recording will be in the group sometime. Oof, this is gonna be a long upload. This is a 2 hour. It's gonna be an all night upload.
good.
Be a couple
You
days for
good
it,
though.
but it'll be
Much
in there.
appreciated.
Unless they let you put Zoom links in there, which I don't think they do yet. So
Some people do, but I don't know how that works. I'm not a Zoom person.
maybe I put the link in there instead of the video. That's probably what I'll do. I'll probably
Yeah.
put the link recording.
Yeah, that's
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think that
Really
works.
appreciate your time, man.
Yeah, these are next week we'll get into well, I'll probably have some stuff built out so I can show you guys. But next week we'll get into some of the automations and then some funnel building. And then we'll get to our ads so that we start getting appointments.
Sounds good to me. All right, perfect. I'll talk to you.
See you guys later. How's everyone? Let me make sure this is
Good,
okay.
good. How about yourself?
Good, good. We got Eddie, Jeff, Aaron, Ken in here. I think last week we left off when we got into like the calendars.
Yeah. Do you have a video in the program going over setting up Loom I got lazy with the Google, so I was just like, fuck it.
Setting up what?
Setting up the loom, like the location. So when you send out like the meeting or calendar, it automatically goes to like my Zoom link.
Yeah, I think I went over it last week whenever we were doing these, which the recording would be in the Entourage program. But yeah, it's at the bottom. Well, I think we'll touch on it again today because
Okay. Yeah.
set up the calendar, but give it like
Yeah.
1 or 2 minutes here and then we'll jump.
Yeah, you good, you good. I'm just setting up this landing page.
Landing page. It should be super quick.
No, it's quick, but I had too many words, right? So it was just like scrolling to get to the button, and I was trying to make the font smaller. So I'm looking at it on my phone now. That's where I'm with it. Do you still do consulting?
Yeah, I do a lot of consulting actually. Like a ton. Jeff, I believe that's if you're doing the WordPress hosted websites. I'm not 100% sure. There's not on the templated websites. But if you're using WordPress, which if I was you, I would use like A2 hosting or something if you're going to do WordPress websites. It's like 29 bucks a month or something. And you get like unlimited hosting on your sites. So I believe that's how it works. I've never used the 350 though, so I'm not 100% sure on that. All right, so we'll go ahead and kick off. So last week we kind of stopped right around the calendar. The whole point was to get your calendar set up so that you had a link so that you could, start leveraging GHL's appointment reminders, start doing some type of outreach, trying to get some people to book appointments on your calendar, right? Because once you got GHL, once you have a calendar link to start talking to people, you can start selling people something, right? So I told you guys this example, I'm going into the movie niche. I don't recommend that anyone goes into the movie niche. It's not a proven niche. I don't know how much we're going to be able to charge. But I wanted to show you guys the example. So the offer is the next thing that you need, right? You have to have something to sell. And you should make an offer that'll work with Facebook ads so you can scale quickly. And for those of you that was on my ads call yesterday, I kind of explained why paid ads is the best way to scale your agency because one, Facebook doesn't sleep, GoHighLevel doesn't sleep, and you don't have to spend time finding appointments. The appointments come to you, which means you can do other things like build more assets, work on client results, and if you want, you can double down on sales and do 2 outreach methods of sales to try to speed it up faster. I would never, ever, ever start an agency without the intention of scaling it with paid ads. It just, when you're starting out and you're not comfortable spending money to acquire clients, that's why so many people go with the outreach methods, and those are great. But as soon as you get money, you should be spending them on ads, right? As soon as you close your first couple clients, put that money in ads, go faster, right? So what we're going to be focusing on today is I'm just going to show you some ads that I created for the movie niche of what we're going to be running. I'm going to set up the funnel, probably the pixel. I do have a hard stop in an hour today, so I won't be able to go 2 hours. But we are going to go over the offer and we're going to go over the ads because you shouldn't build out anything else and go high level until you have your offer. Once you have your offer, you can set up all your automations and stuff like that because you know what it is that you're going to be selling. So the offer that we went with, super basic, super simple. Basically, get 20 moving jobs, I think within a 90-day period, right? That's our offer. Eddie, I believe the ads training link was in the elite. I believe so. But yeah, so Let's dive into the offer. The offer is 20 moving jobs in a 90-day period. So if you break that down, that's like 6, 7 a month. That's a lot for a moving company. They might not be able to handle that much volume. The reason that I don't know if this is going to work is because an average move in like a residential neighborhood to like another neighborhood is only like a couple $1,000s. So I don't know what it's going to cost me to help them acquire a customer on Google. Clicks are between $20 and $30. So, I need to make sure that we're generating leads at somewhere around 150, which is like 30% conversion rate. So we're gonna, again, I have no idea if this is gonna work. I'm just showing you guys the process, and we'll get it to 10K. Even if it loses money, I'm gonna get it to 10K because I just want to show that the process works and you pick a profitable niche and you're good. So
What's your benchmark? Like, are you doing it 20 days, 30 days? Or are you trying to grow it to how fast?
no, I'm just trying to do it on these calls, like so you guys see it like 0 to 10K. As soon as we get ads live, like I don't see it taking us more than 2 weeks to get there. Maybe a week. It just depends on what the volume's gonna look like, how quick we close that first one. Because, like I was telling you guys yesterday, like if I spend $200 and I close a $2,500 client, I'm putting $2,300 back into ads to speed it up faster. And what I'll do is I'll do that for 90 days and then I'll zero out the account the entire way. So I got 10 grand, I'm spending 10 grand on ads. I got 20 grand, I'm spending 20 grand on ads. And what I'll do is in 90 days, I'll lift my head up and then I'll cut the ad spend back down to a 10% run rate. And I might be at 60, 70, 80K, 150K in 90 days when you do it that way. Then you can start collecting profit. But for the first 60 to 90 days, I'm going to sell my way and fulfill my way to as far as I can get. Right? That is how you just inject cash back into your business to scale an agency extremely quickly. Which brings me to the point. All these people that you see that are like, oh, I scaled an agency to 100K in 30 days. They did. However, they spent $99,900 to generate the 100K. So they kept no profit. So you have the option of growing slowly and keeping money in your pocket. And for some of you, that might be the best method because you might not be able to dump all your money back into the agency because you have some overhead or you have some bills or whatever. But the fastest way is dump and pump. Every dollar you get, you dump it back into the business. Ken, my offer. So I want to make this super clear to you guys. It's a good question that Ken asked. When you're first getting started in any business, what is your number one goal? Can anyone tell me? Does anyone have a guess? All right, get the first client. You're close. You're close. The number one goal when you start any business is what? To survive, to stay in business. That's number one above all else. Like if you think about from a human psychology, we need what? Food, water, shelter, right? That's what we need. Our first instinct as a human is to survive. Your business is the same way. Your first is to survive. So if you're selling, like you put together a $3,000 a month package and you can't get anyone to buy that $3,000 a month package, start down selling them and get whatever you can through the door just to start getting some client testimonials, start getting some experience, start figuring out where your price point needs to be. Like if I'm at 3,500 and I got a guy on the hook that wants to do it, but it's too expensive, I might give him 50% off just to come on board for the first 2 months. And then on the third month, it goes back up to, $3,500 or whatever it is. So don't stick yourself on how much you're going to charge. The only thing that matters is what it costs you to acquire a customer and how much you're collecting. Because if you can get those numbers to match and you can acquire customers at break even, you can scale infinitely. And if you can get profit, which is very doable in the agency space, if you can get profit to acquire, then you're knocking it out of the park. So my offer is to repeat. Again, I'm in the movie niche, so people helping people move, cross country, move neighborhoods, whatever, right? Reason I picked the niche, baby boomers are turning like 65 every single day, like 10,000 of them for like the next 10 years. What happens when you hit 65 or 60, 70 years old, your kids are grown, they're out of the house, you start to what? Downsize, right? So I think the movie niche is going to be safe for the next 5 to 10 years. That's my logic behind it. I have no idea if that's true. Exactly. They move to Florida, they go snowbird, right? Because that's what I would do. I don't want to be in the cold weather no more. It makes my joints hurt. So they move. So that's why I'm like, okay. And moving across country is like 16 to 20 grand. So you get a couple of those for your client each month and you're good. So that is I'm betting on LTV because I don't think that I'm going to be able to break even on acquisition. That's my bet. That's my logic. So you guys kind of understand how I picked the niche. Also, the niche is pretty big. There's not an abundance of moving companies, but it's a multi-billion-dollar industry. And I don't think it's super saturated. It might be. I won't know till I jump in. I start seeing other people's ads. But we're going to start out with a full package, about $3,500 a month, plus $4,000 in ad spend. So their commitment would be $7,500 a month. I'll downsell them into anywhere from an $1,800 to $2,000 package. That's the offer. That's how the offer works. 20 moving jobs in 90 days guaranteed. $3,500 price point. We're going to be selling website, SEO, Google, and Facebook package together. And then I'll a la carte it from there down so that I have things to sell off of, right? So let's look at the ads that we made, and then we'll jump into the funnel.
Perfect.
All right, so I shot these the other day over the weekend. Here. Hold on, I gotta share my sound. If you guys notice, most of them have the same body, right? We just swapped the hook. So we'll start here at 1. Some of them we're not going to use. Some of them are like, I don't like, but I'll show you them so that you guys can see like that we struggle making ads too, right? But what I want you guys to watch for is the hook, the body, and the CTA. We use the same structure in all ads, right? I want you guys to be like, oh, it's really not that hard. So let me show you. Right here. Moving companies. We guarantee 20 moving jobs every single month or you don't pay. Moving companies. The reason you are struggling to keep your trucks busy with more moving jobs is because you're not dominating Google. Here at ClickTitan, we have spent well over $10 million helping local companies just like yours dominate Google and Bing. And we are so confident in our service that we guarantee 20 plus moving jobs every single month or you don't pay. So what are you waiting for? Click the Learn More button below, schedule a time to speak with us and see if we're a good fit for your moving company. So I actually shot some of these a while ago. Like
That's crazy.
in March. I shot these in March.
Looking good.
So let me see. I think moving companies dominate Google and so that's a different hook. Let me show different ones. Different hook. It's the same body though. Watch. Yo, moving companies, let me tell you a little secret. Come with me. The reason you are struggling to keep your trucks busy with more moving jobs is because you're not dominating Google. So you guys see it? Different hook, same body, same CTA, right? This allows you to shoot 8, 10, 12 ads in about 30 minutes. So the way that you do it, you shoot your body with your CTA first. Then you shoot all your hooks. You can literally shoot your hooks like in about 10 minutes. You can shoot 10 hooks in about 10, 20 minutes. Now you have 10 ad variations. And I'll show you as we keep going here. That's the same one. I'll probably reshoot some of these now I think about it. All right, so this is another one that we did.
Moving companies, the reason why you're struggling to keep your trucks moving and not getting enough gigs is
Yeah,
simply
that's
because you're not dominating Google.
Here at ClickTitan, we have spent well over $10 million helping local. So same body. And then this is my friend Andrew. I wanted to get like a different face out there, right? I don't like that one. Yeah, this is like we're running at the camera. This is one of my favorite ones that we did.
Movie companies, you're working way too hard to get your next client. It's not that difficult. All you need is a good team to help you on the back end with your Google and your Bing so that you can become #1 in your area. Movers, have you ever felt like you're moving in place and you're not really going anywhere? Well, that's what it looks like when you're struggling to get clients and you're not utilizing Google or Bing in the correct way. Click the link below to learn how you can get 20 new clients every single month guaranteed. Talk soon.
So we're just shooting the same thing, but you see the offer is 20 moving clients guaranteed. We're taking Google as the angle, right, to do that. I have to reshoot some of these.
Movie companies, the reason why you're struggling to keep your trucks moving and not getting enough gigs is simply because you're not dominating Google. And just so that you're aware, here at ClickTitan, we spent over $10 million helping companies just like yours to dominate the world's biggest search engines, which is Google and Bing. And we're so confident in our services to be able to give you exactly what you want, if not more, that we guarantee you 20 moving jobs every single month, or you don't pay us a dime. And here's the opportunity to learn how. All you have to do is click the link and talk with our team. We'll see you on the other side.
So you guys catching any like pattern here? 30 seconds, 40 seconds, 25 seconds. I'm not putting a lot of fluff in there. This is what you're getting. This is what we do. This is who we are. This is how you can learn more. That's it. Now, I have to shoot some of these because this is the first iteration where we're taking Google. The second iteration is going to be like, we'll take the angle of like full service with website SEO, full service marketing company, all right? So again, notice that I didn't say $10 million for moving companies, because I haven't spent $10 million for moving companies, but I have spent $10 million on Google for a bunch of different industries, right? So I'm telling the truth, but I'm not saying it for moving companies, right? So that's but we'll create ads with like more premier language. We'll create ads. We'll create image ads, by the way. So I just want you guys to see that's the front end ad that's going to be going to the funnel. All right. So what's the offer? I just want to make sure that you guys got the offer.
20 jobs within 90 days.
What is it?
20 moving jobs within 90 days.
Yep. Ken said, can we hire a pretty girl to do the video? Yes, you can absolutely do UGC. If you want to get UGC ads done by pretty girls, I have a whole big Rolodex of UGC content creators. Just message me, I'll connect you. No, honestly, when you're starting out and you don't have a lot of money to spend on UGC creators and like you're trying to get your first client, I recommend that you just shoot them yourself. And then as you make some money, get yourself a decent little setup. I went over that on the ads the other day. You can get a really good professional setup with good mics, good camera, good lighting for less than $1,000. And they won't be able to tell the difference between someone with a $30,000 setup and $1,000 setup, because the people that you're advertising to are not video heads, right? So you can get a really good setup for less than $1,000. Then you can really shoot your own videos. No, these are for Facebook. Guys, Facebook is where you run your client acquisition ads. No other platform works like Facebook and Instagram.
What are you doing to like come up with your hooks?
Bro, it's just like creativity. I try to find another thing you can do is like, if you see something on Instagram, so I give my daughter like $5 for every hook that she sends me, because she's all day, right? Like literally TikTok. So Like if there's like a video that she sees over and over and over and over and over again, she shares it with me because that means that that's going viral, right? So if it's going viral and a lot of people are using it, you can literally cut that and put that as your hook into an ad. People are used, it's a really good hook because it's going viral, right? There's one like with a cat. I mean, we've done all kinds of stuff. We used the Drake thing as a hook one time. Just anything that goes super public, super viral. The Hawk Tua girl, we use that as a hook. I know we all see. I'm just giving you an example. Like
Okay.
take that, put it on the front of your ad, and then the body behind it. Right. But your hook is just like, if you can be controversial, that's the best hook that you can create. Yeah. So great question. We do use a lot of image ads for these too, and they'll be very plain, simple text ad. It'll be like a truck in the background, and it'll say like 20 moving jobs guaranteed in 90 days. Learn more. That's all the ad will say. So I like to run image ads to cold traffic, and I like to run video ads to warm traffic. Right? That's the way that we set the campaigns up. So I just wanted to show you guys some examples of some ads. I'm gonna reshoot some of those ads because it's been 5 months now, and we have some different viewpoints, different packaging there. So originally I was just gonna do it in the Google Ads niche, like Google Ads only, but I'm gonna tack on websites and SEO there just to make it more sticky. And for you guys that are not aware, what I'm gonna do is I brand it GoHighLevel. I'm getting it branded. It's gonna be called Sells the Lead or whatever it is, and I'll go buy a domain that matches it. And when people sign up, I'm gonna say, hey, can you sign up for our portal, right? And this is gonna be mentioned in the sales call. And the portal is gonna be my white label SaaS version of GHL, and it's gonna be $100 a month, and I'm gonna stick them on that. So not only am I gonna get the ad services, the website, the SEO, I'm going to sign them up for SaaS. Right now, this is a slow play, but over a year, you probably have 30, 40 of these guys. You got an extra $4,000 a month on SaaS, which, by the way, adds a huge, huge increase in the selling price of your agency if you decide to sell. Okay, so Thomas, I'm selling it as a package. So I'm like, all right, so to give you an example, like let's say that Lance comes through, he owns a moving company or an HVAC company or a roofing company or whatever. And I know that I have my big package, which is $3,500 plus the SaaS and $4,000 in ad spend. And then I know I have my downsell that's like $2,000 and like $2,000 in ad spend. And then I know I got like my a la carte at the bottom, which is just like Facebook or Google ads, right? So you got 3 steps. Now you're not taking people through all 3 steps. If Lance is a big company that's doing like 3-4 million and they got a good marketing budget, then I'm going to land them on the $3,500 package. But if Lance has a one man in a truck, Chuck in a truck, and he's just getting started, I'm going to start them at the downsell and then probably end up selling them just one single thing, right? Which is in the a la carte section. So that's how you structure the offer. You don't always sell SEO and PPC together. Sometimes it's very common for a company to already have an SEO company. They don't want to switch. So you end up selling them a website and PPC and no SEO. But you start depending on where the prospect is in the conversation that you have, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So the SaaS is always I guess the foundation or the base of what we offer, right?
Yeah, if you want it to be. So basically everyone that you work with is going to need what? A GoHighLevel sub account.
Right.
So you can give that to them for free, like most people do, or you can have them sign up as a SaaS and charge $100 for it. So on the sales call, we'd be like, hey, Lance, there is a portal. We use a software called Sales Elite that you're going to need to sign up for to make this system work. Is that okay with you? They're going to say yes. Then whenever you go to close the deal, you're going to get the credit card information. You're going to sign them up for your SaaS.
Okay. I was under the impression that that we sell SaaS like for like $400 or $500 a month. Was that not the case?
Yeah, so there's different ways to sell it. I'm the way that I'm explaining it to you right now is how I'm gonna sell it
Okay.
with my current offer. Because I'm gonna sell lead gen on top of it, I'm gonna get 3,500. I don't need to sell the SaaS for 500.
Right. Okay.
So if you were just doing AI and website, then that's your SaaS play. Then yes, you would sell it for $400 to $500 a month.
Okay. Gotcha.
It's all about how you structure and package your offer, right?
Okay.
But I want to get to 10K as quick as possible. So I know that if I sell 3 people at $3,500 a month with 3 SaaS signups, I'm basically there, right? And I know that we can do that in a week with ads. So that's the goal. I package my offer so we can get to 10K as quickly as possible.
Okay.
All right. Now,
And,
if you go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry. I was just gonna ask if that PPC training is going to be coming soon.
Yeah, I actually have it.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Oh, I must have missed that email. Okay, I'll check the school.
Drop your email because it's not in school yet. I haven't moved it over.
Okay.
If you drop your email, I'll just add you to it. Let me do that real quick here.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
Yep, I'll do that at the end of it. Shoot me a message on school with your email just in case so I don't forget.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you ever hire an ad agency to make your ads? No, because that's what my agency does is we manage agency ads. So for me, no, but I can tell you that we charge between $2,000 and $3,000 a month to manage people's ads for their agency. But honestly, all the training is going to be inside of the course. You're not going to need to hire an agency because I'm going to teach you how to do it better than most of the agencies out there anyway. And it's really not that hard. Your offer and your creative is like 90% of the battle. That's it. And if you don't want to get on camera, pay a couple $100 and get someone to create you an ad for you, like talking head style. All right, so let's hop in. I'm literally going to use the same stuff that I've given you guys. I actually have to push an update because some of my, so just so you guys are aware from last week, the only thing that I've done that you guys missed is, where's it at? Right here. I verified my A2P so that I can send text messages. That's the only thing that I've done since last week. Because it's like, you got to have this done before you launch your ads because you got to have the appointment reminders, right? So now we're going to jump in. If you grab the snapshot, then these funnels are already in there. These are my 5 favorite funnel structures for B2B ads. They're very basic, but they're the frameworks for you to build around them, right? But my favorite one is the survey. And it's just a simple 3-step funnel to a survey, a book a call page, and then a pre-call thank you page, right? So the funnel structure is there. You're already going to have the footer in here for your A2P compliance and for your Facebook ads compliance. We built that in for you as a global feature. So you can see right here, your footer is already here built in. You just put the name of your company and you're good to go. Privacy policy, terms and conditions, everything is there. So the first thing we're going to change, this is just a headline that you can use if you're not familiar with copywriting. You can literally say thing they want without thing that they hate, right? So give you an example. Here's how to lose weight without giving up pizza, right? Here's how to get agency clients without spending money on ads, right? Here's how to blink without blink, right? It's almost like a risk reversal, like, you know, here's how to lose weight without going to the gym, right? Like people who want to lose weight, who can't go to the gym, they hate going to the gym, right? You're talking to those people. So just a simple headline in here. You know, we got the progress bar, restate your guarantee, and then your survey, right? And it looks really clean on mobile. So the phone normally starts about right here. So it's just right there and there's no scroll, right? The one thing that I will say is that what I normally do here in this is I go down here and I start adding in some social proof as I get it. Some case studies, some testimonials, you know, I might add what we do, what we specialize in. But to start, it's not needed, right? So I just give you guys the funnel structure here. So we're going to say just real busy, like moving company. Get 20 moving jobs guaranteed in the next. And again, I'll play with this headline more, right? So get moving jobs, get 20 moving jobs guaranteed in the next 90 days. Or you don't pay. All right, this is very typical type of headline that you will see. And I like to clean it up a little bit. So I like to go about 42 and then change my headline to Oswald. So change it there, maybe go a little bit bigger. All right, like that. I'll change it on mobile in a minute. And then here, let me see, what am I gonna put here? Put something like Premier Partner. I need to think about this a little bit more. But I think you guys get like what I'm trying to say. This is how quick you can set up a B2B funnel. This is literally all you need to start getting appointments on your calendar with paid ads. And I'll show you. So my favorite question right here is a little micro commitment, which is enter your zip code to check if your service area is available, right? Kind of makes it where we're a little bit exclusive. Make sure that you got go to next step, select it here in the funnel. We'll pop over here, we'll change the space. There we go. All right, and then see if I can move this up. Move this up a little bit.
So if 90 days roll by and you only get 12 jobs, how do you see what I mean? Like,
It's a great question, and I'll answer it in just a second.
Okay.
So number one, your contract. Number two, this or you don't pay just means that you'll keep working with them until they do get the 20 jobs, right? However, I'm going to explain to you how all offers work, right? Okay, so that looks pretty good. Check it here. Looks fine. We're going to hit save. Right? I can't publish it because I don't have a domain connected, but so now we have our funnel. That's how simple and easy it is for the funnel, right? Literally, I'm going to run this funnel for you guys when I run my ad so you can see the data behind it. So Lance's question, what do you do when the 20 days pass or the 90 days pass and you don't have 20 jobs?
there's two things. Number one, what you like to put out there is like what everyone wants. The best offer is what everyone wants, right? However, what everyone wants is not what everyone can afford. So when someone comes in and they're like, hey, I'm interested in your 20 leads package, and you take them through your sales process, and you're like, hey, to get 20 jobs in 90 days, I'm going to need you to spend $16,000 in ad spend. And they say, well, Brandon, I don't have that much money to commit in ad spend. No problem, Lance. We're going to cut you down to our starter package, and our guarantee is off the table, but I still think you're going to get X number of leads based on our data of how much it costs to acquire a client. That's going to be 90% of your closes. 90% of people are not going to take your big package right out of the gate. So then you're going to sell them on the next step down. Now you no longer have a guarantee hanging over your head. Right? Your contract is also going to state that if the guarantee is not met, that you will continue to work with them on their dime of ad spend until they get the desired amount of jobs. So you're not actually ever refunding any money. Make sense?
Makes sense. So you're sending them a contract? Like, is that your back end kind of?
So they're getting a contract. So the process is add, demo, close on the demo, contract after you collected the money. Do not send your contract before you collect the cash. You will drop your closing rate to the bottom. Right? You're getting commitments. You got them from an ad to a book a call on a call to pay you. They've made 4 micro commitments and 1 big step to pay you. They're not going to dip out on your contract. Right? So for anyone that was on last week's call, you know to set your intros off of these funnels for 10 minutes and set yourself a 20-minute buffer, right? So we're going to go over that again, just so you guys know. But we'll keep going through the funnel here. Funnel's real simple. It's just your calendar, right? I'll show you guys right here, and then your calendar is here, right? Super simple. This is in the snapshot. You literally don't have to change anything here except for the calendar that you create. Again, 10-minute discovery calls with a 20-minute buffer. Okay. Very important. And then here, I don't know why it keeps doing that. Same thing, very simple. You create you a little 2 to 3 minute or 1 minute video telling them exactly what's going to happen next. And a cool thing that you can do here is put join our free Facebook group or free school group here with the button to the link, and then put a bunch of testimonials and results underneath of this right here of the VSL. That is a perfect thank you page. One that has a short VSL telling them exactly what to do next, an invite to stay in front of them by joining a free group, and then all your testimonials and social proof underneath of it. But again, when you're starting, you do not need social proof. All right, this is all you need. This funnel, you can get up in about 15 minutes, and you can get your ads up in about another 15 minutes. So you can literally launch your agency to start getting appointments in less than an hour. This is all you need to start getting appointments. All right, so let's talk about the calendar, and then I'll show you how we do the pixel. I'm going to do the pixel real old school way because that's still the way that I like it. All right. So this is for double closer. So real important when you download a snapshot, right here on the 3 dots, you have to activate the calendar whenever you're ready, or otherwise it won't be an option for you to select. I get so many questions over this and they just miss activating the calendar. So make sure you activate the calendar. So we're going to edit, and to answer your question, Cameron, whenever you select team member right here, that's where it's going to give you the option to put the Zoom link in.
Let's see. Okay. So you just put the member, so that'll be me. Okay.
So yeah. All right. So yeah, you're going to select your team member, your closer, yourself, and then you put the Zoom link. It's going to give you an option to put the Zoom link right here.
And they'll say like location, right?
It'll say location. Yep. It'll say
Okay.
location. You put your Zoom link right there.
Perfect.
Everything else on this page, I mean, you can put your logo in here, your company logo. I'm not going to do that right now for this video. So this is what I was talking about right here. So if it's me and I'm starting my agency, I'm dialing 7 days a week. Like if I'm back in my beginning days, I'm taking sales calls 7 days a week. Like on Saturday, Sunday, maybe from like 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. or like 10 a.m. to 12 a.m. Like give yourself a couple hours. But for me, we're only taking calls Monday through Saturday. I have a closer. He wants to close on Saturday. Let him close on Saturday, right? Typically, what I like to do is go 11 a.m. to like 7 p.m. because you got to think about the California time. So this is typically the schedule I like to have sales calls open for. This gives me my morning so I can knock out work, have a morning routine, go to the gym, self-improvement, that kind of stuff. All right. So right here, this is what I was talking about. You're going to set your meeting interval to 10. You're going to set your meeting duration to 10. I like to do 4 hours scheduling notice. Only let them book 3 days out. Do not let them book more than 3 days. Bookings for a day, I'll take 24 bookings, 1 booking per slot. And right here on the post buffer time, you're going to put 20 minutes. So what this is going to do, this is going to schedule them for 10 minutes. So it only looks like a 10-minute intro call, but you're going to give yourself 30 minutes to have that call. Right? So whenever they book, it's only going to book them for 10 minutes. This also is going to allow you to do what? It's going to allow you to stack a lot of meetings in your calendar for the ones that no show. Right? And then you just hit save. But I don't have a team member here, so because I don't have Andrew's calendar connected. But that's how you set up your calendar. And then when you come over here and you activate your calendar, you'll be able to go in and select it in the funnel, right? So I'll show you guys how to do that. So you'll click activate calendar. So I'm going to activate. Then you pop back into your funnel. You can name it whatever you want. I like discovery. Next week, we're going to go over some ads data because I'm going to have some ads data for you guys from the funnel itself. Going to be running ads to the funnel. Hopefully, we got some closes in. That would be ideal to show you guys some of those. But guys, this is how easy it is to run paid ads for your agency to get clients. This is the fastest way to grow your agency. Here we go. All right, so right here, you go calendar, and then right here, boom, select calendar. The reason it's showing 404 is because it's not activated. All right, once you activate it, it will show as normal. And last but not least, let me grab my pixel and I'll go over pixel setup with you guys. Actually, you know what? I actually need to create a new pixel for this. All right, well, this will be good training for you guys anyway. Share my screen. I got so many tabs open. All right. So I need to create myself a pixel. So I come into my business manager into data sets. I'm going to create a pixel here. It's going to be like CT. Then I'm going to click create. I'm not going to go over setting up copy, which is the conversion API today. I'm just going to do it my old school way that I like to do it. So you come in here, you install your code manually. So you just copy this. First thing you do in your funnel, you paste it in the head tracking code and hit save. It's going to put your pixel on all your pages in your funnel. All right, now remember, from survey to booking page is a lead, from booking page to thank you page is a schedule. All right. So we're going to go into our booking page. We're going to hit tracking code. And then right here where it says page view, you're going to copy this line of code. This is the old school way to do it, by the way. You're going to paste, delete out page view. You're going to hit lead. You're going to type in lead, and you're going to copy it one more time. You're going to hit save. And just so you guys can see, if I check this and I check my pixel, now that page is tracking lead. It's firing lead conversion, right? Which is this super fast way to do the setup. It's just, they made it easier for people who don't, for the first time setting up the pixel, but this is how you used to set up the pixel. You set up custom conversions. So, and then right here, you do the same thing. You paste your code and you change lead to schedule. Make sure you capitalize and you save. Now your pixel is completely set up for conversion ads inside of Facebook. As you can see, now it's tracking schedule. Now it will fire your data back to Facebook. And when you set up your campaign, which I'll go over next week with you guys, you will just select the conversion API option inside your Facebook ad.
Nice.
So now you see the creative. We set up the funnel. It took 15 minutes. We set up the pixel. Ad copy is super simple, right? You just restate what your offering is, write some body copy in there. And then next week, we'll go over the campaign structure. But I'll have some data for you guys next week because I'm going to launch soon. But yeah, that's all you need to launch Facebook ads to get clients. I think people make it way more difficult than they are, and you think you need this long funnel and this crazy sales process. Literally all you need is a calendar and an opt-in with a decent offer running it from the Facebook ad. Let's say that it cost me $40 to get a schedule. 10 schedules cost me $400. I close one person for $2,000. We're 4x, 3x ROAS. We're rocking and rolling. All right, super fast.
Makes sense.
Knock it out, I think. Yes, Thomas, it'll be recorded.
I think he left already.
Oh no, he's there.
Oh,
In the discovery call, if you can get them on a Zoom, you want to get them on a Zoom. If they don't show up to the Zoom, you call them. The reason you want to get them on a Zoom on the discovery call is so that you can transition the discovery call right into a sales call without letting them off the phone. If I have a good intro call, there's a 90% chance I'm going to be able to get that guy through the demo and sales process. If he's not a good fit, I'm going to axe him and keep it moving.
yeah. So,
If you're struggling to get clients, this is my best advice to you. Save up 400, 500, 600 bucks, whatever you can save up. just count this as what I call a testing fund. Like you just are cool with not getting it back, and take that money and launch your ads. Because if you get one close, you're off and running. And then you will never, ever, 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 ever go do cold email and cold calling again.
Yeah, that makes sense. So
People scale their agencies. Let me tell you what happens. You run ads for 2-3 years, you grow your agency off of ads. And then what starts to happen is brand recognition starts to happen. Because you've worked with so many people, people seeing your ads for years, you're around, brand recognition starts to happen. Then you start to get those bigger companies just coming to you organically because you've been around and you've ran ads for years and years and years. Right now, you're not going to call up Nike and be like, yo, I just started a marketing agency and you're going to land a con. You're not going to do it. Right? You're just not. It's not going to work. So where does Nike go? To people that's been around for years. Want the big companies? Get the brand recognition. The easiest way to get the brand recognition, do good work, run paid ads. How long Nike been running ads?
years.
Now they're
Before
doing
Facebook.
Yeah, Ken. All right, I want everyone to keep this in mind. If you let your prospect off the phone before collecting money, there is an 80% chance that you never get that person back on the phone and you do not close them.
That's
Yep.
true. That's true.
What Jose, my business partner, taught me, who's one of the best closers I've ever met in my life. He closed at like 60% rate on cold demos for over 2 years. Burn the deal on your terms, not on theirs. So what does that mean? If you let them off the phone, they burned it on their terms. If you push them until they tell you no, you did your job and you burned it on your terms. You do not let them off the phone without giving you a straight answer, because people hate to make decisions. There'll be people that pay you for a deposit that you never get in touch with again because they were just too scared to tell you no. It happens all the time. If you want this to work, you got to be aggressive. And it's not aggressive. This is the way you should look at it. If you know that you can help this moving company go from 5-6 moving jobs a month to 12 to 15 moving jobs a month, you're doing them a disservice by not selling to them, because you can help them and you know that you can help them. So you got to look at it like, this guy, you can really help change his life. I need to get this guy on board as a client, not only for my purpose, but for his. You believe in your product, you'll close more deals. It's really, you're not, I don't want you to think of it like, oh, I'm taking money from this guy that I've never met before to do this marketing that I don't know is going to work. No. Marketing helps even if they don't close a deal their first month. There's only 2 things that you have to crack to scale an agency: closing and enough people to talk to. How do you get enough people to?
How do you
run?
go ahead.
Go ahead.
How do you talk to them? You talk to them through GoHighLevel? Do you send a, how do you manage and track your phone calls and stuff like that? Is that, you use GoHighLevel?
Yeah, everything's through GHL. We use GoHighLevel for our closers. Well, everything's on Zoom, right?
Mhm.
Our setters use GoHighLevel to call, but everything is on Zoom. So Zoom records to the cloud, right? So that's the best way to do it. Ken said, are you good at sales or do you hire a closer? So I personally would not consider myself great at sales. Can I close? Yes. Sales is not the game that I like to play. So I rather hire a closer. But and a new agency that I'm trying to figure out so that I can hire a closer, I will take the sales calls until I close a couple deals so that I can look at those calls and then create a training or a script for my closer. Because you can hire the best closer in the world, but if he doesn't know what he's selling because you don't know what you're selling, he's not closing nothing. You are the commander, chief, media buyer, salesperson, customer service person, shit eater until you get your agency off the ground. You eat everything that happens in your business. You wear all the hats. And as you learn those hats and you get good at those hats, you start to teach other people to take those hats from you. The first hat that you must get good at is the sales hat. And everyone can close. There's no one here that cannot learn to take and close a demo for anywhere from $1,000 to $10,000. It is not how you look, how you sound, doesn't matter. It is the process in which you close. I'm very, very introverted. Most of you probably wouldn't guess that. Very introverted. And I did not talk to people well growing up, very soft-spoken. I was not one to be in the middle of the crowd. That was not me. And I learned to close. If I can learn to close, you can learn to close. Because what? Does anyone want to tell me the hardest part of closing for them? Be honest, because I already know what it is. I'll tell you what it is.
Discovery.
No. What's the hardest part of closing a sale as a new salesperson?
Oh,
Make them trust you.
No, asking
No.
for the sale. You know how many
Oh,
people don't ask for the sale?
yeah.
Why don't you ask? You can't make the sale if you don't ask for the sale. You know why people don't ask for the sale? Because they're scared to ask for the sale, because for most of us, we didn't grow up with a silver spoon in our mouth. A lot of us probably have worked jobs for, I know my first job was $5.15 an hour at a restaurant, right? So when I'm asking a business owner that I've never met for $2,500 a month as a new closer, to me, that's a lot of money. I don't feel comfortable asking for that amount of money because I believe that it is a lot of money. So I don't ask for the sale because I scare myself away from the sale. But you have to understand, to a business owner with an ROI potential of 5, 6, 7x, it's not a lot of money. And they're willing to take the chance to see if it's going to work to grow their business. It's not a lot of money. That's what you need to tell yourself. The number one thing, hey, Lance, it's going to be $2,500. How does that sound? And then shut up. The first person that talks loses.
Drop the mic.
That's it. The other thing, this is another thing I learned about closing. We talk ourselves out of the sale because we talk too much. When you say, hey, it's going to be $2,500, how does that sound? And you stand there and you look, that silence is very uncomfortable for them and you. So you have to know that it's uncomfortable, and you got to sit there and let them talk first, because what happens is they'll try to let you talk more, and then you'll talk yourself out of a sale. Like if I say, hey, Lance, it's going to be $10,000 today, and I'm just looking at you in the screen, and then I just, yeah, they're going to laugh, or they're going to be like, wow, whatever, and they're going to start giving you your objections. That's where your sales call starts.
Oh.
Yeah.
Your sales call don't start until they tell you no, which is an objection. So the faster you can get to that no, the faster you can close the deal.
How do you get to the no?
You get to the
Discovery, like
you get to the price.
Mm.
Like, typically this is what they'll say, right? Like, oh, I need to think about it. Or, hey, I need to get my wife involved, or whatever. And be like, hey, Lance, perfectly cool. give you your time to think about it. I've been doing this a long time. Normally, when someone tells me that they need to think about it, it's one of two things. They don't believe that the solution that we have can help them, or there's something that they don't fully understand or confused about. Do you have any questions? That's normally when you get the real objection.
Hmm.
And that's that away because they're trying to get off the phone. And you got to push them back into the sales process. You got to get the real objection. They're never going to give you the real objection. Let me tell you something. Price is never the objection. If
Smoke
someone
screen.
believes that your product will help them make more money, they will find the money. If I said, Lance, I'm going to sell you a Ferrari that's brand new that I paid $2 million for it because electric hybrid, I'm going to give it to you for $10,000 because I need $10,000 right now. How fast would you go find $10,000?
Here's my mom's Visa. If you just take the, I'm just kidding.
Why? But why would you give me the $10,000 though? Think about it.
Well, yeah.
But why? Why would you be willing to give me to do whatever it takes to find $10,000?
Hmm.
Because there's a
it's-
$2 million Ferrari that you can turn around and sell, right?
Mhm.
Same concept with sales with business owners. Price is never the objection.
Yep.
All right, guys. Good call. Next week we'll go over ads data. I'm gonna show you guys. I'll probably change up the headline a little bit, maybe some colors or whatever, but the structure is gonna be the same that I showed you guys. I'm gonna run ads to it. You'll see the conversion rate. You'll see the calls. Hopefully we have a close, and you'll see how easy it is.
Awesome.
All right.
Thanks.
See you guys. Peace. All right. How we doing? We got a new face. We got Derek here. Aaron's joining. I don't know. Where are you guys from? Let me check my scripting. You guys can put it in the chat if you want. What? I've been having the worst possible time on my ads that I just launched for the ticket.
Mm-hmm.
It's been pretty rough here.
Well, with leads or just quality?
No, I'm not getting no purchases.
Oh, you're talking about for the what to call it for this stuff, the agency elite. Is that what you're talking about?
Nah, so I'm running like a low ticket.
Mm-hmm.
A low ticket to basically like a little $7 thing. And
Right.
then like I invite them to join the group. But looking like we're off to a little bit of a rough start here.
Yeah.
Why is that so expensive? But I kind of go over it with you guys though, real quick
Yeah.
here.
Probably help me with the fucking R ads.
I mean, it's only $60, but the problem is like, well, each of them has spent like $20. That's probably why too. So there's actually this is a good example because like a lot of you will get code feet when you launch ads. So we'll start there. All right, so jump in here. All right, you guys see my screen?
Yep.
So I just launched these. I fought all kinds of like ad rejections and stuff, which is why you see me have these 3 campaigns. So don't pay any attention to that. You should only have 1 campaign. But I'll show you kind of quickly, like it keeps on rejecting my ads here. So when that happens, what you want to do is just get a couple approved and just let it spend for, you know, a few days before you start making changes. Like, look, this is getting $3 CPMs. And the same one here is getting $22 CPMs. It's terrible. I'm actually going to cut this one.
What's the highest you should have your CPM at?
I mean, it varies. Like, I like to see it around $40 to $60, right? So like
Yeah.
if we maximum here, some of the other stuff. I'm running worldwide, so I'm gonna get cheaper CPMs, right?
Yeah. What about
Um,
like a certain city or state? Like for like Legion.
20, $30, $40, right? 100's high. In between 40 and like 70 is like normal, like as you can see.
Okay.
Um, but I'll give you guys a brief example of why I cut this one off, even though I haven't had any purchases anywhere. All right, so let's say that I've spent, let's just go to today so you guys can follow along. All right, and then we'll jump into building some ads. So let me go yesterday, which I don't even count yesterday because I barely spent anything. But I've spent $63 total and I don't have a purchase on a $7 product. Most people gonna shut their ads off. Right? Like, even if I get a purchase, I'm only gonna get $7 back or whatever it is, right? But keep in mind, I had 3 ad sets. One of them spent 17, one of them spent 29, one of them spent 17. So realistically, this is the only one that maybe could have sort of had a purchase. And in my experience, it takes about $50 to acquire a purchase, right? What you have to count in your funnels is your bump and your upsell, right? So my average order value off my funnel could be $40, and then it costs me $40 to acquire a client, so then I'm breaking even, right? Which is but a lot of people will cut this because they're like, I spent $63 when none of the campaigns have had enough time to even get a purchase yet. Like, this is probably going to spend 40, $50 before I get a purchase, maybe, right? Now, why did I cut this one? So there's first indicator stats, and then there's cost per lead, cost per acquisition, right? Cost per appointment, and it goes up in priority. If I come over here and I look at my 3 campaigns, this one is costing me $21 to show it to 1,000 people, where the other 2 campaigns that have the exact creative and the exact same copy is getting me $3 and $4 CPMs. But that's not the only reason that I'm cutting this. What has to happen for you to get a lead or a purchase?
I'll say good creative.
What's the only point of an advertisement? I told some of you guys this a couple weeks ago.
If I was to guess, creative and offer.
To get the click.
Right.
Advertisement's only job is to get a click, is to generate interest, right?
Yeah.
So look at my cost per click, 19 cents, 29 cents, $4.29. My click-through rate, 2%, 1.5%, 0.5%. My stop rate, 3%, 2.5%, not even 1%. So I could leave this campaign running because technically it hasn't spent enough to get a purchase. But the chances of this campaign rebounding to the performance level of these campaigns, very small. So I can go ahead and make a pretty good data-driven decision that I'm just wasting money. Not that I'm wasting money, but I'm losing opportunity that I have here on these 2. Make sense?
Makes sense.
So that's why I cut that campaign. So back to what I'm saying. Also, I had an application submitted here, which didn't turn into a purchase, but I might move to a 2-step order form. But anyway, yeah, these campaigns are performing well, theoretically. Stop rate is good, click-through rate is good. The only thing that's not seeming to, let me move this out of the way. to grab is my landing page. So 244 unique visits, no purchase. So we'll have to see what is going on with that. Something is definitely off. I might try to purchase this myself later and see if everything is working, because something doesn't make sense. So you can see I have a $7 price point with a $12 order bump. That'll bring me to 19 bucks. And then I have some other offers in the funnel to try to bring my average order value up. So this is what I'm doing to try to grow the group. But so far we're off to a slow start. Not really sure why, but things are performing well.
How
So
much is it spending?
it's not much, $20 a day.
Okay.
That
Real
is-
quick, while we're on the, when you're trying to scale with ads, how would you like go about that? Let's say you're starting at like $50 a day, and you want to kind of like not, because this is how I've been doing. I've been like 1666 per ad set, and then like sometimes it takes longer to get a lead, and I end up getting a lead for like higher than I want, and we don't get any traction after that. Would you start like slowly, like $30 a day, $40 a day, and then scale it? Or what do you do?
So there's multiple ways to scale. But typically, hold on. Typically with scaling, the right way to do it is 20% every 7 days.
Right.
So if I have a campaign that's performing well, I'm going to not touch it. I'm just going to scale it 20% every 7 days. So every Sunday, bump the budget 20%. But I need to go faster than that in most cases, right? If I'm scaling and I caught like a good wave. So what I'll do, I'll take that campaign, I'll duplicate it 4 times. And then what's going to happen is 1 or 2 of those campaigns is going to do well, 2 of them is going to flop. So then I cut the 2 that flop or the 3 that flop. And what I've done is I've doubled my budget without having to do anything else.
Makes
You can
sense.
do it at the ad set level too, but I like to do it at the campaign level personally.
Why is that? Because I stopped doing it because I don't like Facebook controlling the split budget.
This is what's working better right now. But yeah, all right. Let me jump in here and show you guys some of what I've done. I haven't done a lot on the account that we're working on because I want to try to show it to you guys as we do. No, I'm not taking PayPal on it yet. I think I have to have that like coded into GHL payments. I'm not sure. And Zane, I always run funnels, never lead forms for B2B. But let's open up here. All right. So these are the assets that I basically created for moving companies to test when we launch. So I want to show you guys how simple that you can really get here. Like this is one of the ads that we're going to be testing, right? We're looking at 3 moving companies from Google Ads starting at $500 a month. Then we have, get 20 moving jobs a month. Same thing. I think some of these are just, yeah. Let me see. More like post style, I guess you would say. Right? So these will be our first ones that we launch. I always launch image ads first, top of funnel. And then start layering in the video ads. We also have like this one, which I don't really care for, but I'm gonna test it because you never know. And then we shot ads, right? Moving companies, we are a premier full service. Share the audio. And I want you guys, there's something I'm kind of doing in this that's different than normal. And I'll explain it to you guys. Moving Companies, we are a premier full-service digital marketing company who specializes in driving inbound leads to moving companies. We use a unique blend of marketing strategies to completely dominate your local market. And after spending over $10 million successfully on platforms such as Google and Facebook, we understand that every company is different and requires a different approach. And right now, for a limited time only, we are guaranteeing that you get 20 new moving jobs over the next 90 days or you don't pay. So if you're ready to have your phones ringing off the hook and your truck's on the road, click the button below, schedule a time to talk with me. You'll be glad you did. All right, so before we jump into the ad, see. Moving Companies, if you want your phone ringing off the hook with new jobs, watch this. We are a premier. All right, so that was a hook. Moving Companies, ClickTitan is here to disrupt the entire movers market with our unique approach. We are a premier full service. Another hook. Moving Companies, we guarantee 20 jobs minimum in the next 90 days or you don't pay. We are a premier full service digital. So you see the body and then I shot the hooks. You guys catching that? And then Moving Companies, we are a premier full service digital market. But can anyone tell me what I'm doing in this ad? Opposed to what you would normally see agencies running. Can anyone tell me what I'm doing? It's going to be hard to catch if you guys don't run a lot of ads, but I want to point it out because it's important for whenever you guys are shooting your ads.
You're doing a call out?
But why? What's the call out?
Call out is the companies that you're targeting, which is moving companies.
All right, we'll do it again. Pay attention to the language of the ad. The way that I'm wording the ad. Don't look for the call out or the offer. That's not what I'm looking for. Because the offer is a normal offer. Pay attention to the language of the ad. Moving Companies, we are a premier full-service digital marketing company who specializes in driving inbound leads to moving companies. We use a unique blend of marketing strategies to completely dominate your local market. And after, all right, right there.
Okay, so
first 12 seconds. What happened? What did I do?
So first you did a call out, right? And then you also said you're a full marketing agency, which is like a unique blend. So you're not just offering Facebook ads. You're doing like a multi-channel.
Getting close.
Okay.
Moving Companies, we are a premier full-service digital marketing company who specializes in driving inbound leads to moving companies.
Okay, so
what is the language? You're close. You're on the right track. Why did I say we're a full-service marketing company? Why did I all right, one more time, and I'll get to you. Moving Companies, we are a premier full-service digital marketing company who specializes in driving inbound leads to moving companies. What I should have actually said was inbound phone calls.
yeah.
I just caught that myself.
Okay, so basically it's your offer, like what you're calling out in the ad is jobs, traffic, inbound phone calls, instead of like kind of the regular agency space where it says leads, jobs, shit like that.
All right, so look right here, I'll show you. Moving Companies,
Right.
we are a premier full-service digital marketing company. Right there. So the way I'm positioning ourselves in the marketplace is that we are a premier marketing agency. We are a high service, high end marketing, full digital marketing company. All right. Notice I do not start off with moving companies get 20 jobs this month or you don't pay. Why? That's
average.
one with the hook, the normal hook that everyone sees, that'll be the last ad that I test. Because if I can get these ads to work before having to resort to the high crazy offer, then this offer will produce better leads and higher average ticket sales. I'm positioning us as a premier go-to full-service digital marketing company because, number one, I don't want people thinking that I'm just going to sell them some Facebook ads. Right. Number
That
two,
makes
I
sense.
want the bigger companies to know that. I do want the bigger companies to know that we can offer all services, right? Then
Yeah.
what I should have said was inbound phone calls, because that's what people really want, right? They don't want leads. So I'm going to actually probably reshoot this ad. Who specializes in driving inbound leads to moving companies. We use a unique blend of marketing strategies to completely dominate your local market. And after spending over $10 million successfully on platforms such as Google and Facebook, we understand that every company is different and requires a different approach. And right now, for a limited time only, we are guaranteed. All right, so another thing that I did, Google built some credibility right here, right? Which is kind of, you can, most people is going to think that that credibility is fake because I didn't put anything with it. I could have put like a screenshot with it of like our total spend or something that would have given me more credibility, right?
Yeah.
And Facebook, we understand that every company is different. And right there, we understand that every company is different, requires a different approach. And right, requires a different approach. Why do I say that? Because we're a full service digital marketing company. We understand that different things could work in different markets. And we're not just going to put a cookie cutter Facebook system together like everyone else that you've hired in the past. That is the objection that I'm trying to overcome in the ad.
Makes sense.
Right. I'm trying to produce a higher quality from the ad by positioning us different. Because if you say, and I don't care, it doesn't matter. If you guys actually want to study some cool marketing, look at when the big like recessions and stuff hit, and look at which companies come up, like Domino's and Papa John's and people like that. They come up by going aggressive in their marketplace. Can anyone tell me Papa John's hook, their little saying?
I wouldn't know.
No one, I mean, come on, somebody knows Papa John's little tagline that they always say. Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's.
Oh.
Right? Is Papa John's the best pizza? Can someone tell me? I personally think it's garbage. It's good. Is it the best pizza I've ever had? Absolutely not. But what have they done for 25 years? Better pizza, better ingredients, better pizza. Better ingredients, better pizza. To where they've stuck this tagline in people's head that they use better ingredients than their competition, when we all know that it's the same ingredients and that they have better pizza.
Yeah.
That is the power of repeat messaging. So if I say we are the premier marketing company for moving companies, and I say that for 3 years and I run ads, and every single ad that I run has that language in it, guess what's going to happen? People are going to start to think that we are the high-end, high-level marketing company.
That's right.
So even if you don't believe it, position your company as a more premier company. Right? And then the rest of it is just the now for a limited time only, we are guaranteeing that you get. Notice I said limited time. I do not want people thinking we're just giving out. No. I just don't want people thinking that we're just guaranteeing 20 jobs all the time. Right? That's 20 new moving jobs over the next 90 days, or you don't pay. So if you're ready to have your phones ringing off the hook and your truck's on the road, click the button below, schedule a time to talk with me. I messed up the congruency of the ad because I did the right at the hook right here. Days, or you don't pay. So if you're ready to have your phones ringing off the hook, but here in the beginning I said inbound leads. This should be phone calls, inbound phone calls. then my ad would be completely congruent. You following?
Yeah, that makes sense though. What do you do to like come up with all your hooks and like kind of bodies?
I write, so literally, because I don't do well typing ads, I literally write the ads down, and you guys scratch stuff out and make things, move things around. I literally write the ads, and then
Yeah, I
I
mean
put,
that's smart, but like where do you come up with like kind of like the build out in your hooks, your body, the CDA? That's kind of like what I'm struggling with now. Even like for like ad copy is okay, but like in terms of like your actual video creation.
moving companies, if you want your phone ringing off the hook with new jobs, watch. That one's right. So I don't have to reshoot them. I was like, man, there's no way I missed what I was trying to do. All right, so good question. How do you come up with your ad? What are you trying to accomplish in your ad is the first place that you start.
Okay.
Are you
So
trying to get leads? Are you trying to overcome objection? Are you trying to position your company as the go-to company? What is the objective of your ad, right? That's the first place that you start. Until you understand what you're trying to accomplish, you can't really write something. For me, I know that I'm breaking in. This is the first ad that I'll ever run to moving companies. They've never seen me before. So I want to come in with a good offer, but I also want to come in and establish myself as a premier company. Right? Like, and when I get on sales calls and people ask me, I'm like, hey, we've been serving 3 other niches for the past 5 years. Now we're coming into the moving niche. And so here we come, right? Like, that's the position. No, I'm not going to run any, let me see if I can find this, guys, and give you a good example.
yeah.
A good branding. If you want to run branding, it helps, but most of you are not going to have the funds to run branding off the top. You're going to need to put every dollar towards client acquisition. All right. So this company charges $10,000 a month for Facebook ads management. And they charge $40,000 to give you the creatives to go with that Facebook ads management. So they charge $50,000 for you to get started with them.
Damn.
Yeah, they're a huge company.
Is that
It's
a
called-
month?
Yeah. Well, the 40,000, right? Our ads doubled ClickFunnels return on ad spend in only 2 months. Let me see if I can find a video ad. All right, there's a video ad. They've been running this one video ad for years. Trying to find it for you. But it was their branding. They have some of the best ads on the internet, by the way. Like, watch. I'll show you some of them. I study these guys' ads all the time. All right, so look.
Dang it!
Want your ads to hit their target audiences?
Yeah?
Then you need Chamber Media's ad team to run your ads.
Chamber Media hits its target every time.
And with the privacy update, training and experience are more important than ever, like Escape the Crate.
We were their first ad agency and got them a 2.9 ROAS.
Layla's Delicacies.
They went from nothing to a 7 ROAS and a 5% click-through rate. Ooh.
And our ads team continues to make millions for our legacy partners, like
Transparent Labs and Visisock, Slingshot, and Mr. Cool.
Oh, wow. Chamber Media sure knows how to hit their target audiences.
Sure do.
let's go to the hospital.
Okay. No, you stay. You pick up the arrows.
Are you serious?
Hospitals are for winners.
So that's a pretty good ad, right? It's not my favorite. Some of their ads are like literally the best. Let me see.
This is the steak shake.
I don't like that one.
Don't kiss him. I learned that the hard way.
You come to me in this random internet video. For what?
Chamber Media, ad father. Privacy tools are ruining my ads. I need vengeance.
Talk about vengeance. Will vengeance bring back your lost ad revenue?
Well,
Let's talk business. It's clear you need Chamber Media. Our high quality content doubles the industry standard for CTR.
CTR? It's click to rate. People to your website, dummy.
I'll give you a metaphor.
Oh, I love these metaphors. They're great.
$1 at other ad agencies gets you 1 plate of spaghetti. $1 at Chamber Media, 2 spaghettis. Instead of 1 meatball,
2 meatballs. Yeah, I get it.
2 meatballs. Don't interrupt me. Don't touch my meatballs.
Oh, tell them about Parmesan cheese. I like Parmesan.
Instead of 1 pile of Parmesan, 2 piles. The Olive Garden cheese man, he will go longer at Chamber Media.
These are more analogies than metaphors.
You're not getting it.
He's not getting it. No, I'm getting it. Chamber Media doubles your CTR. More people to your website.
What if it was oranges?
Oh, I love navels.
Oranges? Instead of 1 orange.
You got 2. 2 oranges. Yeah, I get it.
No, you get 2 oranges.
Simple math, dummy. Ah, why is this cold?
Revenge is a dish best served cold.
Yeah. Isn't this spaghetti? First you insult our metaphors, and now you insult our food?
Maybe you don't want to double your CTR.
No, I want to double my CTR. I just scheduled a call.
All right, we'll double your CTR because cold hard cash is a dish best served by Chamber Media. How do you like that wordplay?
It's all right.
You don't have to agree with everything I say.
Yeah, be honest. It's a weak pun.
You're my customer, and I love you, but never take sides against me again.
I'm sorry, Adfather. Don't kill me.
If I wanted you dead, you'd already be dead.
Yeah, so dead.
The only thing we're gonna be killing today is
Sales. Thank you, Adfather.
Click the link today, and we'll help you make your customers an offer they can't refuse.
Click it.
I didn't need you to do it, because I did it. This is not a tuxedo. Do you take us less seriously because of him?
So
That's funny.
they did a really good job in that ad doing CTAs while also making it very humorous, right? But if this is the level of ad that they're making for themselves, what kind of ad can they make for their customer? Right? This is why they're getting $40,000 to make ads for someone. Like, I think it's like 1 video on the landing page and like 3 ads and then a thank page or something. And then their ads team is $10,000 a month to run the ads. But this ad that they ran for years, it was
Hi, I'm Travis Chambers. Hello! And I'm the founder of Chamber Media. Large-scale video production for e-commerce and D2C brands. The problem is if you don't click, you're gonna keep throwing crackers on these things. You need to scale your Facebook, YouTube, TikTok ads. We analyze all of the top 80,000 performing ads, and we make sure that's what we're making for you. We've got a 16,000 square foot studio space with 100 people full-time who eat, drink, and breathe social video ads. Get those off of me! Face your fears! Sometimes it's scary when you gotta run ads. It gets real scary, but you gotta take some risks. So please click the link, schedule a call at Chamber Media today, and see if we can scale your ad account.
So that's their new branding ad that they switched to. And they was running a branding ad for like 4 years that was like, hey, we're Chamber Media. And then it zoomed out from like a drone standpoint and had like the 10 team members. And it was like, we make high-end Facebook and YouTube ads for companies, right? And that was their hook. And then they went into a similar thing where they did like testimonials, like, or review case studies. They ran for 3.5, 4 years. They ran that ad so much that every big marketer I know can quote that ad all the way through. They have some of the best retargeting ads on the internet too. So,
Yeah, I heard their name before, but that's crazy.
But you can see at the beginning, he says we help DTC brands and whatever. That was
so they kind of like target e-com or like
e-commerce brands mainly.
Yeah. Okay, so it's like similar to like bad marketing.
Nah, they're pretty more advanced in bad marketing and creative, say.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but Travis sold 80% of the company for like 25 million like last year. So
Yeah.
crushed it, right? But the reason I wanted to show this, and I know we went heavy on creative, is it's the most important part of the ads.
Yeah.
Now, you've seen the image ads that I created, which are just post like. Why did I do that? Because that's what Facebook likes right now. That's what people are used to seeing. So I just make text ads like in the little highlighted post box, right? That's the concept behind it. So again, it's all about the click. It's all about the stop. But you also want to position yourself to be able to ask for a higher ticket whenever you get on the call, right? If I just say in the ad, we're guaranteeing 20 new moving jobs in 90 days or you don't pay. And then say like, are you tired of getting leads from Angie's List and Home Advisor and these other marketing agencies that don't promise and deliver, blah, blah, blah. That's what everyone is doing. They're going to think I'm just another Facebook ads agency.
Yeah.
Right. But if I like, what's even better, right? If I had an office and I had like a few people, or here's the thing, I could hire a few actors, give them a company shirt, and then film the drone, and people would think that we were a big company because I position my company that way, right? Right now, you're gonna attract bigger customers. We're actually gonna do that. Like as soon as I know that this niche is gonna stick, because I don't actually know if this niche is gonna stick. Like it could totally flop, right? And if it flops, we'll just pick another niche. But as soon as I know the niche sticks, I'll make better creative. Gracias. Gracias. So to start, literally Canva, just so I show you guys again. And then I'm going to position my copy. Basically, if you guys want to know how I do copy, I shoot my ad first. And then I just write in my copy what I said in my ad. Right? I don't make them different. Does that make sense? And
Yeah, that makes sense.
whatever I'm saying in the ad, I say in my headline and my hook. Right? So if I say get 20 moving jobs, my headline, get 20 moving jobs. My hook, get 20 moving jobs. If I say we're a premier digital marketing company that serves HVAC companies for specializing in inbound leads, we specialize in inbound leads for moving companies. And then my hook can be a little bit longer. What am I doing? I'm creating congruency, right? And then when they click onto the landing page, you have the offer in the survey for them to get started and then book a call. Make sense? But look, these literally take 2 seconds on Canva. And I'll run these first.
How did you make that one? The one that says, the one that was glowing? 20 moving jobs, and then had the guarantee at the bottom.
That's all done on Canva.
Oh, all that was on Canva?
But I'll run these top of funnel because people haven't seen me yet, right? So I'll run these. These take me 5 minutes. This is literally quick test. Like you can test a niche in like 15 minutes. Throw up some of these ads to a survey. It takes within an hour and then a couple of days of running ads, you pretty much test a niche. Right? So to see if you're going to get appointments or not. And then we have the, obviously, so important that you shoot your ads like this. Okay? Don't shoot them like this.
Your images are not showing up when you click on them.
Ah, okay. Whoops. Ah, yeah, it's because I shared the thing. All right, so we'll go back.
There we go.
Yeah, so these take 5 minutes, right? And again, I'm doing them post style because everyone's used to posting like this, right? this is what Facebook allows you to post short form posts. Right? So you can do these in like, I think we made these in like 5 minutes. Right? So we'll put these up first, and then make sure that you don't shoot your ads like this, where it's not horizontal, because it won't place on Instagram and some stories. Make sure you always shoot your ads like this. And then this would be the ideal thumbnail, which is not, or the normal thumbnail that comes with the video. But when you go onto Facebook, you can actually change what thumbnail that you want. So I can put my thumbnail like right here, right? I can make this my thumbnail, or like this my thumbnail of the preview of the video, right? So you can increase your stop rate that way too. That's why I like every ad to have something like this, because I like to put it as a thumbnail. Like you don't want to just be like this, right? You want something that's like a little photo or something.
Yeah.
Maybe something like maybe if my face wasn't looking like something like this, maybe. But yeah, you basically that's how you're gonna start your ads, right? Those are everything that I have ready to launch the ads. And then we can go over the landing page again, because I think some of you guys may have forgotten. No, it's the frame.
Hey Brennan, I wanted to ask you a question regarding the landing page. What if someone books a call with us, and instead of doing the SMS blast, we only do the email sequence reminder and we directly call them? Would it be enough?
Yeah, I mean, the main thing is you're calling them, but I would definitely get your text messages going. Oh, I'm on the wrong thing. All right, so these are the 5 that come with the snapshot that you guys get. But this is the one I always use. I always use this one. This is it. This is what I'm running. The ads that I just showed you, this is where I'm running it to. And can anyone tell me what the second page is? Again, your premier Google Ads partner. I'll change this to like digital marketing partner or something. I don't want to just be Google Ads. And then look, straight to a calendar page, which the calendar would pop here. And then I already shot the think page video, but I don't think it's on here. Straight to a simple with the video. And then right here, I'll invite them into a free Facebook group. I'll create a Facebook group called like Moving Company Secrets or Moving Marketing Secrets or something. Marketing Secrets for Moving Companies or something like that, you know? And then I'll drive all my people that book a call into a Facebook group. That's it. That's all you need to start driving appointments. This literally takes 10 minutes. You can create your ad, your funnel, and launch ads for a new niche in 45 minutes. You do not need anything fancy. I'm going to use that funnel when I run these ads just so you guys can see it. Like that there's nothing fancy about it. It looks good on mobile. They don't have to scroll. I might change up some colors and maybe add like some stuff underneath of it. But to start, that's what I'm going to start with. Once I have traction, then I'll put more time into making the landing page look cool. You don't need social proof. You don't need anything. You need a good ad, a good offer, and a place for them to input information to speak with you. That's it. So next week, we'll look at the data that goes along with this. and we'll see how many booked appointments it got, or if it flopped, or what ads did better, or whatever, etc. So basic appointment reminders, basic calendar setup. I went over the calendar setup with you guys last week, 10-minute discovery calls, right? Again, to start an agency and launch an agency, you don't need anything else other than your GoHighLevel setup with your funnels and your automations for reminders, and run some Facebook ads to get appointments. That's it. Because you can't run any business in the world, marketing agency or not, without sales. Until you get sales, you cannot run a business. Doesn't matter if you're the king of fulfillment. Doesn't matter. You have to get sales. So when you're first starting, the first thing that you have to do, get appointments, close appointments. That's it. I don't care if you get your appointments off of Facebook DMs, email, cold calling, it doesn't matter. I'm showing you the fastest way, which is Facebook ads. And a lot of people think Facebook ads are complicated and hard. It's not hard. You guys, I just showed you everything that you need. And you can say structure. Literally, you want to know the most basic structure you can run? One ad set, wide open, broad, no targeting, and then just straight to your landing page. Facebook will go find people that want your stuff. You don't need to be an expert media buyer. You don't need to exclude and make all kinds of audiences or a scrape list. You don't need any of that. You need the basic funnel, some basic appointment reminders, a calendar set up in GHL, and then some text posting ads, and you can rock and roll. Again, the offer is 80% of this with the creative. If your offer is not good, you're not going to get many appointments. It has nothing to do with your funnel structure. Everything to do with, does your ad stop the scroll and is the offer attractive? That's it. You guys should be, in my opinion, you should be running ads. So I actually have some more time allotted for this today. Is there any questions around that?
Are you going to show us you setting up this as a Facebook ad?
Yeah. Yeah, we can go over it. That's why I went over the ads in the beginning. Jeff, let me catch up on some questions. I guess I was asking that because you are saying you want repeat messaging to get your brand. Yeah, who remembers the Coca-Cola bear? Anybody?
The white polar bear?
Yeah, I only saw that in the mall.
Been a while since I've seen that one.
Been a while since you've seen it, right? But you still remember it. They don't use it anymore.
They don't need to.
Right. Why? They don't have to. Who remembers the Taco Bell dog?
I didn't even know they had one.
How old are you?
How old am I?
27. You don't remember the Chico Taco Bell? The little dog, the little Chihuahua, or whatever.
I remember the Target dog, but
They
not
used to
Taco
give them
Bell.
away. You used to get the little stuffed dog when you bought like the kids thing of the Taco
He's
Bell.
too young.
I'm only 33. That's a 6-year difference. I mean, I guess he could have been right at the end of it or something, maybe.
Maybe, but I wasn't going to Taco Bell like that. I was going to like McDonald's.
And McDonald's had the Pokemon cards and like
they had every little thing. They had Scooby Doo, like every little TV show.
Right. So, I mean, we can keep going over examples here of branding. I mean, does anyone know what Apple's first logo looked like?
Yeah, it was like a
Was
bite
it
of
like
an apple.
rainbow looking or something?
It was a rainbow. It was a rainbow logo. And it was a little bit more circular. Now it's very crisp and clean, but they stay with the same concept, right? Apple, guys, let me be 100% honest with you. Mac is more expensive and performs worse than a Microsoft computer. It's true. Any benchmark that you put up, any benchmark that you put a Mac against a similar built HP or Microsoft Intel computer, Microsoft will outperform Mac every single time.
Yep. I have both. I see it every day.
I use a Mac but let's go back 15 years ago or 10 years ago where Mac really made their name. Mac didn't get viruses because it wasn't as widely used and it was more secure than what Microsoft had. That was their end play, right? It was more secure, which is why the business world really picked it up more than anything, right? If you go back to what they did.
I think it was their mobile side that really got them boosted though. With the
Oh,
iPod,
the iPhone and the iPod, 100%. Put them on the map.
That's what gave them the name.
But how many of you guys have an iPhone in here? Only one? How many? You guys in the chat, how many of you have an iPhone? Or have anything Apple? Let me ask that. How many of you have anything Apple? Okay. How many of you still have the box that your phone came in or your laptop came in or your iPad came in?
That's funny. I threw that shit away.
But I bet you 90% of people that have a Mac product keep the box. I know people who have like a closet of everything that they bought Mac in like the last 10 years. It's collecting dust. All right, so this brings me to my point. What did Apple do extremely well with branding? They went all in on packaging. They went all in on coloring, and they went all in on design. iPhone, MacBook, I got all kinds of Mac stuff here. My iPad right here, it all looks very sleek, very professional, very high. It looks high end. And it is. They run great. It's a great product design. That's where Apple's branding comes from. I mean, they created the best product in our generation. This literally, do we remember what was here before the iPhone? Because I worked at AT&T when they launched the iPhone. Do we remember the 10
Good old
gig
flip phones, razors?
We had razors, but what was the thing in between razor and iPhone?
This flip switch, what was that called? I can't remember the name.
Blackberries. We have Blackberries.
Oh, the Blackberries.
Phone, right?
Forgot about those.
And you go from Blackberry to iPhone, it's not even close. I'll never forget the iPhone launch because so many people lost their 10 gigabyte data plans. That's all we did for like 6 months straight was grandfather people's data plans before it was unlimited, right? Like, guys, I was laughing with my girlfriend yesterday because she's 27 and I'm 33, and she didn't have a cell phone when she was younger. And I remember being like 13 and my mom like, if you use your cell phone, I'm taking it if you use it before 9 o'clock because minutes weren't free. You remember I had to go buy the minute cards? My dad still had a pager in the old Nextel phones where he would, I love the Nextel phones, just the walkie-talkie, like, because my dad was in construction. Like, this is, like, guys, people forget how new the internet is still right now. The internet is in its infancy. 10 years ago, I mean, I remember, like, telling my mom not to pick the phone up because a little AOL guy was running across the screen and my internet would get cut off and I'm in the like middle of like something that I'm playing, right?
I don't remember that.
Think about this. I'm only 33 years old and like that was the beginning of the internet. Like literally, I was like 14, 15. The internet is so new. That's why the opportunity is so massive. It's only going to get better, especially with AI coming in. Like now AI is coming in, like it's moving at like lightning speed. Branding on the internet anyone can brand themselves. Look at how many influencers there are that do dumb stuff that ain't even like great. They're just really good at branding themselves. So position your company in your ads, like think about them a little bit more. Like, what do I want to achieve? Like, there's two ways to go about business, and three ways, but the third way doesn't make sense. There's a saying that says, if you can't be the cheapest in the market, be the most expensive, because there's no reason to be in the middle. You can be cheap, fat, and effective, or you can be slow, more expensive, but more quality, right? Those are the two business models that you can play. So there is a company in the HVAC industry. They're called HVAC Grow. You can look them up. They're a competitor. They was a competitor of mine. Now I don't own the company anymore. They ran ads that simply said, get Facebook ads starting at $500 a month. And they had 3 packages, $900, $1,200. And then it went up from there, right? And they displayed that right on their website. They got like 300 and something clients because they are the cheapest in the marketplace. That's the game that they play, right? And then there was people like me and Jose who was charging $2,500 a month for the same service that they're charging $700 a month. So how are we able to sell the same service that HVAC Growth sells for $2,500 that they sell for $700? Can anyone tell me what happens? I want you to think back to Pepsi, Coca-Cola. I want you to think back to Microsoft and Mac. I want you to think back to New Balance versus Nike. I want you to think like this. Okay, let me give you a better example. Let's take New Balance, Nike, and Gucci. Let's take Walmart clothes versus Adidas clothes versus Versace. Can anyone tell me what's happening and why Walmart will sell a shirt for $12 where Versace will sell a shirt for $500? What is the difference in the shirt?
The customer.
The customer, but why? What is the difference? You guys are not thinking today. That's crazy. What's the difference? What would you, okay, let me ask you. There you go. What would you rather have, a Walmart shirt or a Gucci shirt? What would you rather have, a Camry or a Lamborghini?
It's just branding, basically.
It's the name on the shirt. It's the name. Now, obviously, a Lamborghini is a little different. It's way faster than a Camry and it looks cool, right?
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, go further than that. I now want to go the next step. So now we understand that branding is important and your brand allows you to charge more or less for the same service that other people can only get $200 or $300 for. You can get $1,000 for, right? That's branding. But from the consumer side, you're branded well. What does the consumer get by buying your product?
Status.
Exactly. And status makes us feel what?
Great.
There you go. Now you have completed the customer's buyer cycle. People buy things because they want to feel good or out of necessity. You don't see very many people going and shopping at Walmart to get their shoes, even though they can't afford the Adidas. They buy it for one reason and one reason only: status. And at this point, we all know that an Adidas running shoe is better than a Walmart running shoe in terms of comfort. Like that is part of it too. But in all reality, that Versace shirt that you paid $800 for is no different, and probably realistically within very close of the same material as the shirt that you bought for $12 at Walmart. The only thing that you get as a consumer is the brand won because the brand was able to brand themselves to get you to pay $800 for that shirt, and you get status. That's the only difference between the two. So what you want to achieve as a marketing company is you want people to be proud to work with you as the higher end or the cheapest in the marketplace, right? Because people are going to talk about you one of two ways. You're either really great and they love the service that you provide because you're high end level, or you do a great job and are efficient because you're the cheapest in the marketplace. Those are really the only two outcomes that you can achieve. Now, which one you want is up to you. Obviously, 300 clients at $600 a month is more stable than 10 clients at $10,000. Right? You lose one, it takes a big hit. But which one would you rather be? It's what you have to determine in the messaging of your ads. Me, I much rather have a $4,500 retainer than a $600 retainer. Why? Because $4,500 retainer allows me to hire better talent. That talent can then focus on less accounts, 3 accounts, 5 accounts per high talent person, which means that you have a really great product, really great service. And exactly, less operational complexity. The more one A player will run circles around 10 B players. I want to afford A player talent. That's my philosophy on it, right? So again, this is all around launching ads and positioning your ad creative. So whenever, Cameron, when you're writing your ad, I want you to think about all of these things. Don't overcomplicate it, but don't just like, what, you're in roofing? No. What are you?
I'm in remodeling.
Remodeling. I was close.
Yeah,
Don't bet
yeah,
roofing
close.
company. Stop hiring terrible marketing companies, because who's to say that you're not a terrible marketing, right? I'm just giving you projections of what people are going to ask in your video, right? You have to really try to differentiate yourself. And the best way to do it is to start giving your messaging as a high level, different premier marketing company, full service marketing company in the remodeling space.
Yeah.
Start to do that in your messaging.
Let me ask you real quick. In terms of like your body, or like when you're educating them, how are you going about that? Are you just talking about your experience? Or are you going in terms of like case studies, reviews, or how are you going about that? Because I feel like mine is kind of like basic.
Your case studies, you go over on a presentation if you want to go over on them, or you send them to them before the call.
Mm-hmm.
Testimonials you run as retargeting ads or top of funnel. Remember, people have short attention spans.
Yeah.
So you don't want your ad to be more than 30, 45 seconds. And with contractors, you want to tell them what it is you do, how it helps them, and how, it makes them money extremely fast.
Okay.
And then obviously how to get in contact with you, right?
Yeah.
So you can see I only give myself a little bit of credibility booster, which was, hey, we spent over $10 million on ads successfully. That we understand that every company requires a different approach. That's it. Those are my 2 credibility statements. 1, what we've done in the past. 2, that we understand that not every person gets a cookie cutter market.
All right, let me write that down.
Right. So realistically, we've spent over $100 million on ads. But can anyone tell me why I don't say $100 million on an ad to people that don't know me?
Doesn't sound real.
Doesn't
It's more
sound,
of an exaggeration.
it doesn't sound
to
real.
them.
Even though we've spent, between me and Matt, we spent well over $100 million on ads. I can't put that out there. I can put it in my presentation where I have more time to go in depth. Yeah, some people might think you're way too expensive, can't afford you, etc.
Yeah.
So important that you make things believable. Like it's another example, you're running BizOp. It's much easier to tell people that you can teach them to make $400 a month than it is to tell them that you're going to make them $2,500 per client. People just don't believe it. They think it's unrealistic. Telling someone they can make 10K a month online in 30 days, a lot of people don't believe it. But if you say, hey, I can get you your first $700 a month client in 30 days, much more believable. Get them in, and then you teach them to get their 10K a month in 30 days. Now you change someone's life, but your front-end marketing can't be that. We're past that stage.
Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, but it'll get better though. I just need to find places to shoot at.
The number one thing, if you want to get better at shooting ads, just shoot ads every week. Once a week, shoot 5 hooks with one body. Put it in your drive, save it for later.
How do you like kind of position yourself in ads? Like mine, it's like the angles. This sounds like a basic ass question. So when I first started doing ads, I used to do it like in my garage, right? Where it hits the wall. And it's like it's kind of off, and I have like my face, the way it'll be positioned.
There's nothing wrong with your face, bro. You have imposter syndrome because you don't feel comfortable on camera. That's all it is.
Yeah, that's what it is.
You
I
look
just
at
got over my voice.
You look at yourself every day.
Yeah.
We probably all think that we look weird, like ourselves. Like we probably all think that we look weird. Like you're just staring at yourself on Zoom the whole time, most of the time. You're like, man, what is that? Like, wow.
That's probably what it was.
Like I wish I had a chin like Lance's instead of my chin. You know, like you're like picking stuff out, right? Like that's what we do. But when someone else looks at you for the first time, you look normal.
Yeah.
Like you gotta get over that. Like, and if you don't like, all right, for instance, this maybe Wolf can explain this better, my video guy, because it's a little bit harder. If I'm like, so Wolf adjusts me all the time. He's like, nah, you don't look good in that frame, right? So if I'm like this, I'm giving myself like a double chin, right? If I'm looking down, we don't want a double chin on the video, right? So if you angle the camera more up where you got to lift your neck, and then a trick is like, give yourself like a jawline a little bit, because I don't have a strong jawline. And you position the camera, your lighting is probably your lighting. Your lighting's probably making you look funny, honestly. Your lighting's very important.
Yeah, that's what, like, I'm just going off the natural light, like around like 3.
You need to get you some light. That's because what's happening is you probably have a shadow, and then this side of your face looks off to this side. Like, watch, I'll give you. So you see how I am like right now?
Yeah.
Watch. Now I look funny to myself.
Okay, I see what you mean.
See what I'm doing? Now, if I shot a video, I look funny, right? Like now I'm looking at him like, dang, you can't see my left eye at all. Like,
you look tired.
Now I got like this little shadow of my hairstyle right here. That's like put this thing. I look tired, right? Now I switch it on.
Lighting means everything.
That's crazy.
Switch it on, and again, I think the light was like $30. Right?
Yeah.
Switch it on, completely different, right? Your light is important. Also, you don't want like super white lights that's going to give you reflection or like change your complexion. But edit camera does a lot for you too, right? Like the lighting settings.
Like a ring light? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I mean, we have a soft light, and then I have like a bright light, which I'm using the bright light right now. But they give you different lighting. It makes you look different. Like, look at Aaron's lighting.
Yeah, it's bright.
But now look at it. Now he looks funny, right? What we was looking
Yeah.
at him. But his lighting is more like of a dimmer light, like a yellower light. And then you look at Jabez, he has more of a white light. Right? See what I'm saying? The lighting matters when you're shooting your ads. Sal, my favorite, I'll tell you my favorite ad, and I always forget this because Wolf would be like, no, we can't shoot that. I want to shoot with the light behind me because I want to get the view, right? Like I want to get the background, but we can't shoot that way because the light's wrong. And if we shoot that way, I'm going to look dark here. So what we end up having to do is face the natural light, which the natural light is coming towards you. That's my favorite way to shoot because it's natural light outside and you get the best complexion. So if you don't, if you struggle and you don't have a light to shoot with, bro, you can literally do this on your camera with like a selfie stick too, by the way. You don't need anything fancy.
Yeah, I have a stand.
You just need to on your phone. Go outside and walk down the street as you shoot your ad as you're walking towards the sun, and you'll get really good lighting.
Okay. Yeah. I'll just start testing it out more.
You just position yourself different, you know?
Yeah.
That's all. And, you know, obviously don't be slouched over and give yourself like a gut or like, you know, if your chest is a little like, you know, you don't got like a tight chest, wear like a black shirt so you don't look like you got man titties or anything. You know, like doing the best job that you can. Like if you got some man titties, probably do push-ups, but you know, it gets you so but you see what I'm saying? Like actually pay attention to how you're gonna look on the ad.
Yeah. And then the rest is just like having like a good editor.
And your energy is very chill. Like your demeanor is very like you're just kind of just chilling, right?
Yeah.
When you shoot ads, you got to be like a little bit more like not like yelling at the camera because then people are not going to believe you.
Yeah.
But have a little bit of in your voice, like a little bit of hey, you know, like
energy.
Ads. He's like, you're watching this video and it's an ad, and I'm probably gonna sell you something in this ad, right? Like he does it like that. But he's very chill and calm and collected too. But this, guys, the reason I'm going so heavy into this, because the ads only take a few minutes to set up, but the creative is so important.
Yeah.
I
Because like we done ads before, and like they didn't go good because it was like bad editing. Because I was like fire your SEO company or some shit like that.
Editing goes a long way. It really take a boring video and turn it into a good video. Really, like you can't if you're not great on camera, guys. I'm ordering a teleprompter just so I can do longer video shoots without as many cuts because I still have a problem with it. But
that's smart.
Practice.
Yeah.
That's all you need is practice. Shoot, you know, no one's good at anything in the first time that they do it.
Yeah. I try to because right now I'm doing like 3 cuts. First hook, then body, then the call to action. But sometimes my words get fucked up. I used to freaking do like 2 takes for the bodies. Because they were longer.
Bodies?
Yeah, 2 takes. Like half of it, I'll say it, then I'll like mess up my words, and then I'll cut it out.
Sorry. But yeah, I mean, just practice. Guys, I'm telling you right now, anyway, like, so some of you guys don't get caught up on launching. When you launch your ads top of funnel, just use images. Then layer in your video ads on like retargeting or, you know, that's the best way to start to do it.
Yeah.
Image ads typically do better out of the gate than video ads, and videos outperform longer. So just make some image ads and launch, even if you got $10 a day.
Well, really?
Anyone drink McDonald's sweet tea
No, not anymore.
before they changed it?
I don't even know they changed it.
Every day I would go get like 3 sweet teas. I get one before college. I would get one on my way home, and then I would get one at night. Their sweet tea was really good. I'm from Kentucky. I paid $2 every time I got a sweet tea. That was $6. So when I first wanted to start running ads, the first thing I did was I made my own sweet tea, and I saved my $6 a day. So I could run.
Nice.
That's how broke I was. So I was like, how can I find ways to get $10 a day to run ads?
There you go. That works.
Right? But now they done put some citrus stuff in it. I love sweet tea too, but they don't have sweet tea here. You can't even make sweet tea here. Probably better for my health anyway that I can't drink it. Cause my mom makes really like two and a half cups of sugar.
The McDonald's Sprite used to have like a kick to it. I don't know what they put into it.
McDonald's Sprite and McDonald's Coke. Actually, Taco Bell Sprite used to have the best kick to it. But
Bro, I swear they put something in it.
McDonald's had that best, like Coke from the fountain or whatever. That was the best one.
Mm-hmm.
I always like that Baja Blast.
Oh shit!
Baja Blast is so good.
That used to give me stomach problems.
Taco Bell is like the worst meat quality that you can eat, but that shit slaps late at night. No matter what it is, for some reason, Taco Bell,
it's worth it.
Slaps, bro. I can't explain it either. You pass by Taco Bell all day, not a single person in the drive-thru. You go to Taco Bell 12 o'clock, there's a line to the street. You in the line for an hour to get some tacos.
Yeah. I just get me a box, whatever box, a chalupa, and I'm good to go.
I always did 2 soft tacos and like a quesadilla. That was my to like 11 or something.
But they changed the whole menu. A lot of stuff they don't have anymore.
Hey, you want to know what I was thought about? The cheddar fries or whatever. You know what I'm talking about? The fries.
Yeah. I never had those.
I was good. All right.
When you were talking about like saying how you could just put like $10 a day into ads, I was like thinking, why not just do that as well? So I'm curious to hear, like, should I start adding in ads as well, like this month or maybe next month, even if it's like $10 a day?
Your market is small, right? You don't have
it's
like
really small
market. So for you, the low budget strategy probably work even better. But so what happens is, and I'll explain this before we jump into the ads. Realistically, me and you should not be able to advertise on Facebook because you got companies like Apple, OnlyFans, Coca-Cola, advertising millions of dollars a month, right? But the way that Facebook's algorithm works, and this is why you have problem with scale, is the more you spend, the less caring they become, I guess, is what I would say. So when you spend $5 a day, Facebook wants you to spend more. So they put you in high quality auctions in front of better people because they want you to get results so that you spend more money. So a hack that you can do, it's the $5 a day or $5 ad set strategy. You set each of your ad sets to $5 and you run your ads and you'll get appointments for dumb cheap, like $12, $13, $17. Now it won't hold at scale, but when you're getting started, you could run 15, 20 bucks, $10 a day and get a few extra appointments a week. And you close one and then you can get a few more extra appointments a week. You close the second one, you can get, you can you start to scale. That's the easiest way to get started with ads.
Oh, that's actually pretty unique. I never heard of that. The $5 per day hack. I'm gonna try that.
Yep. That's how
Appreciate
if
it.
testing something,
Mm-hmm.
that's how I'm testing it.
Mm. And then it's like 2 or 3 all image ads, you think, to start off?
Just the best performing one that you have. You don't start, you really can't split test on a $5 a day strategy. You don't have enough budget.
Yeah. Okay.
That's literally the best ad you have, $5 a day. That's it.
Got it. What if I don't have any ads? It's like I do. I shot a video when I was in Medellin, but I only kept it up for like a week, so I really don't know the
So do like
performance.
3 ad sets and do a different creative in each ad set.
Okay.
See which
Got
one
it.
does it best.
Cool.
You don't have enough budget to put 2 in a $5 a day ad set.
Oh yeah, that's not what I. So like 1 creative per ad set, right?
Mhm.
All right, cool.
So that's a good strategy for all of you guys. I always do like 1 broad, and I always do single interest, unless I'm doing like a job stack, which is like as many moving company audiences as I can find. Right? Because let's say that I put, Nike, Adidas, and Gucci in the same ad set as interest. And it starts performing well. I don't know which of the 3 audiences are performing or if all 3 of the audiences are performing. I don't know. So when it stops working, I don't know why it stops working because I don't know why it started working in the first place. Got to look at it like a scientific, data-driven decision process. How do you get good data? You segment data. You segment data to make decisions. So the best way to run ads and what we call a phase 1 is single interest ad sets. And if they don't have a lot of budget, we run them at $5 a day.
Cool.
And all you're looking for in a phase 1 is audiences that perform. We run 1 single creative, which is our best performing creative. We do not split test anything in phase 1. Phase 1 is about finding good audiences. That's it. You're not testing creative, copy, anything. You're taking literally the best thing you have and you're putting it in phase 1 because you're just looking for audiences. Once you have good audiences that you have confidence in scaling, then you start playing with your creative. Because now you no longer question the audience. Now you're questioning the creative. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
When you get good audiences with good creatives that you've tested in a good data structure, you have the confidence to what? To scale. That's the methodology behind ads. That's the methodology that you should have behind anything that requires a data-driven decision. You should single out the first part until you're confident and go to the second part. Any of you guys play video games?
Nope.
Halo back in the day.
Well, now you have, some of you, I think we talked about Fortnite, but I was never really great at Fortnite. But anyway, let's just use Fortnite as an example. Fortnite has what? Building, shooting, and then you have movement, right? Those are like the 3 things, I guess you would say. Those are 3 different mechanics. Out of those 3, since you guys played Halo, I played Halo too. What is the most important mechanic of any shooting game that you must get good at?
Aiming.
Exactly. So if I'm trying to become a professional video game player on a shooting game, the first thing that I need to master is aim, right? So every single day before I ever play any match, I'm going to practice my aim for an hour on like some kind of aim simulation thing, right? This, I know professional video game players. I know that's what they do. So let's go on to the second mechanic. which is building. So if I master my aim, now I need to get my building down. So every day I'm going to practice my building until I master it, right? Then the third mechanic is movement. Movement kind of comes with play, so it's not as important. So it's the same thing, right? You're making data decisions on what is prioritized first. With ads, audience, creative, it's hard to do creative without the audience because audience comes first, right? Audience, creative, scaling. Now, there's a variable in there, which is the landing page conversion rate. But that is a whole different skill set than ads. Your ads is you can't blame your ad performance on landing page, right? You just can't. Because it has different front-end indicator stats. So it's different. So you have the variable of a landing page, but you get what I'm saying. I want you guys to think more of like what I don't want you guys to do, and this is because a lot of new people, because I know there's 9 of you on the call, but there's 7. A lot of new people want to come and ask all the questions, right? And a lot of new people are going to watch these recordings. My goal is for you guys to think in a problem-solving, data-driven way to solve things in your agency. Creative, sales, right? Like I want you guys to understand why we're doing what we're doing and not just let me show you how to do it. Because when I show you how to do it and you don't have to think, you come on these calls and you got 700 questions because you're not thinking of how to do it yourself. All right. So let's jump into some ad structures. Here. I'm going to use my account. This is a newer account, doesn't have a lot of data, but it's got enough. All right, so let me see if this one's set up that way. Pretty sure it is. As you can see, I have one interest in here, right? Another thing that's important, understanding your age range, right? For all you guys in remodeling and home services, what should your age range be?
30 plus.
27, 30, yeah. Right? You know, I've met some really killer people in the construction industry that's like 27, late 30s are crushing. But in most cases, yeah, the owner is going to be 35 plus. Right? For you guys in dog and your dog breeding, I don't know what the age is, but I would assume, again, that it's at least 25. What's most of your customers' ages?
30 and up.
So you shouldn't be really rocking 18 to 30. I'm targeting agency owners, so they're more young, right? That's why I have this set like this. So your age matters. I even like changing it to gender a lot of times. Like if I know that I'm in construction, probably running to males, right? I'm just wasting my money running to most females. I'm really trying to pick out my avatar, right? Another thing you can do here is you can exclude locations of like cities that you don't get good results in or is bad for you. You can exclude those out. Right, but you can see each ad set has one single interest. Napoleon Hill, 1% lookalike audience, right, which is here. More of a customer list. But the reason I do that is because, I mean, look at the difference. $188 a schedule, 190, 190, 54. Now, let's say that I had this one, and this one stacked. Okay. What would happen? What would this number look like? I'd be somewhere around like what, 120 bucks probably. When I have a winner, but I'm gonna turn it off because it's high. It's 120 when realistically advertising agencies is pulling most of the weight and it's got a really good appointment cost. But I can't see that because things are stacked. And then it goes further. I come over here and this is what I actually like to see the most. Is my ad underperforming on the front side. This ad is fucking terrible. Can anyone know why?
The click-through rate is 0.5%, or the link
Oh,
click-through rate.
yeah.
And the cost per click is like mega high.
So why do I love seeing this? Anyone tell me? I got $50 lead cost in the agency space, and my ad is terrible. That means that audience is great, and I have a lot of room to drop that cost by just making a better ad. See how we diagnose that? You guys following? Stop my ad is 1.15%. Out of every 2 people that stop, 1 person clicks through. So 50% click-through rate, which is, it's okay. That's good. But my stop rate is so low that my click rate is terrible. My ad, absolutely garbage. I need to make a better ad. But even with a shitty ad, I'm getting $54 cost per appointment. Love to see this because now it's harder to find good audiences than it is to make good ads. Of everything that you have control over on Facebook, this is the main thing that you have control over, which is how good your creative is. So when things are performing and my ads are terrible, it's my favorite thing to see. Because I know that I can control this. Now, if I had a good performing ad, say this was at 3%, and this was at 1.5%, and I had $100 appointment cost, which was a little high for me, it would be extremely difficult to bring my click-through rate to 2%, to increase my ad copy so much that it raised it another 0.5%. You guys following me on that? Say this was at 1.5%. Extremely difficult to bring it to 2%. Extremely difficult to increase that if it's already at a good point. So if we have great ad stats and our appointment cost is high and we know the audience is great, what's the problem? What then becomes the factor of the ad?
Landing page?
The landing page. Your conversion rate of your landing page is your next biggest lever point that you can pull. Much easier to take a landing page conversion rate from 6% to 10% and drop your lead cost down to $60 from $100 than it is to take a good click-through rate up another 0.5%. It's all about leverage of where the biggest lever pull is on your ads. It's very easy. CTR all is low, your ad's crap. It can also be that your ad is crap because you paired it. Like imagine if I was running an ad for advertising agencies to a Nike audience, people that love Nike shoes. Obviously my stop rate and click-through rate is going to be terrible, right? But as long as your audience matches what your offer is, these are your front-end indicator stats. So if our CTR is low, our ad's terrible, our stop rate here, if our actual click-through rate to go off of Facebook is terrible, then it's either our offer or our ad copy is awful, right? So that's the lever. These two stats here control your cost per click, all right? Alongside your CPM, which is your cost per 1,000, right? If this is high, you're gonna have higher. But look, $36 CPMs, and I got a $7 cost per click. That's awful. This is great CPMs for the agency space. My ad is absolute junk, and I'm still getting $54 schedules. Love to see it. because now I know I just go hit ads hard for a day and I'm going to crush this. I'm going to scale this to the moon until it won't let me scale no more. Guys, following?
This is good. No, I'm just taking notes as we go. But
This is how you diagnose your ads.
yeah.
It's all about how much effort you put in your ads and then analyzing the data that it gives you. Media buying is not marketing. Let me repeat that. Media buying is not marketing. A good media buyer, my media buyer, Matt, fantastic media buyer, killer, awful marketer. He is not a marketer. He is very data driven. He is very good at pulling levers because he understands how to diagnose the lever, right? That's what I want you guys to know. The structure is simple. Single interest, this is called phase one. Single interest audience stacks, one creative. Again, single interest ads set levels. One interest, one ad set. One interest, one ad set. All right. $5 a day budget. Don't look at my budgets. $5 a day budget. No more than $15 a day budget per ad set, or you're going to move yourself out of the algorithm hack. One creative. That's the structure for phase one. That's the setup.
That's, just to clarify, that's only interest targeting only for this method.
Well, if you want to use a lookalike audience or something, yeah, but just one. Just one. You don't stack.
No, I was gonna ask for like broad. Like, would broad work for this?
Broad, one, nothing else, just broad, solo broad campaign. That's one, right? That's one ad set, just broad. Right? Then I like to come up like, guys, some of these I don't have access to my other ad account because I sold that company, but I had a phase one that had 175 different single interest audience stacks.
Damn.
And let me explain to you why this works. For all of you that are in contracting, and then Jabez, I'll get your question before we jump. For all of you that are in contractors, I'm about to give you some game here. What do rednecks love doing?
Fishing.
Okay, keep going.
Drinking beer.
Drinking beer. Okay, keep going. Jabez actually already hit it, but keep going. Camping, boating, shooting guns, riding four-wheelers, ATVs, blowing shit up, hold my beer, right? Like they wear Mossy Oak and Walmart clothes, and you know they love their Wrangler jeans, and their boots are Justin's, right? Like I grew up in the country, so I can just dial them in. They love Chevy trucks and Ford trucks, and my truck can pull your truck, and truck pulls and tractor pulls, and you know, frog gigging. Like I can just keep going, and a bourbon drinking, right? I can just keep going on. I grew up on a farm, right? Everything that I just named to you, I tested in a single interest audience stack, like single interest audience structure for HVAC. And I went further with it on just the interest. Fishing. They love bass fishing, right? So then I looked up bass brands. Like I started taking it deep. Beer, I'm going to tell you the best performing audience we had in it, and still to today is the best performing ads for HVAC appointments. So I tested what do rednecks drink? They drink cheap beer, Busch, Miller, Coors, right? Like those are like the three main beers that you're going to see a redneck drinking, right? If you was targeting a Mexican construction owner, you'd be Corona, tequila, right? You see what I'm saying? You guys, tacos, you guys get what I'm saying? You see where I'm going deeper on the avatar than just the high level job interest level? Our best performing audience for HVAC, for contract, was a stack of 3 beers that I figured out were all working together, which was Busch, Miller, and Coors. So they all worked in single interest audience stacks, and then I put them together and scaled it.
That's
other
awesome.
that worked the best was Donald Trump and right-wing news and Second Amendment, which now they've got rid of all three of those audiences. You can no longer target Donald Trump, Second Amendment rights is audiences. It's not.
I think he's
That's
targeted
America.
enough.
Okay, so just for clarification, you said like 67 or whatever ad sets, one interest per ad set, and then once you got the data,
$5 a day per ad set. So
and
I was
then
able
after,
my budget was $100 a day. I was able to test 20 different audiences at one time at $5 a day.
wild.
And then you use the click-through rate, the stop rate, the click-through rate, the CPMs, and then obviously the results, because I know our landing page was of the ones that started getting appointments at $6, $8. I mean, we stacked the calendar like packed full doing this. And then what you do when you want to scale is you take the proven audiences and you stack the similar ones together. So you stack beer together, you stack fishing together, you stack Second Amendment together. Then you put a bigger budget behind it because now you know that all three of those audiences are good audiences. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Now you got your audiences dialed. Now you rotate different copy angles, different creative. And when you find the best of the two together, that's when you scale. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
It's not hard. You just got to think about it the right way. You got to structure it out the right. You got to understand the data that you're driving so that you can make the data-driven decision. The amount of ad spend that you spend is just how much data you get faster. So you can make more decisions quickly. You want to start your budget $100 per ad set per day? Cool. You can probably make a decision every 2 days on if that ad set's going to work. You want to run it at $5 a day? Probably going to take you a week to 2 weeks to make that decision. But in the meantime, you're going to get really cheap appointments.
So you're running the same exact ad across 20 different audiences.
Yep.
Just one audience per ad set, $5 per audience.
We had an image that had performed for like 2 years that we never had to take out. So I took that image, ran that image only with $5 a day ad sets, which is many. And over the course of like 3 months, I tested like 175 different audiences in that structure. And we never had appointment problems again after that. We always had stacked. They still have stacked calendars because of that 2 months that I took to do that testing. Where I actually really dug into what HVAC was as a person.
So you ran it for 1 month so you'd pick like 20 audiences and run those for a solid month and then pick 20 different audiences?
No, it's like 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks, because our average appointment cost was like $35 to $50. So I wanted it to get to like the $50 to $75 mark at the $5 a day structure before I started making cuts. But again, if I'm looking at an audience that has a 0.15% stop rate or click-through rate, I'm going to go ahead and cut that because it's not going to rebound, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
You kind of just got to look at it and be like, all right, this one's not going to perform. Like I can already tell you 2 days in, they spend $10. It's got a 0.3% stop rate and a 0% click-through rate. You can cut that. You don't have to let that spend $60.
So your qualifying number then is what, 0.5?
No, my qualifying number for stop rate is if it's 1.5 to 2%, I'll let it ride, but minimum is 2% for me. But if I got a 0.8% stop rate on something, I'm going to cut that audience because it's not going to rebound. My minimum is 1% click-through rate. 1.5% is where I want to be, right? The idea is that 2% stop rate is 2 people out of 100. And one of the 2 click-through, I have a 50% click-through rate for my ad stoppage. Does that make sense? If I can get 1 person to click through out of every 100, that's 10 people per 1,000 on the CPM. My CPM is $37. My conversion rate is 10% on the landing page, I'm going to get 1 lead for every $37 that I spend. And that's how you reverse your math. If I want it $16 leads, then I need to get my conversion rate to 20%. Right? Because then I'm going to cut my lead cost in half again. Right? It's all you, as soon as you understand how to play the numbers, you can just focus in on the lever that needs focused on your ads. That's it. Like, all right, my cost per click is super high. 1 of 2 reasons, right? Well, 3 reasons. My CPM is ridiculously high. It's like $150 per thousand, right? There's nothing you can do about that other than finding another audience or getting your engagement up, right? But then the next thing, my stop rate sucks and my click-through rate sucks. So I got a $20 cost per click. Well, is it my ad or is it the audience? Right? If you got 10 other audiences that are performing well with your creative, that audience just doesn't align with your offer in your ad, right? So you can just go ahead and cut it. Mark it off. So this is a trick, guys, for all of you, because when you get a big structure in phase 1, you should never change your phase 1 structure. You should never delete anything in your phase 1 structure. All right. That is your testing hub, is your phase 1. When you find a good audience and you decide to move it out into a phase 2, you put a green smiley face or a money bag next to it. When you have a bad audience, you put an angry face or an X in the name of it. You know how you can name your campaigns in the ad set level? You grab an emoji and you put an X, or you put a green check mark or whatever you want to do to market, you put it in there. That way, as you're restructuring campaigns later and you're using your phase 1 as a reference point, you can just look at everything that was green really quickly. You don't have to try to sort through the numbers. You're like, you already marked it in the past. All right. That's a trick, because otherwise you're trying to look through data and then you're trying to make a decision. You don't remember if that one was good or not. Put a green next to it or put a red X into the name of it. That way you can quickly reference back. And if you hire a media buyer or someone else to run your ads, they can quickly reference your work in the past and the data that you collected by looking at what you marked green and what you marked red.
That makes sense. I've just been doing everything broad. It's a better structure this way.
See what I'm saying? Ads are not that hard, guys. You just gotta.
It's not hard. It's just I was just looking at the data before we duplicate anything.
It's not hard. You just gotta understand what you're looking at and what you're trying to accomplish and where your levers are. That's it.
Yeah. This will be better. I'm start doing this to all accounts.
Your ads, right? Now you can see. Now you know how when I'm looking at an ad, guys. There's this one kid. Now I'm gonna say this on recording, but I just didn't want to talk to this kid. He was annoying me and like for weeks, and you ever heard that not all money's good money? That's really the truth, right?
Yeah.
So to me, I pegged this kid as like, it's not worth the amount of money he's willing to pay me to hop on an hour call with this guy, right? Like I just didn't want to do it. Like not all money's good money, right? It's like when you take money from a bad client that you know is going to be a bad client, but you take it anyway. Not all good money's, not all money's good money, right? That's really the truth. So I charged this guy like $2,500 for an hour, and he paid it. I threw out like a number that I was like, he's not taking that, and he paid it. So I had to hop on. What I just covered with you is what I covered with him, and it helped him scale his business. But he loved it, and he was super happy that he paid the $2,500.
Damn.
I can't tell you how much money I made in consulting. Telling people what I just showed you how to do. Because people don't know how to understand the data and where the actual leak is in the ad. Like, because you have, like I said, you have your ad system and you have your sales system, right? Those are the 2 systems that lead to scaling your agent. If your ad system's leaking, you don't know what you're doing, and You're just making more creative when creative's not the problem, then you just spin your wheels and you waste money. But if you actually can understand what your ad data is telling you and be like, okay, I don't have an ad problem. I have a conversion rate problem on my landing page. Is there a congruency issue, or my CPMs are high, or my offer is bad? When you can diagnose that with the data that your ads are giving to you, very quickly dial in your appointments to KPI to where you can scale.
Yeah. Since you've been doing it, have you found out a method on how to get out of Facebook jail?
Yeah, I got a connect that you can pay.
How much? Because to be
business-
honest, it's just one account.
Business managers are 3K, ad accounts are 1,500. They wipe it
It's
clean.
just an ad account. It's
It's
literally just one ad account.
1,500, it'll be unbanned and back to zero.
All right.
I don't recommend that though, because you can just make another ad account.
Yeah, I just have OCD and I like everything organized. So, because I have like 4 different
That's
business
a
managers.
juicy account that's got a lot of spending data on it that I know. I don't mess with it.
So, no, it's not like that. Yeah, that's funny. But like, I tried reaching out to support and they just keep rejecting it. And I had someone from Facebook or claim to have a connect with Facebook on Fiverr. But
I wouldn't trust it.
yeah.
But yeah, dude, that's all you guys really need to know to launch your ads. Funnel structure is very basic. I think I went over like super simple pixel setup last week, how you set your pixel.
Yeah,
So
we set ours.
really,
While I have you real quick, we set up the pixel. We launched our ads yesterday, and it said we got 2 leads, but it's not popping up in the CRM at all. Is there a way to get that out from the pixel itself?
no, but you should be able to look in your contacts and see.
Yes.
I said, hola, Formosa, ¿qué más pues? To Alejandra.
Which one is Alejandra?
That's the one that texted me whenever you were looking at my phone.
Oh, but that's new.
No, that's the one from Cali. So it's Friday, guys. Hopefully I get a lot of work done so I can enjoy the weekend. I typed all that stuff in the docs.
Okay.
Yeah. So I don't know. I gotta launch my movie ads. I gotta record a VSL today and a YouTube video. Trying to rebrand. I'm gonna rebrand the school group to be more wide. It's gonna be called Adpreneur instead of just for agencies. I'm gonna go super wide with it. And my TAM, the agency space is very small for what I'm trying to do.
Makes sense.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah, are you gonna drop the recordings today?
Yeah, so it'll be in the agency Friday replay.
Okay.
And it's just the link, because downloading it and putting it on YouTube for 2-hour it's like, nah, I just put it on the Zoom replay.
Yeah.
Link in there.
It's all good. It's all good. I'm gonna go back over the getting the ads up.
Next week we'll review my ad data. But hopefully some of you got some ad data to review too, because we can't really go any further in this agency series here until we start getting some closes.
Yeah.
We're kind of stuck and start getting some clients, right? Which is where most people get stuck. They're like, I will start an agency and they never get their first client. That's where we're at right now. We got to get client number 1. That's why we're launching ads, and I want some of you guys to launch ads too, because we
Yeah.
can't move forward with questions until we have clients.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we just relaunched it, but we should have some data. We haven't got anything. We only spent 48 so far, so that's really nothing.
But really look at this from where we are right now. We've had
Mhm.
5 hours of Zoom calls to this point over 3 weeks. So we've had our beginning where we, grabbed our snapshot, went over setting up our calendar. Then last week we did pixel and basic funnel setup, and then structure of your agency and why it's important to do payment processing and LLCs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we went over setting up our ads. So in 5 hours, you can pretty much start to launch an agency. You can launch an agency in 5 hours.
Yeah.
Realistically.
Yeah. Just
That's quick and easy it is to launch an agency. Now, some of this is going to take you a little longer, right? Creating your ads, setting up your LLC, going to the bank in your bank account. So let's call it 8 hours, but you realistically can launch an agency in under 24 hours. And you can start getting appointments the next day. And if you're super lucky or super good, you could actually close your first client in less than 48 hours and have money in the bank. That's how crazy this business, that's how crazy the internet is. I'm in Colombia. I can launch ads and close a moving truck owner that I've never met before in New York and get him to give me $2,000 that I've never met in less than 48 hours. Think about that. That's how crazy the internet and the agencies game is. That's how much opportunity you have to just make money.
That's crazy though.
Really think about it. We've basically set an agency up to this point to get appointments and on autopilot while we sleep, letting Facebook do their thing. And tomorrow we could wake up with appointments, close a deal for $2,000, have money in the bank by Sunday or Monday. And we've had an online business less than 5 days. And you done made your first $2,500, $1,500, $100 in 5 days. That's what kind of possibility you have with an agency. And it's not stuff that you guys didn't already know. I'm pretty much just validating to you how we do it and plugging up some little questions and holes that you guys have to give you more confidence to do this, because it is the easiest way for you guys to scale. I don't care what anyone says, cold email, cold DM, cold calling does not work like ads do.
Fastest turnaround.
Really good discipline and requires really good mental strength to cold call every single day. Or Facebook, I can go out here and go to the club tonight and party all night and get up at 9 o'clock and sell someone $2,000 service because they came to my calendar. On 3 hours of sleep, halfway hungover, and I can make money. Because you let a machine do your appointment finding for you. You just turn it on. You turn appointments, turn the faucet on. You don't need any more appointments, turn it off. That's what's great about it. People just get cold feet because they don't know what they're doing. I just told you how to do it at a high level, at a very low risk. $5 a day is all you need to try it. And you're doing it in a structure that is proven, with the methodology that is proven. Guys, I had 125 B2B agency clients last month that pay me to run their agency ads the way that I just told you that I run agency ads. 125 people pay me to run their ads for the information that I just taught you.
Thank you.
You have reason not to go do it.
Dude, that's
Dumb simple.
that's the first time I've ever heard interest stacking, and I really understand the difference between media buying and marketing. That's like hit me right in the forehead, man.
Media buying and marketing is completely different. Media buying, button pressing, structured data analytics. Marketing, taking the data analytics from your ads and fixing how to improve such data point. Conversion rate, click-through rate, stop rate. That's marketing. Fixing those is marketing. Understanding it is media buying.
Man, that is so
Yeah.
I can't.
Your media buyer's job is to perform and give you the data. And as your job as a marketer is to take the problem that your media buyer gave you and solve it with marketing. That's the game. Then the next part of the game is selling. But you have the first part of the game, which is how to get appointments on your calendar. Which is where a lot of people fail because they don't talk to enough people. You're naturally gonna, if you talk to enough people, you're naturally gonna become good at sales. So just keep running ads. Look at it as an investment for you to learn how to close. It's like you're paying to learn how to close. That's what you're doing.
Literally, it's the best investment.
Getting your brand out there, you're getting reps. And if you close someone early, you're off and running. And if you can't close someone, just take some sales training till you can figure out what's going on. Literally how we just did the ad process, there's the same thing you can do to the sales process. You get to the end and people are giving you objections. It's your job as a marketer and a salesperson to understand those objections, bake it back into your marketing, your messaging, and your presentation so you don't hit those objections. Literally the same thing. It just takes time and data analytics to dial in your ads and sales process. And once they're dialed in, you're off to 100K, 200K, wherever you want to get to.
Real fast. So I made kind of an ad and I posted it in some Facebook groups, and I got a roofer that I'm going to talk to on Monday. And I think I can close him on running ads for him. His creatives are terrible. So I was going to start with like helping him with creatives first.
If you look at his ad account, you're like, man, your stop rate and click-through rate's terrible. You're going to blow his mind if you do the data analytics.
It is.
Bro, I close everyone in the way that I just told you guys how to analyze data. Like my ads are not performing, Brandon. Why? Tell me. And they want to show me the ad. I never look at the ad. I care nothing about what that ad looks like. The only thing that I want to see is the data behind the ad. That's it. I can tell you what's wrong with the ad before I ever see it by looking at the data. You'll blow his mind. If you want to, you can charge him $1,250 and it's cheap. Lance, most people charging $2,000, $2,500 in roofing. You can come in at $1,250 and get them for a little bit other. You can probably get $1,250, $1,500 out of it. Roofing is a high close niche too.
So ask him to look at it. Ask him to look at his account.
Yep. Let you do an audit of his account live on the call. Because what do contractors care about? They care about numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever everyone asks, Brandon, how do you close? I close on value. How do I provide value? By doing what I just showed you guys how to do. You can literally use that to close, guys. If you're having problems closing off of a presentation and you're better at analyzing, explaining things that you see, get them to open up the ad account. Like, hey, let me show you why your ads ain't working. I can diagnose it in less than 5 minutes. And you get in there and you do what I just did, you'll blow their mind. They'll want to hire you right out of the gate. They're going to ask you how much it costs to work with you because they've never heard someone analyze ads like that before.
I need to work through that again.
Mostly because people don't know how to, a lot of these companies that are running ads for people don't understand what data they're getting back from their ads. They're just going off of strictly CPO, which is the wrong way to run ads.
Man.
Just gave you guys a new way to close, gave you guys a way to get a point.
That's the best thing I've ever seen. I mean, I've had the best thing I've ever heard. I've been listening for a while, man.
It's easy. It's so easy to break it down. I've done this on Google accounts. I have a similar method on Google that I analyze accounts that most people don't, or I've only seen a couple people ever use. And that's how I do it. I get into accounts and I just tear it apart. And typically it's on the front end indicator stats. And then if it's not the front end indication stats, then I tell them, hey, your lever points, your landing page, or you don't have congruency or whatever, right? It's really easy. Just follow the numbers. It tells you exactly what's wrong with the account. It gets a little bit harder when you're not in the agency space, because the agency space, like what we're used to doing, they all make big claims, big offers, right? So it's never an offer problem. But when you get into some other accounts, like some corporate accounts or things like ClickFunnels, right? Like when I was working with ClickFunnels, they have 20 different offers. And you get into like Doodly, Toonly, like some of these SaaS offers, it becomes a little bit more difficult to diagnose the lever point because the offer is not big, bad, like jaw-dropping offer, right? That's where it gets difficult, because then you really have to market. Angles got to be good. Your hooks got to be good. Everything's got to be good to drive that, right? To drive those stats. But in what we do as a selling to business owner with a good offer, very easy to diagnose and to dial in. Same thing with their ads. Very easy to diagnose and dial in. It's very black and white. You guys are not dealing with Walmart, right? Where you're looking at 6,000 products and trying to figure out where the lever point is to increase their ROAS. You guys are like, all right, well, your fucking creative sucks. Let me show you why. That's typically it, right? Like, you just break it down, blow their mind, and they ask you how much they want, that you want to be paid to do this. Problem solved.
That's amazing.
Ben Hong, you guys know Ben Hong if you've been in the space a while. He's a young kid, came to me at 16. Guy cold called for 5 months, couldn't close a client. I showed him how to reverse numbers, like I just showed you guys how to do, except on Google Ads. He's at 180K a month, like 6 months later, like a year later. Because he just started reversing numbers with people, and people love to see the numbers. If you can show people numbers, they're gonna buy. If I just tell you, hey, Lance, I'm the best, we're better than the other companies, stop buying leads on Angie's List, stop buying leads on Home Advisor, here's the elephant in the room, blah, 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 we're gonna get you appointments, you're gonna get 20% of those appointments through the door, blah, blah, blah. It's what everyone else is doing. But if I can give you tangible numbers, they're gonna buy from you.
Awesome.
That's why we just explain the service, go over the numbers, offer the package. That's why our slides are only 10 slides. We explain each service that we offer, go over the numbers, what those returns look like on each of those services, and then give them the service price. That's it. That's our sales process.
Yeah, that's short.
That's all it requires. People just want to see the numbers. And if I got to go deeper, like when someone's like, Brandon, can you audit my account and give me, a report on it? No. I've had companies pay me like 3, 4, 5K to do an audit of their Facebook and Google account and then create them a doc on where the lever points are. And all I did is exactly what I just taught you guys to do. It's just you just have to understand the data. That's it. When you understand what game you're playing, the game is easier to play. A lot of people in the agency game, they play this burn and churn acquisition model. And then some of them never make money. They get clients, but they never make money because they don't understand how to play the game. So I hope you guys take it today and you go and you take action and you run some ads. And even if you spend whatever this is what I'll tell you so you don't get cold feet. Be like, I'm going to spend $200 or I'm going to spend $500 or I'm going to spend $1,000. And I don't care if I close a client or not. You are okay parting ways with that money so that you don't get cold feet. Okay. Because everyone gets cold feet when they start running ads. They shut them off way too early. Even for when I run ads, I'm like, like it's a constant battle. And you look at the data and you leave it alone, right? Set aside a slush fund that you don't care losing so that you can run some ads, get some appointments, get some reps, and see where your lever points are. That's what all of you should do. Don't worry about your offer. Don't worry about your offer. Don't worry about how good your copy is, your landing page, nothing. Set it up the way I showed you. Put a semi-attractive offer out there. Run your ads. Peace, bro. But I gotta jump too because it's 2:30. I'll put this recording out there.
I appreciate the call. Thanks.
Yeah, you guys should take action.
Yeah, definitely.
Best call ever. Best call ever. That's serious, man. I am just.
You got a new way to close. That's what you have.
The best way to close, man. I'm gonna have to
I
study
need to
this again.
rewatch this whole thing again.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, the reason I got this guy is because I just opened with kind of like your hook, like unlock 30 clients a month. I don't know. I was like, I didn't. And he's just like, how do you get the 30? I'm like,
yeah, you make a post and you get one client, and bro, it's worth making the post. If the other people don't care, it doesn't matter. You're still getting brand recognition, right?
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you make a good offer, you get them on. If they don't want to spend the money to get that many leads, you downsell them into a cheaper package.
Awesome.
That's the game. So you all have a way to close. You have a way to run your ads. You have a way to get appointments. The funnel is super simple. I didn't give you anything crazy on the funnel. It's literally simple. Good to go. All right, guys, I got another call. I got to hop on. The recording, it'll probably take a while to upload into the cloud, but I'll put it on like tomorrow, and then I'll make a training on analyzing the ad accounts.
Oh, that training will be awesome. Thank you.
Man.
Yeah.
That's
and then go with it, and then I'll try to get something made so you guys can reverse engineer numbers on your sales calls. I have one, but I can't give it to you guys. I need to get it reviewed.
Yeah.
And your multipliers are going to be different. Your multipliers, you're going to have to figure out your multipliers off results. That's not something I can do.
And the demo, what about that one?
Oh, I have the demo. We just had to move it from Canva over to PowerPoint because it didn't like share the demo on Canva. It was super weird.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
because mine, I had one made and it's like 25 slides. That's too long, so I'm trying to chop it down. But do you think you can do like an audit for like Google Ads metrics?
Yeah, I actually
Or like not even that, like just a walkthrough of like what you look at. Because
Yeah.
I just finished the recording, but like I kind of like want to make sure like for when you're auditing or you're doing like your looks, because I never ran that type of campaign before.
Yeah, I'm still recording stuff, but yeah, if those are valuable, I'll drop those for you guys.
Okay, thank you.
All right, peace. Yo, welcome back, guys. In this video, we're gonna build out a phase 1, and I already have another phase 1 running right here, but I want to test out a new offer because I'm getting low quality prospects, so I'm gonna add in some friction and up what I'm offering. So what we're gonna do is go ahead and create a campaign. I'm gonna select leads. I'll leave it at ad set budget. Website. We're going to set it up for schedule. I'm going to set this at 30 because that's what we're getting appointments for roughly right now. What we're gonna do is we're always gonna do just one interest per ad set. So right here, I'm gonna do moving companies, right? And then I'm gonna go to my ad. Let's see if I still have that pasted. Nope. I'm gonna make sure that I have my page selected. And I go over to my ads vault. I'm gonna grab my post ID. I'm going to select use existing post. So now my ad is set up. I'm going to go down here. I'm going to add in my URL parameter. So site source, ad set name, campaign name, and ad name. Then I'm going to quickly duplicate. Go grab my other post ID here. Swap out this right here. And now just gonna go moving companies. Go like 30 plus US. So come down here. Change that. And now I'm just going to duplicate this a couple times and change my interest, right? So sometimes you got to search for interest, but always one audience per ad set so that you can have confidence in that ad set when you go to scale. So I might try Penske. So here we go, Penske truck leasing. So let's do that one. Penske. Now I'm gonna duplicate it again. Come down. I'm gonna do the same thing. This time I might try U-Haul. So let's go U-Haul. I'm gonna try one more. See if I can find one. Maybe try like tractor trailer maybe. Nah. What else do people who like to move do? Let's try semi maybe. Semi-trailer truck vehicles. I think that would be a good one actually. Let's see if we got like haul. So haul truck driver. Freightliner group, that might be a good one. Long haul truck driver, that might be a good one. But yeah, you just test out a bunch of interests just like this, and then you scale them by putting them together. Whenever you have confidence in your ad. And that's how you build a phase one. There's a document below this video breaking it down even further for you if you need a reference guide. But remember, phase one is simply about audience testing, and you are just gonna single interest test ad sets so that there's nothing lumped with it, and you get good clean data around your audience, so you can make a decision if you want to push it for scale and testing. So that's it for phase one. I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace. All right, we're gonna get started. So I launched ads for the moving niche. And I got 1.5 days of data, but I have 2 or 3 sales calls today and 2 or 3 more leads that I need to call and try to book. So I think I got 6 leads total. And I've been running a day. So I know, and before we jump in, I know if I call 100 people cold calling per day, I'm gonna get 1 or 2 interested people. So I launched ads and still did everything else that I wanted to do, and I got 6 people in a day. So my theory, this is my theory, unless you're just like a savage cold caller, because everyone wants to start cold calling when they start marketing because they're scared to spend money. I can go work a side job or something for a day and take that money and put it in ads and get more appointments than if I spent the entire day cold calling.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
So like, if I know that it's gonna, if I know with my cold calling skills that it's gonna take me 150 dials in 8 hours to make those dials, to talk to 1 interested person and get 1 appointment per day, unless you're making 1 sale a day, that's different. Then I can go work a job and make, you know, $150 for the day or whatever. I'm gonna go work the job and put the money into the ads because I would rather do something else than cold call. Right. So just my theory, if you can make more money than what it's going to cost you to run the ads to get appointments working, then it beats cold calling. Now, once you get enough money and you start closing on ads, then you can cold call while your ads are running so you can double up. But when you're starting out, I highly recommend that you find a way to put money into paid ads. There's nothing that beats it. So I'm gonna go over what I'm running, and here's the cool part: the ads are not optimized. In fact, the messaging is not congruent. The landing page is not congruent because I was testing out multiple angles on the ads, and I'm still getting appointments. So I know for a fact that when I fix this, and I'm gonna fix this with you guys on the call so you guys can see. Now, I don't know where my price point is gonna end up. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to close the deals, at a good cost per acquisition. Like I said, I don't know anyone in this niche. The niche is not proven. I highly recommend that you pick your own niche because I'm just taking a gamble, right? So I'm gonna jump in, show you what we're doing. Let me see if you guys can catch the issues, and then I'm gonna fix them. So now, remember in the first 3 weeks when we went over GoHighLevel, the Snapshot, creatives, LLC, payment processing, everything that you needed to launch your agency. Now we actually have some appointments on the board, and we're going to be making some sales, and you're going to see just how easy it is to grow an agency, right? Let them back in. I'm going to share my screen, and we're going to dive in for the day. All right, so first let's come over here. And here's my 5 leads that I got in. As you can see, they're all moving companies, so this is solid. No list, just interest. Some of my automations were messed up. I don't have my tagging. Still got a lot of stuff that I have to fix, right? But you don't have to have everything perfect to launch. I'm using the same funnel that I gave you guys, just so you can see that I'm not doing anything different than what I told you guys to do, even though I could do more with it because I have more resources. This is it. It's all I'm running. The same funnel that I gave you guys. I'm using the same snapshot that I give you guys so that you guys know that I'm not doing anything different than I'm teaching you to grow an agency to 10, 20, 30, 40K a month right in front of you, right? So here's the stats. Only a 4% opt-in rate. That is because the congruency of the ads and the landing page are not matching because I'm testing multiple offers, right? So I'm going to bring this up to 10 to 12%. Out of the 7 opt-ins, I got about actually one of those is me. So I got about 50% booking rate. I can get this up to 75% pretty easy. So we have room for improvement here. And then we jump into the ads. And for those of you that was on my call yesterday, my website purchase came in like I thought it was going to. And I'm around $45 per purchase. So I'm going to bump this so I can get faster data. And then give me 1 sec, guys. Sorry. Okay, so and Facebook is being really pain on the 9 stuff, but all right, let's look. So in the last call, I told you I set it up on both video and images. My videos are still having extremely high CPMs, and my CPMs for my images went up too. So I'm not really excited about my CPMs right now or my cost per click. But while my video ads are doing better, then my image ads, they're not producing leads. So I spent about 140 bucks per campaign because I was trying to get enough data for this call so you guys can kind of see my thought process. So diving in, looking at my ads performances. And I just want to go by my click-through rate here. So I can see that video 1 is outperforming video 2. For those of you guys who've been on my calls and following this, you understand what we're looking at here. So video 1 has 3 of the top 4 spots. So what I want to do, because my landing page is only converting at 4%, I want to look at what this ad says. Bueno. So companies, we guarantee 20 jobs minimum in the next 90 days. All right. So I open with the hook that I'm guaranteeing 20 jobs in the next 90 days. And then in hook 2, see what I said. Moving companies, if you want your phone ringing off the hook, if you want your phones ringing, right? So they obviously care about the jobs more than they care about the phones ringing. Big shocker, right? So now I'm going to look at my image ads and see what my image ads say. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to sort by my click-through rate. CPMs on these are much better than my videos. And so is my cost per click, $2.75. But it really hasn't spent that much, but I'm getting appointments, and they're good appointments. And the leads have also came from my images and not my videos. And if you want to verify that that is true, you just come in here, and over here on the side, you can look exactly where your lead came from. So this lead came from image number 2, right? So I jump back over here, and the blue images are not doing good at all. So I know that whatever $20 cost per click. So and the click-through rate is extremely low. So I know whatever message is on there is extremely bad. It's not resonating with the market. It's not hitting the market. I want to make a change, right? So again, I'm going to see what's not working. So we're looking to help 3 moving companies run Google's ads starting at $500 a month. All right, they obviously don't care about Google ads at $500 a month, right? So again, and this has no congruency with my landing page whatsoever. So I can pretty much cut these off. Again, I don't have to spend a lot of money to make a decision. I just need to go off of my front end indicators, which is telling me that $20 and $12 a click, none of these are doing well. And this one don't even have a click. That I don't need to waste any more money on this because it's 9 times out of 10, it's not going to rebound. And the other one is outperforming it quite a bit, right? So if I look at this ad, can your moving company handle an additional 5 to 10 moving jobs a month? And then if you notice, my headline's not even congruent with my ad because we were just testing. But my headline is congruent with my landing page. You guys catching this? So let's look my ad. My landing page. All right, so let's look at the ad that's performing the best. And then the landing page. And then we can look at the stats of the landing page.
You should be around 10 to 12, up to 20% opt-in rate on your funnel. This is extremely low. So again, let's look at the landing page. Moving companies get 20 moving jobs in the next 90 days. And then let's look at the best performing ad that I have. Can your moving company handle an additional 5 to 10 moving jobs a month? All right. Anyone want to take a guess what we should do to improve these ads and the conversion rate and to make the costs lower? Because right now, sitting at $60 a lead and $142 an appointment.
Dupe it.
Huh?
I said dupe the winning campaign or ad set.
Well, what's that gonna fix?
Well, you won't be spending as much on each campaign, I would say.
All right. Who else wants to guess? How do I improve this with the data that I have? %4 conversion rate.
Well, if you switch that from an opt-in page to just a lead form, will that help?
So lead form will always convert at about 10%. The problem with lead form is you're going to get a lot of spam leads and your booking rate is going to be extremely low. So if you have 4 opt-ins on a landing page, you should book 3 of them automatically. They're also much higher intent. So to scale your B2B campaigns, you need to use a landing page.
Okay, so then because everything doesn't match up, your video is actually doing great and that matches your landing page. So the only other thing I could think of would be to create an additional landing page and have your image ads go to a different landing page that matches the same wording.
Yeah, I mean, that's an option for sure. I can do that. But the video is not outperforming the image because the CPMs are double.
Oh, okay.
And they haven't got a single lead yet. The images is the one that's producing the leads.
Gotcha.
So yes, in terms of front-end indicators, it is doing better. But in terms of actual intent-based traffic, the images are doing better. So my best performing ad is the red one that says, can your moving company handle an extra 5 to 10 jobs per month? What does that tell you? That my landing page and my headline needs to focus and my video needs to focus on 5 to 10 jobs, that 20 jobs is too much.
Gotcha.
So my language to fix my conversion rate, to lower my cost of lead, is going to be, from what the data is telling me right now, is I need to use the language of 5 to 10 extra jobs per month. That my offer is not all the way, that out of the 3 to 4 offers that I launched, that's the best offer that the marketplace likes. So they don't like the Google Ads offer. They don't like the 20 jobs guaranteed. What they like is 5 to 10 jobs a month, which makes sense because most moving companies can't handle 30 jobs a month. They might be able to handle 7 to 10 unless they're a big company. Does anyone not understand how I came to that conclusion? Does anyone have any questions of how I came to that conclusion or anything that we've talked about to this point? No, everyone understands that we read the data to figure out what, and again, I'd never launched into this niche. I have no experience in this niche. I don't know what the offer in this niche is. I don't know the fulfillment in this niche. I don't have any idea what I'm doing in this niche. I'm literally launching this with you guys watching to show you
how easy, and I'm telling you guys to pick proven niches. This is not a proven niche. How easy it is to get to 10K a month. Now I have 3 sales calls today. I haven't cold closed in a while, but I'm pretty confident that I'll close one of them. If I can get all of them to show up. And just so that you guys are aware, I'm not leveraging any of my team. I'm creating the images myself on Canva. I'm creating the videos myself on my little camera, my cheap camera or my phone. I'm paying $15 a video for editing. And then I'm giving you guys the simple funnel that I use to run my ads that takes 15 minutes to set up. And I'm launching, and I showed you guys how to launch the ads to get appointments. I gave you guys the snapshot, the funnels, the ads, the entire thing. I'm setting the calls myself. Gracias. And I'm closing the calls myself. So I don't have a team. I'm not leveraging my team to do this. I'm literally going 0 to 10K a month by myself very quickly, with very, very little amount of money spent, probably less than $1,500 when it's all said and done on ads and closing deals. So I want you guys to understand this is not rocket science. I'm giving you guys a proven process of leads, like system, lead, sales. That's it. That's all you need to get started. You don't need anything else to do with starting an online business other than a simple system that you can drive leads to and that you can close deals. So out of the 3 appointments, I'll even tell you guys what I'm selling here because I went over packaging with you guys as well. So I'm going to sell one of 3 things depending on the quality of the lead. I'm going to sell a package starting at $3,500 a month. That includes Facebook, Google Ads, SEO, and website. So if they're a big company, I'm going to sell them a complete package for $3,500 a month on a 6-month contract. All right. If they're not a big company, if they're lower, or I know that they don't have a lot of money, I am going to offer them just Facebook or Google Ads or both for either $1,500 a month or $1,800 a month, right? So if they want Facebook or Google Ads, it's $1,500 a month. If they want Facebook and Google Ads together, I'll give it to them for $1,800 a month. There's a less qualified lead. And if they're really broke, like super, super, super broke, I'm going to offer them just a website and CRM for $400 a month.
That makes sense. So with the other ones, is that like on top of ad spend? Or are you doing that with ad spend?
No, that is on top of ad spend. So
Okay,
$3,500
okay. I
a
just want
month.
to make sure. Yeah.
$3,500 a month with $4K in ad spend. So their investment's going to be $7,500 a month for 6 months.
Okay. Not terrible.
No,
Yeah.
for a good sized company, you got to think let's see what the average moving job costs. And I might be too high on my pricing. I don't know.
I mean, people I know that are moving, they're charging just like 45 for 6 months.
So you're doing Facebook and Google ads for 1,800, and then how much ad spend between the two?
So each platform is at least $2,000 a month.
Okay.
So moving costs between $50 and $100 an hour. Let me check right here. Up to $400 an hour. So the average cost to hire a mover is between $2,000 and $12,700. There can also be additional charges like cardboard, junk removal that can add up to an extra $2,000 per move. So yeah, there you go. So can they see a return on investment? If I can get them 4 to 5 jobs a month, absolutely. Especially if they're, I can tell you that that website is wrong because we hired moving companies the last couple times that I moved in the States just between neighborhoods, and it cost me like $4,500.
Yeah, that's expensive.
But I know if you, so some of my friends moved from New York to Texas. It was $28,000 for a moving company. 2 trucks.
Yeah.
So the potential return on investment, absolutely there for a moving company, right? I do have some experience running Google Ads for moving companies, and I know that I can generate leads between 30 and 50 bucks. So $2,000, I'm looking at 40 to 50 leads for them. Surely they can close a couple jobs out of that.
So
By the
with
way,
fulfillment,
Google PPC includes local service ads.
so how much would you split that between the two?
To be honest, you don't say for Google Ads, you don't say like, oh, I'm going to spend 2,000 a month. You say I'm going to spend between 1,500 and 2,500 because Google's not like Facebook. It's like more of a sliding scale. But I can tell you every time that I've scaled someone on LSA ads, because you only pay per lead on LSA, you don't pay per click. They've never been mad because they're making so much money.
Yeah. But as like a marketer, because I'm about to sign someone, we're going to do 45 with ad spend. How would you like kind of split that? Is it like something that they'll like just pay for the lead, or like I get LSA is pay for lead and the other one's like pay per click, but how would you like kind of split that evenly? Or is that just like however?
If Google's working, I'm taking my budget out of the Facebook budget, 100%.
Okay.
The way I look at it is not that I have 2,000 for Facebook, 2,000 or 45 or 2,500 for Google. I have 4,500 total that I can spend where the results coming from.
Yeah.
If I need to take Facebook down to 1,000 to put $1,000 in LSA, 100%. Or let's say month 1, I'm moving my budget out of PPC and Google or Facebook because LSA is smashing. I'm just gonna call the owner and be like, "Yo, you're crushing it. Can I get another $2,000 in ad spend for Facebook and Google?" Who's gonna say no?
That makes sense. That makes sense.
You're not stuck. You're not stuck at a number. Like that's just the initial number to get them on.
Yeah. I'm just thinking like Facebook terminology because I haven't ran Google like that.
No, you just have a conversation with them, right?
Yeah.
And I could pitch these 3 people, and they'd be like, "Whoa, $3,500 is way too much for a moving company." But I'm not gonna change my pricing till I pitch 10 people. Right? You got to get a decent number of pitches there before you start making changes.
That's right.
I mean, it might be $750 is what I can get for Google PPC client. I don't know.
Hey, Brandon.
Yeah.
Have you put any thought into doing Google Business Profile, like just ranking them organically in the top 3?
Yeah, so that's part of our SEO package.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
the GMV directly helps the performance of the local service ads. So review velocity, like the most important thing. So yeah, I like for them to take the SEO package, but a lot of people already have a company doing SEO, so I end up having to do a la carte.
So is your SEO package like a downsell?
No, it's included in the main package.
Okay.
If they don't take it in the main package, I think out of the 400 and something clients that we closed in HVAC, I think we had like less than 10 people buy SEO solo. So it's not like a big thing, but they love whenever it's included in the main package.
Okay, cool. Thanks for that. This is my first one, so I didn't know exactly how you guys are running stuff.
Yeah, no, I love selling SEO because it's sticky, but it's also hard to keep people excited about it. So we like to lump it in.
Yeah.
When you guys are doing this, I want you guys to keep something in mind. If I could, I would completely get away from Facebook ads for fulfillment for local businesses because it's so inconsistent.
That's for sure.
What happens? All right. Let me tell you what happens here. And this is the problem that you'll always run into with lead generation services. Jabez gives me 50 leads. Facebook sends me 50 lead form leads that are, name, email, phone number, maybe one question on it. And then me as the business owner, 8 out of 10 of those leads are absolute trash. And out of 50 leads, I got 10 good leads. I get like 5 appointments and I get like 1 or 2 sales out of it. So to you, you're saying, oh, we got you leads at $20. To the business owner, he's saying you got me 2 leads at $500. So now the gray area comes in of, oh, your sales process is bad, or you guys are not following up with the leads enough, or blah, 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 blah. At the end of the day, the business owner doesn't care. The business owner only cares about a return on investment. The quicker that you guys realize this, the faster that you'll be able to fix your product and make a better product so that clients stay with you longer. If you just play the Facebook game, you're always going to run into this problem. You're always going to be fighting this problem. When you add things like SEO, websites, CRM, and Google ads, you become more sticky. You also have 5 ways to generate leads instead of 1 way to generate leads. So Facebook doesn't work, you have 4 other avenues. 1 or 2 of them is going to work every single time because you have a chance, right? You have a better chance. But on the other hand, perception is reality. So the reason that we use Facebook ads alongside of Google and SEO is because Google and SEO are a lot slower than Facebook ad lead gen. So you use the Facebook ads to cover the volume of the perception of the client. You drive the good leads with Google PPC and SEO. They still get an ROI because Google leads are so much better, but you drive the perception with Facebook. Does that make sense?
Yep. Are you also doing anything on the social media side of like their Facebook page since it's integrating into CRM or anything?
Negative. I want no part of posting anyone's content as a content
Okay.
agent. And again, you can outsource your SEO. You can outsource the website. You can outsource Facebook and Google lead gen if you want to, as long as you have the margin. I can tell you, I can outsource. If I sell a package for $3,500, I can outsource the entire fulfillment for $1,500, keep $2,000 a month per client,
and just become a sales company. That's another way you can run your agency. I don't like doing that because I lose control, but we do outsource the SEO and the website. I run the lead gen myself with an in-house team. So we launched ads. We have appointments coming in. I got to call the 2 leads that didn't schedule, or the 3 leads that didn't schedule, do a discovery call with them. Got to get them on a demo. And then the 2 or 3 demos that I have today, I'm going to call them anyway, speak to them, and make sure that they're going to show up to the. All right. That's the sales process. You're paying for leads, you need to be aggressive with the leads. Now, as soon as I make my first couple closes, I'll hire a setter because I just want to show up to the demo calls. But I'm doing all of the first steps myself without a team, so you guys can see how quickly you can launch an agency and start speaking to people about selling them marketing services. So I just launched the ad yesterday, and I have 6 leads and 3 appointments. That quick.
Not bad.
What's the daily ad spend?
Right now I launched it at $200 a day to get enough data for this call.
Nice.
Typically, I would have launched it at $100 a day.
Mm-hmm.
But right now I'm sitting at $60 a lead, $130 something per appointment, which is high. But that's because the campaigns are not congruent and they're not optimized. Realistically, I think my appointment cost is going to be $40. Yes. Can every ad set has a single different audience in it for testing? Setters, I pay $1,000 plus 5% of anything that they set that closes.
1K per month, right?
Yep, and closers get flat 10% commission.
Cool.
If they sell a setup, they get 50% of the setup.
Nice.
So let's say that my package is $3,500. The setter sets it, they get 5% of that. The closer that closes gets 10% of that. So I'm out 15% on my sales commission. But the closer sells a 1K setup, he gets an extra $500 for selling the setup fee. I like to start with the setup because the closer can leverage taking the setup fee away if they move forward today.
Nice.
So they have 2 tools they can use to push the deal forward. Actually, 3 tools. They can remove the setup fee, give the website away for free because it costs us nothing. And as a last resort, they can pull me on the call, and then I'll drop them 50% for the first 2 months of the 6-month contract. The goal is to get people in 6 to 12-month contracts, retain the clients. If you can make money on the front end, great. Most businesses can't acquire customers at a profit. So if you can run in agencies, that's the beautiful thing about agencies, is it's relatively easy to break even or acquire customers at a profit.
Hey, Brandon, I have a question regarding the sales automation. I was getting a bit confused in, how much appointment reminder should be set, the emails and SMS. If you could help me on that. Once, the lead has booked in.
Yeah, so the automations is whatever you feel is necessary, but the automations really don't do anything. If you don't call and confirm those calls and set those calls, you're gonna have a low show up rate. The automations are just there as like a gentle reminder, like do not count on the automations to work for you to get people to show up to a sales call. If you'll have like a 10% show rate if you do that, maybe 20%.
Got it. And since you said that at the start you need to find your audiences, so I was pushing the video ads off for a while, and I was sticking with these static ads. So I made about 10 to 12 different static creatives to start first. Get a check if the offer is working and the audience, and then I think I should move on to the video ads, or should I also start making them as well?
Yeah, make some video ads to test. I always start with image ads and then move to video ads, or launch them both at the same time. But yeah, make some video ads. It builds different audiences. My favorite thing to do is to run image ads top of funnel and then video ads middle of funnel for retargeting. So that seems to work the best. But I really want to drive home that it's not hard to launch an agency and start talking to people. And for you guys that jumped on late, who cold calls? Does anyone cold call here? No one? Does anyone cold email or cold DM or anything? All right, Ken, how many appointments do you get a day cold calling? Like, okay, 1 to 3. And how long do you cold call? Okay, so not bad, 2 to 4 hours. And then, Javed, you said you do email, right?
Mm-hmm.
How many emails do you send?
70
a day?
Yeah, it's automated though. I use it instantly.
So you sense, and how many does that get you?
Appointments, like around 1 a day.
Yeah. So you can see, you can do 2 to 4 hours a day of cold calling. Seems like Ken's pretty good at cold calling. He's getting 1 to 3 appointments pretty quickly. How many calls is that roughly, Ken, for 2 to 4 hours? 100. Yeah. It's about a 1 to 3% success rate there. It's all a numbers game, right? And it's about the same thing for you, Jabez. You're saying you send 70 to 100 and you're getting 1 appointment a day, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we were able to get 3 appointments in 1 day, and 6 leads, with zero time invested, but it costs dollars. So if you close, say you put $1,000 towards adding and you close 2 clients, it's costing you $500 to close a client, but you're making $2,000, you'll never do any manual outreach again. Or you're just a straight savage and you want to do as many lead things as you can. But you send 100 emails a day, 100 calls a day, you get 2 appointments, and you stack ads on it, you get 3 appointments. Now you got 5 appointments a day. It's 25 a week. You do 20% close rate. That's 4 new clients every single week. That's 16 clients a month. Yeah, my ad spend was $200, so I could get enough volume for the call today to have some data. Jeff, they already regulated AI cold calling.
Dang.
Do not recommend. They will light you on fire.
They will sue you for that.
Yes, they will. Yeah, so you look at it, they do 100 calls for $50? I'm getting the same thing on ads, which my ads are not even optimized yet. Right. So what I'm gonna do after today, they've only been running for 24 hours because I launched them yesterday. So what I'm gonna do today to my campaign, I'm gonna let my ads run again till Saturday. I'm not gonna touch my ads, by the way. I'm gonna let them run till Saturday, at least 3 days, right? So that they all get $100 in spent per ad set. And then I'm gonna cut what's not working, take the best performing ad, make everything congruent, and then reshoot videos to make sure my ads are congruent too. And then I'll create audiences off of all the landing page views that I have, and I'll start retargeting people with video. Yes, Ken, that's very true. You can only make so many calls a day. I can spend as much money as I want on Facebook. So time is unlimited on Facebook because you're leveraging AI, machine learning. Even if Ken decided he wants to make 200 calls a day, now he's 8 hours. So if he wanted to make 600 calls a day, he'd have to not sleep. Where I can turn on Facebook ads, go fishing, spend time with my kids, my family, work on my business, whatever I want to do, and then come back to calls on my calendar. It's very different, and it's the fastest way to scale your agency, and it's not hard. People don't run ads because, one, they're scared to spend money, or because they're scared of closing, but 3, they're scared because they don't think they know what they're doing. I showed you how to do it. It's very easy. You just have to take action. Leverage GoHighLevel, the UTMs, everything that there is that GoHighLevel offers to help you close deals and make money online. Sell some of the services with the stuff that you're selling, and it's pretty easy to get some sales in. Now, whenever we start getting, so I'll go over this with you guys quickly. Let me pull up. This will be the next step that we start going over. Which is tracking our numbers, which is the most important thing, right? So down here, I go over here to my rep. So let's just say today was January 1. I got 3 calls scheduled, 2 of them show up. I make offers to both of those. I get a deposit, I get a close, and then I just put my numbers in, right? Every single day I put numbers in for ad spend, and I put numbers in for sales. And then it will track to this page right here. And I'll get my total numbers. So if I have 2 sales reps, 3 sales reps, 4 sales reps, all the way to 12 reps here, then there'll be leaderboards, etc. So this will be the next thing that we go over, which is putting in ad spend, putting in your closes to get all your percentages so you can dial in a repeatable sales process. Got to have your numbers if you want to create a repeatable sales process. That's ad spend, cost per book call, cost per live call, number of offers made, and then cost to acquire a client.
That makes sense.
I can't remember if you answered this question before. So when you're signing up a client, let's say it's just Facebook and Google, and you're charging them $1,800 to manage the ads, and they're being charged roughly $4,000 for the actual ad spend. How do you bill this? Are you using their credit card for the ad spend, or are you billing it all together as like a $7,500 payment? Or
Nope.
no?
They pay their ad spend on their card and their ad accounts.
Okay.
That's how I do it. Our other agency, we had started off collecting ad spend, and then we used our ad accounts to run their ads so that they couldn't see what it was.
Okay.
But the easiest way to do it is to get access to their ad accounts. Let them put their credit card on file.
Okay. Yeah, I've done it both ways with Google Ads, and I find it's easier to do it with them having their card associated to Google Ads, and then I just charge a maintenance fee. But I wasn't sure about the whole Facebook side of it, because like when you get to the point where it's like $2,000 to do Google Ads, $2,000 to do Facebook ads, you're when you're trying to figure out that slider you were talking about earlier, you might bring down the Facebook ads and then move up the Google ads and vice versa.
Yep.
And then you just tell the client, hey, I know I told you 2,000 here and 2,000 there, but the best process that we have at the moment regarding data is to increase this and decrease this, and then you just continue on.
No, I just do it without asking.
Oh, okay.
Ask forgiveness later.
Okay.
And remember, perception is reality. Go where the results are. So there's two ways you can do it that way, where you I've seen it a few different ways, and all of them work. Some have more advantages than others. I'll tell you my preferred way to do it is on their ad accounts. The problem with that is they can kick you out and then take all your stuff like that you set up. But you control the landing pages, so they can't really run Google Ads without your right. Or you can have a master. This is the way another people do it. You can have a one ad account with all your client campaigns in it. That's super risky because if you lose that ad account, all your clients go down.
Yeah.
The advantage to that is you use one pixel and you have a lot of pixel data for fulfillment, right? It's easier for one person to manage. Then there's owning the ad account yourself. So you create the ad accounts that you run your clients' accounts on, and they put their credit card on file. That's more sticky, easier setup process, but the clients get mad whenever they realize that they didn't own their data that they paid for.
Okay. And I'm positive that this is going to come up in the future as I start reaching out to people. What do I say and what can I do for people that probably have already run ads and their accounts got suspended?
You have them create a business manager.
Do they create a new business manager?
You talking about Facebook or Google Ads?
Facebook.
So yeah, Facebook, you go to business.facebook.com and they create a business manager. If they already have a business manager, they just create a new ad account. They get 5 ad accounts.
Okay.
Google, they have
So
to create a whole new Google Ads account. Like
yeah, Google's a pain. I was just trying to theorize because I know I see people all over the place in Facebook saying my ads account got stopped. What do I do? What do I do? How do I get it back?
Let me tell you the best way to set it up so you guys are on, most optimized. The The best way is, in my opinion, to use your own ad accounts, one client per ad account. And then you can do the same thing with Google, right? You just create them an ad account inside of your MCC. The reason being is because you can automate all your data reporting as long as each client has their own ad account.
So you're recommending, like, even if they have their own ad account, you recommend creating a new ad account that's owned by you?
Unless they're like super adamant about using their ad account, yes. Most business owners don't understand, so it don't come up. But there's a few that's pretty savvy that'll want you to use theirs.
Let's see.
But as long as you have separate ad accounts, you can automate your data reporting.
And can you technically use one pixel for all the clients' ad accounts?
Yes.
Got it.
That is, if you've ever seen like Angie's List or something like that, like I can explain to you how you can kind of create the same thing. So instead of creating like an agency, so you create a business for the B2C side. So let's say like trusted home contractors. And then you run all your clients' ads from the trusted home contractors branding instead of the client's page. Does that make sense?
Yep. Jeff Miller style almost, right? That's how Jeff Miller does it. Yeah.
And you use one pixel.
Got it.
That's a viable option.
Mm-hmm. But then, as you said, risk is, if that
page gets taken
down, then everyone gets taken down. Okay.
Yeah, I could create a page that's like professional moving services for all my might do that because it's easier. I don't know. But we like to push the branding side of things, so we don't do that. All right, guys, was today's training helpful? I actually have to run here at 1. I can't stay on longer today.
It
was good.
Appointments coming in. We're ready to go. I'll see you guys on Monday and then again on Thursday, Friday.
All right.
I'll upload this training into the group here shortly. Yeah, the sales calls, I'll try to record them. Some of them will probably be on my cell phone, so I won't be able to grab them. But anyone that shows up on a demo will be recorded. So, but all right, guys, I'll see you guys next week.
All right.
Peace.
Thanks, Brandon.
All right. I don't know why mine's not there.
I just got a message saying it's recording in progress.
Yeah. Okay. Set to the cloud. All right, we are good. How's everyone? You guys
I'm
are
good. How you doing?
You guys are quiet today. Cameron, Aaron, Ken, Zane, Jim's talking. Harris here.
I'm here now.
Made a ton of progress on the agency over the last week.
Right on.
The thing that I was focused on was building the entire sales system inside of GoHighLevel so that which is the first time I've done this because I've always used PandaDocs and like Stripe and other but I just to try to cut costs, but also so that you guys don't buy any more softwares, right? That everything's being used in GoHighLevel.
It was
Nice.
been a little bit of a challenge, but I figured it out. It's working well. We should have our first 2 closes coming in today. Pretty confident that at least one of them will come through. I have another one pending for Monday. I don't like that we're not closing them on the call, but we're still getting our feet wet on the demos. We've only been taking demos for a week. So we have some progress. We have 1, 2, we have 4 more demos today. So still getting the closing process down, but we have traction. So I'll
And
go
are
over
you-
everything that I've
Are
been
you
doing.
following? Are you following the same script that's in your elite program?
Yeah. So we're doing the intro. So I'm actually been taking the intros right into the demo, like I tell you guys to do. So far, I'll tell you guys what I think the problem is. So the few big qualified prospects that I've talked to, they're doing about 50 to 60 jobs a month, moving jobs. So like our offer of 20 moving jobs over 90 days, I think is attracting the lower end moving companies, right? But again, I don't know anything about this niche. So I'm literally, that's why I'm building like a niche that I don't know with you guys, because data, look at the data, listen to the prospect, and then change and align what you're looking for. So today I'm going to restructure, relaunch ads with a higher guarantee of 20 to 40 moving jobs over 90 days, and see if I can't bring in a higher level prospect.
It's empty.
What is it? Oh, I think I'll mute you just in case.
Brandon, have you seen those? There's ads out there where it says only people that are making over 100,000 a month or something respond to the ad.
Yeah,
That's kind of their way of getting to the higher level companies, you think?
That helps. I like to do it more in the survey question of like, hey, do you have at least $2,500 a month to spend on marketing? Right? Because like some of your smaller guys, like especially in what I've seen in the movie niche so far, they might have a junk removal company, or they might have a real estate business, and they started moving because it was just an easy way to rent a truck and start moving. So they have the money. Their moving company is not big yet. So I'd rather ask the question, if this is a good fit for you, do you have $2,500 at least to invest in marketing each month, right?
Yeah.
And they say no, DQ them out off the survey. And you can make the call out, right? You can say moving companies doing at least 40 jobs a month. Do you want another 20 to 40 jobs like a month, or do you want another 20, 40 jobs guaranteed? So that's been my first observation of where we're at. We've had a lot of one-man shows. And I think, again, it's because of the offer, right? The way that I originally calculated, I looked on Google, they said the average moving job is between like $3,000 and $8,000. So I'm like, all right, 10 jobs or 5 jobs a month is another $15,000 to $30,000, or $80,000. So that was good, right? Per month. But what I'm learning is that that's not the case. Like most of these people are moving apartments for like $700, $800. So again, I know nothing about the niche for you guys here, to just teach you the process of building an agency, right? Because what's the number one reason that people fail on agencies? They don't get in the mindset of that this is like an actual business. They see all these success stories of like people just making $100,000 a month in 30 days. It's very few people, right? That's like gamblers, right? There can you make money gambling? Yes, very few do, right? So it's the same concept. So most people don't start to get good at business or start to make money in business until year 5. The agency space is so powerful because you can make money, 3 months in, 6 months in, 1 year in, you can be making a boatload of cash. Is literally the perfect beginner business. Very low overhead to start. The few things that you have to figure out is acquisition. So, but most people have never done acquisition before. They've never done sales before. So they're like, they get a couple prospects, they don't close anyone, they quit because they're like, I spent a couple $100, I didn't close anyone. I'm always willing to spend about 2 times what I'm gonna make on a customer to test anything. So right now, I don't even know how much I spent. We can go over it. But we'll jump in and I'll go over everything that I've done in the last week, since last week, and see if you guys have any questions.
Cool. Sounds good, Brent. Brenda, thanks.
So yeah, I got 4 calls, and we got more than that because some are going to Andrew now. 5, 6. So, all right, let's first start with the ads. Refresh this. Still having trouble with my low ticket ads, by the way. All right, so you can see we got appointments coming in like $17, $21. I got to drop some more creatives today. Let me make sure this is the right number. Oh, this one's going up a little bit. So I'm at 100 a day because I'm trying to move this faster along. So we committed 3K this month to ads. So far I spent $632 on ads, and I have 36 leads. So let's do the math on that. $632 divided by 36. Getting leads at $17.50. More than happy with that. Our lowest package is $800 plus a $500 setup fee for 6 months. So I still got another $170 before, and we can still hit break even. So if we close one of these clients today, we actually have started to make this thing work. So, but technically I can run this up to 1,300 and we'll still break even, right? So, not worried about it. We have plenty of leads. On Monday, I'll run a reactivation campaign to all these guys to get them back on the phone. If you guys remember when we first launched, we had a 4% conversion rate, which was terrible. Let's see what the changes. 13.5% opt-in rate now. We're getting a 50% booking rate, which in the last week, it's more the first 15 leads after we changed the landing page. So yeah, we're 24 bookings on $600. Super happy with that. That's like $30 a booking. Now we got to do is figure out, how to get the qualified prospect through and how to get these people to close, right? So we're still dialing in that process, but we did. First thing we did is we cleaned up all of our automations. So if I go here into the conversations, all right, so Andrew called him this morning. He said no. he backed out. So we're not gonna close that guy. But I'm still messing with some of these. But some of the things that we did was just make sure our links were correct. Make sure that these little like branding, click tighten, like make sure all of our messaging was correct in here. So we went through and just touched up all of our automations. And for you guys, they're like, man, I don't really like, for instance, I don't really care for this message. You can just hit this green little, or this 3 little dots, hit details, and you can click on the workflow right here to fix it. So super easy way to find automations that you want to fix.
Real cool.
So if we go into opportunities, we created some pipelines here. So we started filtering our pipeline, no show, follow up, offer made. We added some of these. So you can see right here, Mark just basically, you know, he's not going to close. So I got to move him over into long-term nurture, drop some notes on him. But we still got 2 more deals pending. This guy's not going to close either. I got to talk to him today, but he's not gonna close. Follow up is basically people that no showed to our appointments here. So we drag them in no show and then we drag them over into follow up. So just some of the things that we're doing here in our pipeline. So yeah, we have these coming in. So I just want to show you, we are using the pipeline. So let's get into the important part here, which is the integration. Let me let him in. So this is mainly what we've been working on for the week, which is getting everyone integrated. So you want to make sure that you integrate your Google account, anyone else that's going to be helping you, any setters or closers, you want to make sure that you get them integrated. And you want to integrate your Stripe, right? So if you want to take the payments in Stripe. So our payments are through my other account, which is our main agency account. So I didn't set it up in this one. But we did do the contracts here. So let's go back. And before, I also want to talk about A2P and onboarding and what we did for that. Because as you guys know, it's a pain in the ass to get people verified for A2P. So we set up SaaS and some other stuff, but let's go into, here we go. All right, so I needed to find a way for my closers, the process payments inside of GHL like super quick. Right? And you can create payment links here, but I was like, we did it a different way at my other agency. And I don't really care for payment links. So what I did is I created a product for each one of our packages, right? Inside of GoHighLevel. And I made a payment funnel. So basically right now, and then what I did is, where's it at? For the sales team, I made this little tracker, right, with the package prices. It's got the packages, which is the doc that we made. It's got the demo presentation where the contracts are. Here's their daily sales tracker, commission tracker, and then all the packages that we have, right? So they're pitching a package 1, which is our big package. They just click and then enter in the customer's information and click pay.
So are you running that after they sign the contract?
No, always run the payment before contract.
Oh, okay. So payment and then contract.
So whenever this payment runs, the contract automatically gets sent out. So our closer collects all this information when they're running the card, and then everyone has to get our $97 a month SaaS, right? So you click that, it adds it on there, right? So here's something pretty important. I need to take that out actually. The setup fee. So you can see $500 setup fee and $33.50 per month, right? If you're leveraging the setup fee to get the deal pushed, like, hey, if you sign up today, I'll waive the setup fee. What I did is I made a coupon for my closers that that they can waive the setup fee. As you can see now, it dropped it down to $350. So that gives us leverage to close the deal, right? So I just made a coupon for them to waive the setup fee. So now we get the commitment on the phone. We take the payment as soon as they're ready to get the payment took, right? So we come over here and to go high level, and we go back into payments. Here's all my contracts. So all my contracts are here, right? And this is the same contract that I put in the group for you guys that are in Elite. You guys just gotta change the top right here and then put your pricing in right here, right? So, and if you scroll to the bottom, it automatically puts their name and company name, and then here's their signature and date signed. So you can literally run your contracts in GHL. You do not need a second contract. So I made a contract for each package that we have. Right? So they check out, contract gets sent. We run the payment, contract gets sent. Right? So that's what I was working on this week. It took me a while because I had some other stuff going on, but I put all of our contracts inside of GHL and created our payment funnel so that it's very easy for our closers to check out. And then also created coupons for both waive the fee and waive half the fee. So again, I'm finding ways to build everything inside of GoHighLevel so that you guys don't need any other software to run your agency. And then in terms of the demo deck, we rearranged that sometime. Where's our packaging? I don't know where our packaging is. Some of you guys were asking about what we were doing with packaging. I've played with this like several times, so this is still like a work in progress because again, I don't know the niche. But basically we have our first package, which is 3,500, 3,350. Our overhead on that's 1,400, 6-month contract. They need 4,000 a month in ad spend for the guarantee. Package 2, 17. Well, actually we dropped it to 1,147 a month. But normally 1,700 plus setup fee. We got package 3, and then we got our a la carte packages here, right? And then we got our ad that we're running, our ad copy. And then some of the scenarios that we've got so far on the calls, this is like our battle document, like what we're seeing, where we're documenting to start changing our demo process, and start to change, our packaging, maybe our offer. Like we're still trying to dial in what the marketplace wants, right? So that's what I've been working on for the week.
So Brandon, do we get that with the snapshot?
I can't give you a snapshot that has like all the contracts built in it, because like you have to build your contracts for you, and I also think there's some legality behind that. I give you the contract template inside of Elite whenever you join. And by the way, that contract was written, we paid my ex-business partner's brother-in-law, who is the state prosecutor in Texas to write that for us. So that contract is very, very, very well written in both the client's favor and your favor of not losing chargebacks and them sticking to it. It's a very, very well written contract. So that contract is on us. I paid like $1,200 to have that thing written. That is not a copy paste template that we found on the web. That is that's one of the best contracts that you will find in the agency space.
Real cool. Thank you.
The demo deck that I provide you guys in Elite, like I said, we've closed over 400 clients with that demo deck in the HVAC space. $4 million in revenue produced off of that demo deck. Stuff that you guys should be using inside of your agency. And what I just showed you, that's how we set up our payment process. Except we used a WordPress website that we had for our company, but it was set up the same way. We run the call on the demo. We run the card through a checkout process. So part of building an agency. Oh, I got one more thing to show you guys. I almost forgot. This is super important. Right here. Who loves dealing with A2P verification?
I haven't had a problem with it. I like it.
So this goes out immediately after they sign the contract. And this is just them filling out their information so we can verify their A2P.
Oh, that's cool, man.
Yeah. So we have a template too that I'm putting in here. I need to put this into the snapshot for you guys actually. But I think I can push that in.
You know what you can do for these moving companies? You could get their old database lists and run a reactivation campaign.
Yeah, no, we run reactivation campaigns. I don't know how it would work in moving because people move like once every 7 years.
Oh, yeah, that's true. But you've done it for HVAC?
Yeah, a lot especially for winter and summer tune-ups.
Nice.
Works really, really well. So
a lot of leads, I bet.
Yeah, so guys, this is something that we worked on because A2P is a pain. Hate it. But it's part of the process now. So we put this into our onboarding process. So I wanted to show you guys that I can probably push this into the snapshot. I'm gonna push some of this stuff into the snapshot that we're putting together. But again, some of this stuff I can't put in there because you got to create it. You got to come in here and create your products and your contracts, right? I'm just showing you guys how to do everything inside of GoHighLevel so that you don't have a problem. But as you can see, we're managing our pipelines. We're taking our sales calls from GHL. You can see all the calls, outbound calls here every day. So we're doing all of our sales process, everything in the agency, all of our automations, all coming through GoHighLevel, right? When we're building this agency. So we don't need any other software to do this. And in fact, if you connect your Stripe, you can just straight invoice people right here. But I don't like invoicing people. I like to take the payment right on the call. If you invoice them, your chance of closing that deal drops to like 20%. Zane, if you put your details in your Stripe payment, you shouldn't have a problem. So All right. What questions we have?
I had a question regarding the B2B ads you're running right now, if that's fine.
Yeah.
So I'm currently running B2B ads for roofing. I'm running it to a lead magnet, just regular opt-in, then a booking page. I saw you were optimizing, and I saw like the funnel as well, but I saw you were optimizing for a calendar booking in terms of
Mhm.
like in the ads manager. Right now I'm doing opt-ins right now, which the reason I'm considering changes because I saw yours. Have you ever just done for the lead, or are you always doing calendar bookings?
No, always doing calendar bookings because that's what I want.
Mhm.
I want people to talk to.
Yeah. Okay.
So I want my pixel to season around bookings. I want
Mhm.
I want people to schedule on my calendar. So we always go for bookings.
Okay.
We've seen leads before, but honestly, and this goes back to your pulse tracker that I give you guys. The only thing that matters is how much is it costing you to get someone on a demo call,
Yeah.
and then what's your closing percentage. So cost per demo sit, or cost per live demo, whatever you want to call it. That's the metric that you need to track. Because you
Okay.
can you can get leads for $20, appointments for 40. But if your cost per set demo is 160, then the first two numbers don't matter.
Mhm.
Now,
Cool.
obviously, the cheaper the lead, the cheaper the appointment, the lower your cost per set demo is. But
Of course.
if you get quality leads, could change.
And
Just
Brandon, does it matter if you run a traffic or a conversion campaign to get better
Always.
results?
Always run conversion campaigns. If you run traffic campaigns, you won't get anything.
It's just bad traffic.
Yeah, Facebook's just gonna send you traffic because what you're telling Facebook is that you just want traffic. So they're just gonna
Yeah.
send you anybody. You're not telling them that you want people that's gonna book a call with you.
Would you recommend I just duplicate the campaign, switch all of them over for the best creatives?
Yeah.
Cool. Cool. I will write that down. Have you ever done any straight just like just straight to book a call, no opt-in? Slash, when would you maybe say to do that if you have?
Yeah, we've done headline, sub-headline, calendar.
When would you say to do that? Slash, why are you possibly not now?
Because it's like the whole abandoned cart sequence thing, right? So for us, like on the survey, like, hey, I'm getting micro commitments and I'm getting one commitment, and so I'm gonna have a higher success rate on my second ask, right? So my first ask is like, hey, put in your zip code to see if your service area is available, right? Really small ask, but it's a micro commitment. The other point is I don't want just anyone booking on my calendar, and you can put questions in your calendar, but like if they don't own a moving company or they don't have $2,000 to invest in a moving marketing services, then I don't want them to book, right?
Yeah.
Guys, give me 3 minutes. I have to grab my son's birthday gift from downstairs, okay? I'll be right back. 4 minutes, sorry.
What niche is everyone in? Or anyone in? I'm in roofing, personally.
I work with plumbers.
Plumbers? Cool. How long you been working with plumbers for?
Over a year.
Nice. Same thing with me for roofing, about a year and a half. Anyone else in home improvement? Or home remodeling, whatever it is.
Doing home remodeling, bathrooms and kitchens.
Cool. How long you been doing that?
A couple of years.
Nice. On the marketing side, or actually like doing it?
I used to do it, so I know quite a bit about it, and I've been helping other contractors with it for a couple of years now.
Nice. That's cool. Always cool, like being an age. I was talking to some guy about a week ago, and it seems like he's going to try to follow a similar path to you. He's in remodeling and then marketing for it. And that's it seems like that's kind of the path to go.
Yeah, I've been
That's
helping
cool.
a friend with his remodeling company and getting leads for him on Facebook and some other places, but not having great results on my lead campaigns. But
Maybe you can talk to Jim.
yeah, how are your results, Jim, for your client?
Well, it all depends what the landing page looks like. It's really a good idea to go ahead and have the landing page to where it has little small packages in it, where they can choose just to replace the countertop and the cabinets, and have a picture with a price range in there, and then that way they can pick and choose. It's they don't have to say how much is this going to cost. They can look and answer that question really quickly.
Yeah, my buddy's really picky. He wants like the new construction pretty much, or the big remodeling, like full on kitchen remodels.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to do any of the smaller stuff, which obviously you're looking at like 15, 20 grand plus for those packages, right? So
When I was living in California, they won't touch a kitchen remodel in my area for less than $55,000.
Oh, really?
Yeah, most of them in that area were averaging 85,000.
Wow.
Yeah. It's a decent neighborhood, but if you are in the right neighborhood, you can make. You don't
Well,
have
even with roofing and with remodeling and roofing, you guys have a longer timeline, don't you, to close those leads for your clients, to get
For sure.
for them to see
Especially compared
results,
to
or how
plumbing.
does that work for you?
Especially compared to plumbing. I mean, plumbing can be like a few hours, right?
Oh
Like,
yeah, but it's a
when
lot
you call it night.
cheaper. I mean, you're looking
Yeah.
at $500, price points versus.
Yeah. I mean, it's like a 3-week sales cycle, something like that. Like roughly speaking, for my clients.
And so does that affect how you close your clients then, in terms of the results they're getting and all that, whether they stick with you?
Yeah, for sure. Because obviously, like Brandon was saying initially, you don't really care about like leads or appointments. It's about like, hey, what's like in this case cost per show, but really cost per acquisition is the main thing that any business wants to focus on, and it just takes 3 weeks to get that metric, and so yeah, it's definitely different than a plumbing might be. I don't know exactly, but I'd assume it is different in that regard for sure.
I thought roofing was a shorter cycle
Roofing.
than that.
Roofing.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
I mean, it depends. It depends.
And are
Roughly
you
3
getting
weeks
leads
is
on Facebook or Google or where? Or both?
primarily Facebook, a little bit of YouTube as well. A little bit of Google too, but mainly Facebook and Instagram.
Are you doing PPC on Google, or what are you doing?
Yeah, I do pay-per-click, and then I have someone else who's doing like some other stuff that's running like demand gen to one of my funnels too.
Okay.
But I'm not doing that primarily.
Are you just doing direct to calls, or are you calling and booking it for them?
Calling and booking for them, but then they also have a
Okay.
call center.
Makes sense.
And so how does that work? They give you their calendar and you just book it on their calendar for them?
So like for the clients that I do or my team does the calling for, yes. And Brandon has a lot more experience on this front in terms of like running a call center. But there's like a few ways that we do it, which is either if it's a bigger company, then we either booking it onto like their calendar, like their central CRM calendar, or we are just sending it to a sales manager, and like via email, and then we'll do it that way. And then they'll like figure out where to put it in. We'll just book it like 2 days out so that they have enough time. That's usually when there's like a ton of sales reps and like they can take it no matter what. And then the other option would be if it's like more of like a solo person, smaller company, or just like a few reps, then we'll set up a calendar for them, or we'll just like in GoHighLevel, or if they have their own CRM, then we'll use that too. But I mean, Brandon probably has a much better answer for that.
Yeah,
we're
we
kind of doing
actually
it the same way.
we sold our call center, got rid of it completely. We were one of the first people who built the whole in-person call center here in Columbia. But when you do that, you put all the result on yourself. And you don't really train the client the right way to invest in their marketing. So what we decided to do was become more of a inbound phone call driven company instead of lead. So everything that we do drives phone calls, and not leads. So because the fact of the matter is, I talked to you guys about this before, perception is reality when it comes to your client's results. If their phone's ringing, they're much happier than if they got 100 leads.
That's right.
Right. So phones ring equal happy. 100 leads that they only get a hold of 5 people, they're pissed off.
I've been using an AI call center and forwarding the calls to my plumbers, but it's still not working perfect. The AI is not great.
Yeah, and they're regulating that so quickly. I'm like, ooh, I don't know if I want to get into that.
For outbound, yeah, but no, this is inbound calls, right?
Oh, okay, yeah.
So for plumbing leads. So that people will be like, is this an AI or what is it? Then they'll try to just go directly to the plumber.
Yeah, I'm telling you, we're the packages that we're really pushing, and I want to go like multiple niches. Just Google LSA and Google PPC management. I don't really want to try. I want to try to stay away from everything else. That's the main package that we've kind of set up to drive most people into is PPC and LSA. Just 'cause it's all phone call driven, right? Maybe some Google Maps SEO in there just for a little bump, but use GHL as review software to help push the reviews to drive up their LSA rankings and their local business ranking. That's really the service that we want to offer. I mean, obviously, if we can get $200-300 a month website on top of it, that's a plus. But it just that's the package that we're trying to put. We basically give Facebook retargeting ads away for free, because so many people's been burnt by Facebook ad agencies. We just try to we give it to you.
What's been the response from your packages so far?
Yeah, so people are like, hey, this is different than what everyone else is saying. The price is good. It's cheaper than most of your competitors, which I haven't even done competitor research yet. We're just trying to get our first couple closes through the door to make sure that we're able to break even on ad spend. And then as long as we're breaking even on ad spend, that verifies that this niche is good to like go further on. But I don't want to waste time doing market research and price analysis and build a website for us and all this stuff if I can't make the sell system work with ads. So
Brandon, I had a question. I've heard a lot opinions regarding that if an ad account is new, it won't perform as well as a nurtured ad account or an ad account that has been used or has a ton of ad spend, even if you install a new pixel.
No, I mean, the most thing about a new ad account is that you're going to get $50 a day limit. And you're more prone to getting your ads shut down. But in terms of performance, nah. Now your pixel being new, that can be a problem. And that's what I was talking about before I had to run downstairs. I don't want to optimize for lead because I don't want my pixel to go towards anyone And I just want my pixel to fire on people who made it through my survey and booked a call. That's what I want to build my pixel for. Like, I want to build my pixel to know that I want someone who's qualified and willing to jump on a phone call with me. So that's how we optimize pixels. I need to put out more creative now that I know that we have a working model and I'm able to get appointments in the movie niche. You know, now it's just getting the sales process dialed in, seeing if we can acquire a client for as much as we're spending on ads. Because we're getting 6-month contracts. So let's say that, you know, we acquire at 1,000 and we make a $1,147, you know, and we waive the setup fee. So we're making $147 per client on the front end. I'm going to make $5,000 lifetime on the next 6 months because I'm getting them in a 6-month contract. And the thing I like about Google Ads, it's very sticky and people stay with you for a long period of time. So I'm still getting a 5x contract value on that close that I'm breaking even to acquire that customer. So that is a workable sales model. As long as I can do that, I can scale my agency to the moon. One of the reasons I picked moving is because I know that Google Ads do very well for moving companies because I've done it in the past.
What do you say about the HVAC niche? Should we go into it, or is it also saturated like other niches?
Are you talking about moving companies?
No, HVAC.
So HVAC is all about expectation. It's a good niche. A lot of people go into HVAC and shut down within a year. But yeah, you need good ad spend budgets in HVAC to make it work. Like, their investment needs to be somewhere around $10,000 a month with ad spend plus your retainer to make it work. I mean, Google leads in HVAC's $300. So you got to set that expectation on the sales call.
What about with roofing, in your experience?
Roofing, Google Ads is like one of the worst things. Like, roofing ads for Google is hard because so many people call looking for a job. Hate about roofing ads. And you get cities, you get states like Texas, California, Arizona, and they're like crazy competitive. Florida. I don't enjoy. Now, LSA ads for roofers, different story, but PPC I don't like.
So if you were to do service delivery for a roofer, what would you be focusing on? I know it's a pretty broad question, but
I would go local service ads.
anything else along with that?
Maybe some Facebook to do volume with some SEO.
Volume, SEO. Interesting. Okay.
So yeah, I would do, if it was me and I was in roofing, I would do LSA. I'd do LSA plus Facebook retargeting or some Facebook, whatever, with SEO.
What's LSA?
Local service ads. They're Google guarantee ads.
Would you kind of do the same thing in like remodeling?
Yeah, if the niche has LSA available, I would always try to sell LSA.
Yeah, like right now we're focusing on either PPC or LSA with Facebook and SEO right now.
Yeah.
And it's 45 a good limit, 4,500 a month for all that for the ad spend, or would you do more than that?
It just depends on your overhead. I know a girl who went into roofing about 4 months ago. Her name's Anna, and she only offers LSA. on a profit share basis, and he charges a $5,000 setup fee. She went to
Oh
like
no,
70K in like 3 months.
damn. No, I don't mean like my fee. I'm just talking about like the ad spend. Cause
Yeah,
we're doing like six PIF or 3K a month for like 3 months.
yeah, it's fine. This is the thing with LSA. You got to set it super high to get it to spend, and it won't never spend that. But like you might spend $3,000 on LSA, but the thing is, they're pay per quality lead, so no one ever gets mad about spending ad spend on those. So you just scale them up as far as they go, and people are making money off of them.
What would you? Cause I think I was setting it up maybe like a year ago. What would you put as like the limit on like per like lead? I guess
Nah, I set that shit like 1,000 a day, bro.
1,000 leads a day.
No, I set $1,000 a day because it doesn't spend.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah, and then if it does spend and we got 10 qualified leads in a day, I'll call the customer and be like, "Yo, this is popping off. Let's spend." You know?
Okay, so you just focus on that. Over LSA, would you just if you could focus on just one? What would you kind of do? Like either PPC, LSA, Meta?
Me? Like, are you asking like if I
Yeah.
can only one service?
If you could like between all three of those, what would you kind of put more into?
If I could only sell one service right now, I would sell LSA.
LSA.
You know, you need one VA to manage the accounts to put like do refunds on the bad leads,
Mm-hmm.
and then you set them up, and you can literally run 100 accounts by yourself.
Yeah.
You need
Is it that easy to manage?
Yes. You need no team. The only thing you have to do is onboard them, get them approved, and set them up. The only thing that you need to be doing is going through checking the calls and refunding any calls that are not good.
Okay. And how long does the refund normally take? Like 7 days, 2 weeks?
Nah, I forget how they do it, but it's pretty quick. The problem is you don't want to refund a lot because then Google like start cutting your traffic. And the big thing with LSA, they have to answer their phone. If Google's sending you phone calls and you don't pick up, they can't charge for them. They're not sending you no more phone calls. So you got a client that don't like to answer his phone, it's a wrap. LSA is not gonna work.
And for LSA, just based off what you're saying, it seems like it's much less skill based than all these other platforms. It's kind of just almost like setting it and then doing those refunds like you were saying.
Yeah, the best thing you can do is set up LSA with and then run Google review campaigns for your client, because that's how your Google guarantee ads rank, is from the review velocity of their map pack. So if you run like LSA SEO together, it's a good package.
Really interesting.
And what's the ad spend, minimum ad spend that we should charge for LSA?
I always get like 2,500.
Per day or per month?
No, per month.
Per month.
Per month.
How long does it take for the ads to really start working if they have to build the reviews, Cameron?
No, I mean, it can work right away. Like it can work right away.
If they already have good existing good reviews, it's rock. But other than that, you got to get GHL to get some good reviews out there.
Well, you want to set it up so that every job that they do, they request a review, right? Also coach them on getting reviews.
Yeah. Yep. So yeah, it's that cool. Typically it would take within a couple of weeks, they'd have enough reviews where Google would rank them properly and they'd start getting enough traffic and calls.
Yeah, again, as long as they answer that phone quick
Yep.
and it works well.
That's better. Yeah, I'm gonna look in and how to start using that and add it into our portfolio.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. I'd like to swing that way too. Pick up some more leads and maybe build something out with your help.
Yeah, you can literally charge, anywhere from 500, 600, 300. I know people that charge 1,000. I know people that charge $2,000 a month for LSA. I personally think $500 is enough because you're not doing anything. It's literally easy to manage. You can have 1,000 clients if you want.
So you run it through a call center so you can monitor the calls and see how it's going for the guy?
No, you send them directly to the business owner.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, how do you see how many he's getting? You just have to.
No, Google records all their own calls through LSA.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because you're 500 to start, and then after a while, if he's getting a kick butt leads, then go ahead and boost it up to, $1,000, $2,000. If he's rocking it, heck yeah, there's some profit.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, I've never had someone get mad at me over spending money on Google LSA.
How many refunds did you have to deal with?
What, on the LSA?
Yeah, for like a home improvement company.
Not many.
Not many. Like,
As long as your customers answering the phone and you got your category set right, you're not gonna get too many bad leads.
yeah. Are you gonna make a walkthrough of it, or do you have a channel that you can kind of like look at to like set it up correctly?
So there's a new feature that I'm playing with. It's like a business manager version of LSA, which is why I'm like interested in it. So I'm still playing with it, but basically it's pretty easy, bro. Like you create the account under you, and you get their. It's almost similar to A2P. So you get their business ID, and then their insurance policy number, and then their information. They have to run a background check, so you got to put their social security number in there. But you just walk them through the process, and then within 3 to 21 days it gets approved. So it can take 3 weeks to get LSA ads approved, but most of the time it's less than 7 days.
Okay, so these are for like companies that are already registered with their business already.
No, I like that. My favorite ones are the ones that I need to register that's never done it before.
Oh, so do you register as your own company, or how does that work?
Yeah, you just register it under your business manager.
Okay.
So you keep control of it. It's pretty sweet. I'm still playing with it. Once I get it dialed in, I'll put it in the course.
Yeah, that sounds real sweet.
Yeah. I'm finishing up the Google now.
I'm basically rebuilding the. I didn't have any desire to build another agency, but I'm doing it just because, showing you guys what it's like, and that it's not always success right out of the gate. I mean, we're only a week in. We have a couple of deals pending, so we'll be good.
Well, and how many targeting have you used so far for your ads? 4 or 5, it looks like.
No, I used broad, transportation, and then moving companies. Those were my interests that I was targeting. But I
Yes,
need to let's create more creatives.
So you could just keep testing too, right? With just however many.
Yeah, I can keep testing. Yeah, I can open up. I already got some new creatives made. Like my videographer is gone till the 9th, so I can't shoot any more ads until then. But I'll shoot some ads when they get back. I have a big enough retargeting audience to start running videos at that point.
Oh, I wanted to ask, what were the results? Was it mainly the images that were working for the?
Yeah, only the images worked.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. So images. So all right. So think about this. Nobody knows who you are, and you're on this camera talking to roofing companies, and there's not a single roofer that knows you because you haven't been in the roofing space at all. You're brand new to it. No one's really gonna pay you any attention. It's too long. A minute video is too long. But if you run images, people can digest exactly what you're saying within 2 seconds and make a decision. So once they interact with you, then you can run some video ads, like retargeting video ads to them. And you start getting some traction with it. That's what I'm seeing works best.
Makes sense.
So that's one of the things that I underestimated when I sold Double X. I didn't realize like how big of an impact that our brand had on like I didn't realize how important the brand was, I guess is what I would say. So building a new brand has been interesting here, challenging. I have a good personal brand, but I don't have a company brand, so I'm going to rebuild the company brand. So some of the things that I can do to build that is like have a marketing book ghostwritten for moving companies, and I can send out closing cards. Like there's a bunch of stuff I can do. If that makes sense to you guys.
Yeah, it's like an ebook, right?
Huh?
Like an ebook. Is that what you mean?
Nah, like you create an ebook, but you can actually have them ship copies of that book.
Oh shit.
Yeah. So yeah, we're doing that. Well, once I get the niche dialed down,
Yeah, that makes sense. Sounds fair. I'm gonna start looking up that LSA.
But
finishing everything else.
Guys, make sure that you're putting together when you're doing an agency. In the first 5 weeks, has anyone heard me talk about fulfillment?
Not so much.
Why? I just really want to drive this home.
It's not so important.
Focus on sales.
You can't fulfill anything if you can't have a client.
Mm-hmm.
If you can't get a client, it don't matter if you got the best fulfillment in the world if you can't sell anyone. If you don't have a repeatable sales system, you're not going anywhere.
Yeah. Stuck at one client.
0 clients. 0 to 1 is the hardest. I'm not focused on anything else but acquiring clients. I don't have any onboarding processes set up. I don't have any landing pages set up for Google Ads. I don't have anything. When I get my first client, I'll build it. I'll build it as I do it for that client. But until I get a client, I have no reason to waste time on building fulfillment.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm going through your sales module right now, just kind of going through that over and over again.
The tie down is important in the intro call, and then of course asking for the business, is another one. It's good sales process. I mean, it's closed millions of dollars in SMMA deals. So yeah, we're still working through it. It's been a while since I took demo calls, so I'm a bit rusty on them. But I'm sure we'll get a close here in the next couple of days. Like by Monday, I mean, if we don't have our first close, I'll be surprised.
And for the leads that don't set appointments, do you have a guy that's calling those back?
Yeah, we call them every day when we get in.
And you try to set the appointments from there.
Yeah, so first thing we do in the morning is like we call all the leads in the follow-up. We touch base. Well, we touch base with all the leads that are in the follow-up for a deal pending. And then we hit all of the leads that are sitting in the call pipeline stage that didn't book. And then we go to our appointments. Then we start confirming our appointments for the day. Yeah. And then we start calling the appointments that are scheduled for Monday and start trying to move them over to today. And that's really the sales process. Try to get as many people a day on a demo as possible. And then on Monday, we'll run a reactivation campaign to all the leads to try to get some more bookings for next week.
And you do that, would you do that like every week?
No, once a month normally, but right now, because I'm trying to get a close through and we have like 40 leads in there. By Monday, I'll probably have 50, 60 leads in there. Be enough to run a reactivation campaign.
Makes sense.
And then we, just try to like I said, right now I'm just doing everything I can to focus on client number one. So this is the process, building it right in front of you guys. I'm building everything in GoHighLevel, not doing anything different than what I'm showing you guys. So all you guys got.
So you said there's been a few that they're interested, but have you tried to downsell them and then they're still not biting?
No, I mean, because the package that we're selling them on is the package that we want to get them on anyway, which is the $997 or $1147 a month for Google PPC and LSA. So that we're trying to get that package sold.
And what if that's too much money for them? Then you would
Well, that's what we're trying to figure out. That's why we're not budgeting. That's why we're not downselling.
Oh, that's why you're not downselling, because you're just trying to see what the price point is.
Correct. I'm trying to find the price.
But what if they might be interested in like a $500 plan?
Well, yeah, I mean, if they're like, hey, if you can do it for
not doing anything.
Well, we haven't got that feedback yet, right? We haven't. What we're getting is like, hey, you guys are priced cheaper than your competitors. Everything sounds good. Some people just don't have the money for the ad spend, right?
Yep.
So that's been that. I guess if I had to break it down into like where the biggest barrier is that these people don't have the $2,500 to commit to the ad spend. But I don't want to move it down to 1,000 though, because I know that's not enough to get them results. So we're again, I'm gonna go all the way back to the beginning. My ad is attracting the wrong quality customer right now.
Right.
So, I'm not moving off of our packages that we set. We don't have enough data on those packages to. Worst thing you can do is like 3 people in a day and then change your package, and then pitch 3 people tomorrow and then change your package again, because you don't have enough data on those packages to make that call. You really need to run 10, 20 demos before you're like, all right, and then look at your feedback of why, and then literally ask them, hey, why didn't you buy? They'll tell you.
Or how do you find the people that actually have money to spend on advertising?
Well, so again, when I started research on this niche that I spent about 15 minutes doing before I jumped in it, so not enough, but the average job on Google says that it's like $2,500 to $7,000 per move. And I was like, all right, 5 to 10 would be great, extra for a company. It'd be like an extra $40,000 in rev. That's not the case. These guys I'm talking to are doing 50 a month. Like the couple that I have spoke to that are big, they're doing 50, 60 jobs a month. They want another 20 to 30 jobs a month, not 5 to 10. So I think my offer is wrong to attract the bigger buyer, is what I'm saying. But again, this is why I like paid ads better than cold calling and cold email, is because I can spend $1,000, get a ton of leads through, get a bunch of data, look at my data and make a change. And I can do that in a week, 2 weeks, you know, where if I'm cold calling and cold emailing and everything, it might take me 3 months to get that same set of data that I got in a week with paid ads. And there is money lost in opportunity cost, even though it doesn't hit your pockets directly. So I'd rather spend the money on ads, take the loss up front to collect the data fast enough to make the change to make it successful.
Brandon, what guarantee would you give to a roofer if we were to run LSA ads for him? Probably like 5 to 10 projects a month.
No, we don't sell any guarantees with our LSA ads. I try not to sell guarantees anyway. Like we try to get out of the guarantee 9 out of 10 times. Like we don't go with the guarantee. So like for this one, right? I require $2,500 minimum. See, I require $2,500 minimum to run Google PPC, but I'm requiring $4,000 a month to get the guarantee. Right. So if they don't have 4,000 a month to put in ad spend, they don't get the guarantee. So we sell it without the ad spend, or we sell it without the guarantee, like most of the time.
Okay. And how was that, the girl was getting clients for herself? Was she using the same framework that we are using for like Facebook and B2B ads?
Who?
The girl you were talking about in the roofing niche.
Yeah, we ran Facebook ads to get her clients. Really strong offer. Her offer was basically, rev, like we rev share jobs. There's no cost, just rev share only. It's performance-based marketing.
What does she take care of the ad spend? Will I take a setup fee?
She takes a $5,000 setup fee.
And then the client covers ads?
Yes.
And was that LSA ads?
Yes.
Is that it?
That's it. That's all she. Nope. That's all she sold.
Okay.
Well, that's crazy. 5,000 set up for LSA and then rev share after that.
No, she. Gracias. She set up. No, she wasn't saying it's $5,000 to set up LSA. It's $5,000 to partner with her on a rev share model for, however long.
What did that percentage look like?
On hers?
Like, in terms of rev share, like, how would you take like 10% of the jobs, or what was that?
Yeah, it was. What was it? I know it was at least 10%. She got one job, man. Let me do the math. Might have been 6%. I don't know. This dude sold like $1 million commercial job off of one of her leads, and she got like $61,000 off of it.
Damn. That's crazy.
Yeah, so I mean, it was nuts.
What was her niche again, Brandon? What was her niche?
Roofing.
And Google's doing all the work. That's amazing.
Yeah, when you can get Google working, there's no better marketing platform.
No overhead.
Is she still running that offer?
I don't know. I haven't talked to her in a while. I'm supposed to meet with her.
Do you have to?
I'm supposed to meet with her tomorrow, I think. Let me actually follow up with her because I forgot.
With that sort of offer, do you have to like pre-qualify the person you're signing on a lot more?
So the hard part,
because you can't control their close rate, you know what I mean?
the hard part with her model is she has to track the leads and like get the customer on and then tell them if they close the deal. There's some nightmare parts about the way she runs it, but it worked for her. I personally, I wouldn't do it that way. But that's
Yeah.
me. I don't want to have to chase the customers and do weekly rev calls or none of that.
Yeah, because how does she actually know like how much they're making?
Well, again, she has to get them on a call, go over the jobs, the customer, etc.
You're trusting the client.
In a way, yeah. There's ways to do it. You can require that you use the same accountant, like a mutual accounting firm, to make it work. That's one of the ways you can do it. But again, it's just not a model that I enjoy.
Yeah.
The best thing that you guys can do to get off the ground is go sell someone some LSA at $500 a month.
Yeah, I'm gonna add that into the presentation page. So how are you like kind of getting away from like the guarantees? That's kind of like my main question.
Yeah, requiring them to spend a certain amount of ad spend to get the guarantee.
Mm-hmm. And if they can't do that, would you just be like, you're not suit for like our main offer, which is like jobs within a period? So would you like kind of change that to like calls, appointments?
Straight up tell them like, hey, our 20 appointment guarantee or our 20 job guarantee requires a $12,000 ad spend investment over 3 months. And they're like, oh, I can't do that. And they're like, and I'm like, oh, that's fine. We have a lower required ad spend, but it doesn't come with the guarantee. And then that's how we do it.
Okay.
Just got to be transparent.
I've got a question about my offer and I guess how I can change it to implement LSA. So right now how I do it is I just run meta ads for like builders and like kitchen and bathroom remodelers, and then I do the calling for them, and then I book them in for the appointment. So, but with this LSA, it's what the Google calls the client straight away.
Yeah, they call the client. Guys, I got away from the call center. Everything we do is driving phone calls to the business.
So you think I should, if I continue to run meta ads with LSA, should I get rid of me pre-qualifying leads and then just pretty much just send them through GoHighLevel to them and then make sure they call?
Yes.
Or, okay.
So the easiest way to force your clients to call leads is to set up a bridge call automation and GoHighLevel.
So what does that mean?
It automatically calls the lead for them and connects them.
Well, when the lead comes in?
Yeah.
Okay, got you. Okay.
We had a lot of success with that.
So you think instead of obviously me pre-qualifying, I guess that takes a lot of work away. So I'd just charge a management fee for like Facebook and LSA, and then obviously ad spend goes to those two.
Yes.
So Brandon, how would you, because you see it in ads where it's an incentive for you to actually book the appointments for them, right? To qualify them. That's why he's talking about pre-qualifying. So what would you put in your offer that would kind of kind of balance that out now that you wouldn't do a pre-qualifying? Is there anything that you would do to kind of incentivize that offer?
Yeah. So again, right? Like, all right. So let's look at what's happened in the market for people to want pre-qualified appointments.
Mm-hmm.
Why is the market in a point where they want pre-qualified appointments?
Because leads are bad?
Close, but they've worked with other companies in the past where they sent them a lot of leads, but they thought they were garbage. And it's happened over and over and over and over again for what, 5 years now.
Mm-hmm.
So now the sophistication of the market has changed where they don't want to call the leads. So again, keyword, they don't want to call the leads.
Right. So you're saying you're just getting the phone to ring for them.
Exactly. The business owner don't care if you generate them 100 leads. All the business owner cares about is his phone ringing?
Right.
Right. So yeah, if you got to play the game where you got to call the leads, then yes, they want you to do it now. They don't want to do it. But if you position yourself to drive phone calls to their business, you get away from the whole qualified lead appointment thing. And the business owner enjoys their phone ringing more than you setting an appointment for them.
And what if they're just price chasers, just people that are just chasing the best price?
You're always going to get that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's any industry, any product in the world deals with that, right?
Oh, yeah.
But anyway, I'm excited for today. We closed our first deal in the movie niche for contract value of $10,500. That's $3,350 a month for our big package. So the niche overall, in my opinion, is a bad niche. I wouldn't recommend that anyone goes in the niche. This is the worst. I've had no shows. More people, there's so many more people broke. A lot of people do moving as a side hustle because they can just rent like the Penske trucks. These are all things that I've never been in this niche prior. So these are all things that I've observed and caught as we've done this the last 2 weeks. A lot of middlemen, a lot of people that don't have insurance, so you can't run Google LSA. It doesn't require a license to be a mover. So these are all things that I don't like about the niche. There's not the niche itself is small when you actually look at the big companies. So we're weathering the storm. I launched a reactivation campaign this morning, which I did put in the course for you guys. It popped off from what Joe was telling me. So let me go in here and look. So we had about 80 leads, something like that. I'll kind of show you guys. Everything is built in GoHighLevel too. Contract signing, everything. So yeah, we got 86 leads. Let's see what happened. So I put in some qualifiers. Put in some qualifiers here on the lead form to try to cut down the amount of bookings that I'm getting. So if I click in here, whenever I first start a niche, I always want to play volume to try to learn about the niche. And I'll show you guys how, like, kind of learn about the niche. But right here, how many moving jobs are you doing per month? Can you invest? Are you insured? Do they own their own trucks? These are things that I've learned to put in the survey. If this is 2 to 10, or they don't own their own trucks, or they're not insured, it DQs them. They do not get to submit information. So
where do you send them at that point when they're DQ'd?
I don't even care. I just rickroll them to YouTube. Like, you know the rickroll?
Yeah.
I just send them to a rickroll YouTube page, so they get really confused and they don't try to go back through my survey. Like, bro, they're not qualified. I don't care. I don't even want them. But I have it like
I have it here too, like where it'll say didn't have 2K, it'll tag them. Like they don't have 2K or they're not insured. So that I don't reactivate them later. So it's just like, let's see, this guy probably didn't answer the questions right, so he couldn't book. Yeah, I don't have 2K to invest. I also switched the offer up because the people we were getting, were just not what I was looking for. So like right here, Julia. She's doing 10 to 20 a month. She owns her own trucks. Yes, she's insured. So she just chose not to book a call, which is fine because she put in a wrong number. So not a good lead anyway. She redid, look, she redid it and then she booked her appointment again.
Yeah, she put 561 instead of 531 this time.
I also sold our first SaaS too, so I've been setting up the SaaS like I told you guys to do. It's gonna tell me it already exists. So these are things that I've been doing.
Wait, don't delete that one.
Why?
That's the one that booked.
Okay, you know what? You're right. Let me just grab this. I'll delete it later. It's not important right now. But let's look at the calendar. I'll show you guys. Look at this. So I changed all appointments to unconfirmed, which means they don't show blue. So look at all the no-shows out of all the people that booked. I think this is almost like 40 appointments. We only talked to like 5 people. So today we have 4.
And this is all prior to you changing up the qualifiers, correct?
All of these, yes, right here. These today, some of them were pre-booked before, and some of them were new. So I believe Jeremy Booker, Rob Crowder are new. I believe the other ones are not. And then let me look for next week. Yeah, so I wonder how that went. Anyway, I have a setter, that's Joe. I have a closer now, that's Andrew. I'm just gonna go into more niches if this one doesn't work, but I'm just building this in front of you guys. But yeah, so this is what I've been dealing with. If you want to see the forms. That's why I told you guys not to follow me into this niche because I don't know. I don't know what this niche is gonna be. If I switch niches, it'll be like January. I'll go in like roofing or something that's like super easy to close a higher ticket. But yeah, so how many jobs are you doing a month? And then are you insured? So these are disqualifiers. See.
So they need to be insured for you to run ads.
Yeah, so instead for LSA ads, yes, they have to be insured. They can't, if they're not insured, you can't run LSA.
Gotcha.
So instead of asking how much revenue you do, because revenue questions are hard to get people to tell the truth. Instead, I'm trying to do it in a different way, like qualify them, like how many moving jobs are you doing per month? Like if I know they're doing less than 10, they're probably doing less than 20K a month. They're not going to be able to afford my service, right? Do you own your own trucks? Are you insured? If these are no, I know that they're not someone that I want to work with. So instead of asking revenue question, after doing like discovery calls and talking to like 7, 8 people, 10 people in the niche, I've started to narrow down like who my ideal avatar is, right? So let's hop into, man, this thing is all in the way today. Just put this down. So let me tell you kind of how I figure out. By the way, I've moved before we hop into this next part, so you guys can see what I did. So I needed to test an offer that was like higher for what I'm looking for. So I moved it up to 30 to 40 jobs per month, same funnel structure that I gave you guys. Right here, so just changed how many jobs they're getting. And then stats on that is a little lower, it's only 8% opposed to 13%. I'm gonna show you why this is 13% and this is 8%. Number one, this is 8% because I put the qualifiers. But number two, this is why I told you guys to use post IDs. We go. And before we dive into that, just so you guys know, we spent about $1,200 to close a $10,500 deal. We cash collected $3,350. So we're 3x return on ad spend on our first deal that we did in the movie niche. So even as bad as it's been with 85% no shows, we're still 3x ROI on return on investment. So this is why I love paid ads. I have not one time spent any time, instead of spending time outreaching, I spent time on trying to figure out how I'm going to dial in who I need to talk to, right? Follow up, etc. And then before we dive into that, I launched a reactivation campaign this morning. And look at this. I'm interested. Yes. Send info. How much? Where are you from? Yes. Send me details. Give me more details. Yes, I would like info. That's how strong reactivation campaigns are. And it's the same one that I give you guys inside of the elite program. So you just grab it. Here it is. Super easy. So now let me show you how we dial in our avatar. So if you use a post ID, the reason is you want all your social proof to carry, but number two, you want all your comments to carry. The reason you want all your comments to carry, is because you get all these comments, right? We book a lot of appointments out of these comments, but what I can do is, let me go down to the person that closed right here. So she closed for $10,500. And what I want to do is I want to look at what type of profile she has and go into more and check what she likes, right? So looks like she is just a supporter of local businesses. This doesn't really give me much. And but if I'm doing research as a whole on the niche and the type of customer that I am attracting, and I just go through these, I can see by going into these profiles. I've already went into all these profiles, by the way. I can see that a lot of this is just people who are side hustling movie niches. By the way, I went into all these profiles, so I'm just hovering to show you guys. And they're not really the ideal client that I'm looking to. From the three that we potentially had close,
none of them matched these profiles of the majority of the people that I'm getting, right? So what I did is I looked at the profiles like this guy who was an ideal client. This is probably the biggest prospect that I had. Is I come in here and I just want to, he doesn't really have a lot of likes, but I'm basically stalking these people. I'm going through, like, I can see that this guy loves food and family, basically. So maybe I can test some audiences around, if I can find audiences of like sports or like a certain type of food that I see all these people eating and liking in their Facebook profiles or Instagram profiles, I can kind of find new interest ideas to target. And this is how I did it in HVAC. How I found like beer interests, and if I see a lot of people on the lake every weekend, I might target boating or camping, right? And this is kind of how you dial in the avatar that you're looking for. You can also exclude things. So if I go back, right, and I look at a lot of these, Nashville, Tennessee, this guy looks like he's involved in quite a few companies, so he might be a good prospect. But what I did find is a lot of these people in their profile pictures have football and basketball. So what I've thought about doing if my quality doesn't pick up on my ads is I thought about excluding like NFL, NBA, and college football from my ads to try to get rid of this quality prospect. And then I might like add a qualifier in there, like to include something else, right? So let me see if I can give you guys an example. See what this guy's giving reviews on. By the way, this is an audience that I'm gonna be testing as like storage units and junk removal, because a lot of the guys that have moving companies are like also messing with self-storage. So, and junk removal. So those are two good audiences I can test. I can also look at like books. He didn't really have any books. Sports, yeah. Movies. So I can develop more interest for targeting my prospect if I do this. Right? So this is how you can really dial in your ideal prospect, find more audiences to test. But you can see that this is how we are going about scaling the agency. Does anyone have any questions so far? Comments, ideas?
No, no questions over here, but I'm glad you made the tip about the comments. We've been getting some guys like that as well, and we closed one, but we didn't go with that much intent in their profiles. We just commented.
So I come in here and I do this, and I just reply to everyone.
Okay, so like, what are you saying?
Just pick a time to speak with us. You can try to have DM conversations with them. It works better. My setter does that. So I just come in and comment because I don't have time to chase them through the DMs. But we get a lot of appointments booked this way.
But it's just like a straight link to the call.
Yeah, I don't even send them, and I should send them straight to my landing page because it DQs a lot of them. But for comments, I just try to send them straight to the page. I feel like they're a warmer prospect when they've commented.
That makes sense.
So
I don't like that.
Is there any questions or anything that's been super hard over the last 5 weeks? for you guys to get clients. How many of you would invest $1,000 to make $3,350 a month and $10,000 total? Put a 1 in the chat if you make that investment. If you would spend $1,000 to make 10.
Hey, Brandon, those ads that you're running, it's just the red block with the black text in it?
White text, but yeah, red block, white text.
Okay, cool. That's your complete ad right there, was just that.
That's my, guys, I've literally ran this with no video editing production, no social proof. I'm giving you guys the demo that has no social proof on it. I've created images that you can make in Canva or Chat GPT in 30 seconds. I've used funnels that you can set up in 5 minutes. I've literally done the bare minimum, and we're still getting clients because I want to show you guys how easy it actually is to get clients. Nothing, I have not done anything that is complicated on purpose. I wanted to show you guys that you don't need fancy funnels, a ton of social proof, crazy tracking, or anything else other than a simple text ad with a survey page to book a call. Right, and I'm going to show you guys proof here, just so you guys are aware. So you can actually see what happened. And then the reactivation campaign is super simple, right? We're going to close some deals off of that. But if I go here, here's Jamie Ferrero. You can see she closed new client. Give me 1 sec here. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to record the sales call because it was over the phone because she did not show up to her demo. So I called her from my cell phone. That's the only bad part about this.
Yeah, that was my next question. I'd love to hear that. Thanks for doing it though, bro.
Yeah, see. Yeah, right here. There it is, Jamie Ferrero, 3350. So she paid.
Wow.
So what was in the closed deal? What?
It was just the normal, it was just the normal package on the demo, like the big package, the Dominator package that I give you guys. It's just SEO, PPC, and Facebook ads.
You're gonna white label the SEO?
Yeah. So
how did the sales call typically go, Brandon? What was just the typical random scenario?
Give me 1 sec. I gotta text. Like typical sales scenario on what, the call?
Yeah.
You know, you run the discovery call, which is like how many, like, you know, what situation are you in? You know, why'd you reach out? Where are you at? How many trucks you have? How many guys you have? You know, where have you been on revenue the last couple of years? You know, et cetera, et cetera. And then from there, you try to qualify them, right? And then like, let's say they're at $1 million a year and they want to get to, they want to get to 2 million a year, right? Then you kind of, you kind of tell them how they can get to 2 million a year, blah, blah, blah. And then once you realize if they're qualified or not, if they're really interested in the service, then you say, hey, you got a few minutes for me to show you like how we can get you to $2 million. And everyone at that point says yes, if you've done a good discovery call. And then you open up the demo that I gave you, you run the demo, and you make them an offer on your package.
Real cool.
And that's it. It's really that simple. Like you have one main package, one down sell. That's the easiest way to do it. But yeah, so that's how it works.
Okay.
Like that's your typical sales scenario is typical sales scenario is they're stuck or they want to start doing online marketing. Or they want more leads, or they don't have enough trucks on the road, or their guys ain't busy, right? Like that's a reason that everyone reaches out. They just want to make more money. So it's up to you to kind of find out exactly where they're looking to go, show them how you can get there, and then make them an offer on the services that you offer.
Did you give any prior examples of how you were in the business and what you did for this person or that person?
Prior examples of like social proof?
Yeah, social proof.
No, we closed them without social proof.
Real cool. And your clicks tighten, so obviously they're going to do some research on you. Your Facebook profile and that has been around for a while, and how'd that shake out? What do you think? What do you think they found when they did some research on you?
So I don't have anything on ClickTitan. Like I never did any articles or podcasts or anything for ClickTitan. It's either been like my personal brand. We did a lot on Double X, so like I can show you. I need to do some on ClickTitan.
That's interesting. You close these guys without a whole lot of social proof, it sounds like.
Yeah, so if I search Double X Digital, like we have a lot of we have a Google My Business, like we put a lot of work into this agency, right? We have LinkedIn, Instagram, and then you come down, we got a YouTube channel, our logo. There's me. And you keep going, like, Authority Magazine. We did a lot more social proof building in this company, right? But if you search ClickTitan, doesn't really have anything. Like there's a clicktitan.co. Yeah, so I need to build a website and do some stuff, but there's nothing on.
Well, that's crazy. You close this lady or this person closed this person, and you got no social proof at all, it looks like.
None, zero social proof.
Well, man, I'll tell you what, that's a selling factor for you right there. This can be done. You don't even need social proof.
You don't need social proof. You don't need anything. You don't need anything other than what I showed you to close deals.
Right on. Well, that's proof right there. You just got to have somebody that can close or, help the person, right?
And it's not difficult to close because it's not a lot of money to business owners that you're asking for. So that's what I wanted to show you guys this week is like, I don't have anything. I've been in the niche like 11 days, I think, because we started on October 1st. Ran some ads, image ads, nothing. No social proof, nada.
Yeah, I don't think social proof is really important, right?
I mean, it helps a lot. One thing I'll say about that I made a mistake on, I could have sold double X for more had I understood brand impact. But brand impact makes a huge difference. I didn't realize how hard it is to build back up a brand because we'd done it for 4 or 5 years and realized how far the brand came. But yes, brand impact is huge. So it would definitely do me some good to have a website built, put some stuff on there like who we work with, and do some social proof building, like some articles, and really run that up. Same thing for me. So something I need to focus on. But what else do we got? Can we do some practice sales calls maybe during the Zooms? If we get a good sales call recorded, I'll definitely drop it in the training for you guys. I'm not like a master closer. And then for Mike's question, where can we find the demo? The demo we put inside of the elite group, but I can run you through it here.
Brandon, what do you suggest, like taking payment on the call, like taking their credit card info, or just like sending them the invoice?
No, 100% take the payment on the call.
No, the card info. Like, should we take their card number or just let them send the invoice and they can pay it on the call?
I mean, you can do either one. We take card number. We always take card number.
Are you gonna add more calls from the agency bootcamp in that one?
Agency bootcamp.
Yeah, that one you did with, I forgot his name, but there's like 2 parts to it. When you had the agency bootcamp.
Oh, that was Jose.
Yeah.
I don't have any sales calls from Jose. That was my old business partner that I sold double X to. He's a good friend of mine, but he doesn't do any sales training anymore. Yeah, we have a lot of speeches from agency bootcamp, but not all of them.
Yeah. That's all I meant. Not his call particularly, just more of like the speakers, I guess.
Presentations.
No, not presentations. Like at the agency bootcamp, they had like speakers. That's what I meant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, yeah. Again, does anyone? Oh, I'll run you guys through the demo real quick. For those of you who haven't seen it, it's only 12 slides, right? So typically what you want to do here is after the second slide, you want to add social proof. Like, hey, this is everyone that we worked with. But I don't have any social proof, so we skip that. We go into the problem in the marketplace, what we offer, which is pay-per-click, search optimization, AI follow-up, retargeting, social media ads. Then we go through each one of these services. So here's pay-per-click, retargeting, social media marketing, SEO, and then we run through some numbers on an ROI calculator, which is what I was explaining to you guys. And then here's everything that's included in all of our packages. And then we offer them our main package. No one buys this. This is just a red pill, blue pill type of scenario, but no one's going to buy this. They're always going to take this. Right. What you can do here too, if you want,
you can make this a PIF option for 3 months, 6 months. So say I can make this like 21,500, I think, for 6-month PIF, or they can do 3,350 a month. They don't take either one of, this package, then we downsell them here to a starter package. You can do the same thing here. You can have a PIF price here. You can have a PIF price here, or I mean, you have a PIF price here and then a monthly here, or you can offer 2 options, which we offer 2 options. And that's it. That's the demo. Takes about 10 minutes to run through. We don't have long demos. I used to work for Humana as a mid-level management, which is one of the largest insurance companies in the world. And I had a beast of a regional manager. We had to do QBRs for the owner of Humana and the board members. And her rule was to never have, no matter how much information that you have or how important the information is, you should never have over 10 slides on a presentation. So now that's the same thing. I don't really go 10 slides. That's like 11 slides, but 2 of the slides are pitches. So we say 10 slides deep at all times. So what do you guys think?
Looks like it's working out so far. So now you have all your ad spend is basically covered. Are you going to increase your ad spend now?
Now I'm gonna leave it where it's at.
What are you at right now per day?
I think today we're at 160 because I'm trying to see what our cost with the new survey is gonna be. I know it's gonna be 120. But I also brought on like a really good setter.
So what do you pay your setters? Is it just a flat fee or per appointment?
Setters, I do 1K flat and then 5% of closed deals.
A flat.
Yeah.
And is that one time 5% of closed deals, or is that like a recurring 5%?
No, one time.
Okay.
So normally like to get a setter that's not in the States because they can make 2,500, 3K a month if they're a good setter. That's really good for most countries. And yeah, so I just get a setter that basically calls people until they say no.
So you give the setter access to the CRM and everything, and then the people who haven't booked, he contacts them.
Yeah.
And they also do all the DMs and everything on Facebook.
Yeah, they do the DMs, they do the messages, they do the comments, and then they do all the reactivation campaigns. They call, they set, they move stuff around. Actually, the right way to do it is to set all your calls to your setter's calendar and let your setter set demos to your calendar.
How do you pay them?
Just through Gusto, our payment processor.
And do you track like your ROI at the end after you've paid everyone off, and
Yeah.
what's your final?
Yeah, I mean that's all in our P&L docs, but yeah, I'll show you what we where's it at? So we have a commission tracker and they keep up with their commission, basically, right? I'll show you how it works. So this is also in the elite program. So basically you make one of these for each closer. So they just put client name, initial payment, cash collected, revenue, what their commission is. So setter would be like 5%, and then over here they put their packages, you know, whatever package they got, and then I verify right here the payout at the end of the month. And then this is the total of what they'll get. And closers do this too. So the closers know where their closes are. So this is how we track. And then yeah, at the end of the month, you just take commissions plus ad spend, you know, and subtract it from total rev collected. Off of, or new cash collected. That's your ROI. We don't add in contract value because people fall off, but we do front end stats. And that's it. That's how you do it. There's really nothing else more to starting and growing an agency other than what I've showed you guys. Other than the fulfillment piece, right? So now it's like you got to learn to run Facebook ads, you got to learn to run Google ads, or you can just white label it all out. Like at $33.50 a month, I can white label the Google, the Facebook, and the SEO for probably like $1,300-1,500 and keep $1,800 and not do any work other than customer service. So you really don't even have to learn the skills. You just got to go find some white label partners.
Do you know any good white label partners?
Good what partners? White label partners?
Yeah.
So I'll tell you how I do it, and then you can do whatever you want. So I get on places like Upwork and these other job boards, and I find freelancers that are really good at fulfillment that don't really offer a white label. They just take clients at a cheap rate. And then I work a deal with them to be my go-to white label partner. And you typically find much better fulfillment that way than if you go with the white label company.
Team building.
Brandon, while doing white labeling, I do white labeling by myself for Facebook ads for other agencies. So what should be the amount that I should be charging for Facebook ads? Should it be per ad account? What should be the price value?
Personally, I would never white label Facebook ads. Man, that's a tricky one because, all right, someone that's spending $10,000 a month on Facebook ads is much different than someone spending $1,500 a month on Facebook ads, right? Because do it right, if you're spending $10,000, you're probably going to need somewhere like 30, 40, 50 creatives for that account to keep it fresh and keep it turning. Someone spending $1,500 on local lead gen, probably get away with like 6 to 10 creatives, right? It really just depends on the size of clients that you have. But I mean, the typical going rate is like 300 to 400 account.
Okay, cool.
But yeah.
So because right now I have a couple of clients, after getting good results, they have increased their budget by like $20,000 per month for local business. They are all in med spa. So should I be asking for more monthly retainer for myself from that agency?
How much work are you doing?
So I'm managing right now 50 ad accounts.
And how often do you swap creatives?
I swap creatives. If the creatives are not working and cost per lead is not good enough, I swap them within 3 days. And if it's working, then I change like after a month or two.
And what rev are you at?
What?
How much revenue are you at for the your
Yeah, right now I'm at 3,000.
total?
Yes,
$3,000 in revenue, and you're managing how many ad accounts?
50.
50.
Yes.
You're
And
making
all
what?
are in good, good cost per leads.
Wait, $75 per account?
It didn't start it that way. It was only 10 accounts, but this client closed a lot of deals, and then all accounts wrapped up, and now it's up to 50.
Yeah, you should be 50 accounts, bro. You should be like 20, 25K a month. if you're charging 400 an account. I mean, white labeling someone for $100 an account, I would white label Facebook ads for $100 an account. That's crazy.
50,
But
200. Yeah, it's like $20,000.
yeah, dude,
Yeah.
they're super cheap.
I don't touch somebody's ad account for less than $250 a month. But most of my ad accounts are either like $500 down plus 20% or plus 10% of what their ad spend is.
Yeah. So yep, you're way too low, my friend.
Thanks for that. I'll be revising my prices.
Yeah, you should raise your price. I mean, you got 50 accounts, you're making 3,000, bro. You should be making like 10, 20,000 minimum.
Yes.
But it's good you're getting results for med spa. I might go into med spa. I don't know. I'm gonna figure it out.
Yeah, the results are doing great, and most accounts are having semaglutide and TRT. Remember, I shared with you TRT. So yeah, HRT, TRT, semaglutides, and couple of accounts are in chiropractic.
Are you doing Google ads or only Facebook ads?
I'm doing only Facebook ads.
Okay.
Like only 5 ad accounts are not providing good results. Other than that, everything is going great.
Anyone think that they can't do what I've done over the past 5 weeks? Raise your hand if you think you can do it, or put a 1 in the chat if you think you can do what I did in the last 5 weeks. You can do it faster. I mean, realistically, is there anything that I did that you don't understand, that seemed hard, difficult, or that you just don't think that you can set up?
Could you possibly review stuff? Because I just got in last week, and there might be other people too that weren't near the whole time. Just maybe the things you've done over the last 5 weeks.
What do you want me to review?
I just all I know is you are. I'm not sure the path that you took over the past 5.
So the first 2
I
weeks
can't.
were
Yeah.
the first 2 weeks were just going over why, like packaging your offer, coming up with your offer, you know, using GHL. Week 2 was like setting up GHL, setting up your booking funnel, right? All stuff that you've already done. Week 3, we launched ads. Week 4, we reviewed ads, tweaked ads. Then last week, we kind of went over what we're going over this week, which is just optimization changes that I was making to the account. And then this week is like, hey, we closed our first client. This is what we did. These are the changes that we're making going forward, right? I am going to put the fulfillment part of this inside of the elite group. So as I'm doing fulfillment, I'm gonna put that inside of the elite group, the Google ads, everything that I'm doing. If you guys are not using GoHighLevel yet, you should be using GoHighLevel. It doesn't matter what type of online business that you're running, you're gonna have to use it. So if you want the elite program, sign up with the link. You're gonna get the link. You're gonna get the program for free. Just sign up with our link. And we're gonna put all the back end stuff of this agency is gonna be in that group. Probably gonna expand niches, open up to some other niches to try to scale. You know, start building some social proof, start getting some publications put out there on myself and on the agency, so I can have some social proof, etc. So just letting you guys know.
Mainly just everything to set up to like so you can do everything for acquisition.
Yeah,
For the
just
past 5
everything.
weeks.
Yeah, just everything to get clients.
Cool.
I wanted to, and I didn't do anything crazy. Like I didn't build any crazy funnels. Like I didn't have any social proof. Like I didn't do anything outside of GoHighLevel. Everything was built inside of GoHighLevel. I wanted to show, and we're gonna keep doing these on Friday. I'm gonna just go over what we're doing. They might not be an hour long, but I'm just gonna go over each Friday what we're doing, what we're working on. The main thing is to get you guys moving and get you guys getting clients. Like, is there still anyone here? This is the main reason that I wanted to do this. Is there anyone here who is scared to spend money on ads to get clients? If you're scared of spending money on ad spend, put a 2 in the chat. It is the fastest way to get clients, guys. Does anyone disagree? Guys, I gotta run. I have a little bit of a fire popping up, so I need to take care of it. Anyone have any final questions?
Are we able to see the last 4 weeks of training, Brandon?
Yeah, it's in the free group. They're all there.
Right, that's great. That's super great. Thanks.
I'll see you guys next week. Peace.
All right, buddy. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, Brandon.
Thanks, Brandon.
All right, guys, welcome back. I'm going to be running a reactivation campaign for the agency because I have a lot of leads and we've had a lot of no-shows, right? So first thing I want to do is make an automation. Select wait. I'm going to set it for 10 hours, but it's not going to go out till at least 8 a.m. just for time zone. I'm going to save action. Come into the course. Come down here to reactivation campaigns. Right, it's right here. Click the link. It's gonna open this. Gonna grab it. Then I'm gonna send an SMS. Hey, first name, I'm testing something new that will allow you to come in for less and allow you to cash flow quicker. I wanted to run it past a few people that may be interested and getting some quick moving jobs. And I thought of you. Let me know if you want info. No worries either way. Thanks, Brandon. Just like that. But I'm gonna change this. Reply to this message to let me know if you want info. Boom. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna put boom, contact first name. Just like that. That is the message that you're gonna send. So I'm gonna grab this and I'm gonna create an email. We're just gonna change this a little bit. And there we go. You can run this once a month. These are really powerful. Hit publish. Now we go to contacts. I'm gonna remove some of these contacts because I don't, they have appointments coming up. So we have Carlos. Yeah, we don't want Carlos in there. We're gonna have to do this manually. But anyway, I'm gonna remove these people and I'll be right back on the video. Okay, and now that I have those removed, I'm gonna hit this little add to automations button. You're gonna select your workflow, which is right here. Yeah, so I'm gonna set this here. I only have 68 contacts, so I'm gonna do all at one time. And I'm gonna add to automation. So we're gonna let that load. I'm gonna go back into my automation. You can see it's got 43 people, 78 people on wait, and in the morning it's gonna go out and we're gonna get more appointments. So that's how you run reactivation campaign. And in the morning, I will have some fresh responses for my sales team. So guys, run that. It's super powerful if you need to reactivate some leads, and I'll see you in the next video. Peace.
All because I passed him on the crown wins. That's a lot. Filter is crazy.
What do you mean the filter is crazy? What filter, bro? I got
Oh,
a
Brandon
filter.
spammed them.
It's my AI bot that takes notes.
Recording and taking notes. Who is George?
It's the person in my
After you get off that call, I'm getting my books.
use that thing. I used it yesterday. All good. What is up, guys? Man, we only got 3 people on. I think it's because we missed one this week. Man, look like a thing. Give it like 2 more minutes, see if we get a couple more people to jump in. Start with what's been going on in the agency the last couple of weeks since we missed last week due to the GHL event. This mic closer. All right. What's up, Colton, man? How are you?
Doing pretty good. How about yourself? How was Texas?
It was a long flight, man.
Was the event good? I'm in Houston. I was gonna go, but I didn't.
It was a good event. I wouldn't say it was like, and this is what surprised me. I wouldn't say that it was like very tactical in terms of like the speakers. I mean, there was some stuff, I guess, but I mean, it's always the side conversations that make an event good or not.
It was I was curious because it was like it was really they increased the price a lot from their last event. Was there so that's one of the reasons I didn't go, but was there a lot of like agency guys there or like
No, there wasn't. There wasn't. I mean, basically none. Like no agencies. Like not from like our realm anyway that we kind of come from. No, the price was because of like the experience, I guess you would say. Like, I mean, man, they really, really did a good job. Like everything was branded, everything was on point, everything was the two events, the activities, like I mean, everything was really, really good. So that's where the ticket price come from.
makes sense? It seems like maybe they're going for like a Russell Brunson sort of thing, like how he did his events.
So, nah, I would say, I don't know. I never went to a ClickFunnels event, so I can't really say. So, I can't really say how they compare. I will say it was more of like this is where GHL is going. Here's 312 new updates. Of course, they had Billie Jean, Frank Kern, like all the big marketers, were there they announced their partnership with Tony Robbins. Affiliate day was cool. They had Nick, Tony Robbins' mentor, come speak. I've heard him speak a few times, but he's always good to listen to. Yeah, I mean, all the big affiliates were there, Pavel, Jason, those guys.
Was Thomas Garnett there?
I don't know him personally. So
Oh.
I'd have to see a photo. Was he if he is a top affiliate, then yes, he was there because they all got their commander jackets and backpacks and stuff. And they even get like phantom equity stake or something in the company or shares. I don't know. It's crazy. Like the top affiliates. So it's a pretty big announcement there for them. But yeah, it doesn't look like we're gonna have that many people jump on, so we can kind of get started. I guess we'll start with questions and then I'll jump into what we've been doing in the agency the last couple weeks. You have a question?
Yeah, I did. I wanted to ask you something, and I just got off of a call with Cameron, and I was struggling. Like I'm currently getting a lot of appointments, but I'm still trying to figure out the whole sales thing. And so I was curious. I work with contractors. I know the niche doesn't really matter, but what approach do you take with like doing discovery calls for people that booked in from ads? Because I've been trying to do like the Jeremy Miner thing, but like kind of just hopping from like script to script, really.
Man, in my opinion, you only need really two questions to really dig into. Like, I think I told you this before. I don't do like the emotional roller coaster, like, dive with contractors. what I want to do is be like, what made you, reach out to us, today. I want them to tell me why they're seeking help, right? And then the confirmation question is, basically recap and be like, why do you think that you need help for this and that you can't go at this alone, right? Like, hey, you've been stuck in $1 million a year for 5 years and you need help with this. Why do you think now is the right time? And now that you understand, like, you think you need help, why do you think you need help over going at it alone, right? And them just answering that question changes like the whole frame of the call.
Would you recommend asking that like towards the beginning?
That's on the discovery call, right? Like, hey, let's dive in. Like, and before I go through any of the like, oh, tell me how many trucks do you have? What revenue level are you at? Well, the qualifying questions. Like, so I'll give you an example when I sold cars. I don't know if I gave you these guys example before, but when someone walks onto the car dealership lot, the very, very, very first question after you introduce yourself is, what's got you shopping for a new car today, right? And they're going to be like, it's normally what, 5 reasons maybe, but it's important that you get one of these 5 reasons. So number 1, the car's old or it's breaking down or whatever. They're sinking a lot of money into it. Number 2 is normally expected baby, safety, 3rd row seat, family size growing, marriage, something like that, right? 3rd one is they wrecked their old car, right? They got an insurance check. Those are really the top 3 reasons you get of somebody coming to shop for a car, right? So those are 3 very different topics, but the next question that you ask once you understand why they're there, because that kind of gives you an idea of if they're shopping for a third row SUV, I'm not going to show them Honda Civics. The next question that I always ask is, tell me things that you loved about your last car. And then like, oh, I love this, blah, blah, blah. And then tell me things that you didn't like about your last car. Blah, 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 right? And they rattle off, oh, I didn't like the radio, blah, blah. That way, when I was selling, 3rd row seat SUV, then if I know it had a bad sound system, I'm going to stay away from the sound system being bad, or I'm going to try to find a vehicle that has a great sound system because that's what they told me they disliked about their last car, right? So all you're doing with discovery is giving yourself the ammo to close the call. Yes, you're qualifying them, and that's like the secondary goal, in my opinion, for a discovery call. The primary goal of a discovery call is to get them to swap to the mindset that they need help. Like, frame it as in they need help. And once you get that, it's pretty easy from there. Like, once you go into the actual demo call. So, that's always the most important question in sales is always why. Why'd you reach out? What's got you looking, to get help, and then you can say something like, so it's safe to say you've been going at this for 3 to 5 years and now you need help, right? And they're going to say yes. And I'll say, why do you need help now instead of continuing to go at this alone? That completely swaps the whole frame of the call. If they answer that question honestly and genuinely, you pretty much have everything that you need to close the deal after that.
What about for the people, like I hopped off a call with a guy this morning who already is working with an agency who is like doing pretty well. And like, it's a large company, but it's just saying like kind of where he can improve for how he could do more.
you know, what services are they running for you? How much are you spending, right? Like, what is that bringing you per month? Like, you almost, that's a very, very hard sell, especially if they're happy with the marketing company. Um, that's a very, very hard one to change over. I mean, you can ask for stats, try to find like a gaping hole. Maybe they're not doing SEO services, or you know, maybe their website is terrible or something. But if they have a marketing company that's getting them results and they just want more, typically they just need to spend more money or go into more marketing channels.
Yeah.
Very hard to pull that call back, or to pull that client over to you. I mean, you really got to have something that like they're just not doing.
Yeah. Yeah. Luckily with this client, actually, or with this prospect, I have a client that like was doing the exact same thing. So they were working with the same agency and then just added us on because they do Google and we do Facebook. So hopefully like just showing him like that's literally an identical situation that'll kind of help. But cool. Do you have like a script or anything that you can send?
I have the one in the course. I don't know if that one's in the free group or not. I think I don't think it is actually. No. I have like a tie down script. That's what it's called, like a discovery script.
In the
But
free one?
no, it's in the paid one. I can still send it over to you.
Okay.
But
You know Naven?
yeah,
I saw him a couple weeks ago in Austin.
yeah, Naven's a close friend of mine.
Is he still running his agency?
Um, well, he was closing for someone, and now he's building some type of SaaS agency.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was at a like high ticket sales event where he spoke.
Yeah, no, Naven is a great closer. And we did some sales training with Naven here he actually coaches in the paid program. He does one call a month. It's the first Thursday of every month, Cameron. I don't know why the date was messed up in the calendar yesterday, by the way.
I forgive you, brother.
It's the
It's all good.
first Thursday of every month is Naven's sales call.
What about the ops girl? She didn't have a call last month.
Last week?
Last month. It was scheduled, but the link was not there.
Let me reach out because we were at the event. I'll reach out to her.
No. It was before the event.
All right. Yeah, I'll reach out to Jazz and see what happened.
Okay.
But yeah, I can send the script over to you, man. It's not a problem. It's Blake and Clay's script. That's where I got it.
Cool. Appreciate it.
Are you familiar with Blake and Clay?
No, I don't think so.
They're pretty good. Pretty good. They're really good closers, actually. They were Agency Labs like top closers for a while, and they were the closers behind Amin 0 to 100K and 30-day dental agency
Yeah,
launch.
I think they started school.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
So they're
So,
solid.
Brandon, what's like a good high ticket industry outside of like home improvement that can last like all year?
Every niche has up and down season.
Yeah. Like I know contractors, it goes like it slows down after like November and picks up in like February sometimes. Like
Well,
depending
everything
on what it
slows
is.
down. Everything slows down in November except for e-commerce and consumer, right?
Yeah.
Like nobody's wanting to get work done on their house between November and New Year's, right? It's
Right.
holidays, and you know they're getting the house ready, etc., etc.
Yeah. Cause I was thinking about like high-end landscaping, like custom designs, or like
But
something in medical.
landscaping is seasonal too.
Yeah.
Medical's pretty, I mean, that's why a lot of people go chiropractor, because chiropractor is like consistent. Med spa is consistent. Yeah, I would say the medical niches are probably the only niche
I
that
know like
is,
semi-glutide is a good one.
You said what?
It's called like semi-glutide, like those different high-end medical treatments. Like it's like weight loss stuff.
yeah, we
Oh,
ran ads for a semi-glutide agency. They do really well. Cheap appointments right now. It's blowing up. I don't know how fulfillment is for
glutide.
it. Semi-glutide
Oh,
agencies, like
semi.
what Colton's talking about. I don't know how fulfillment is with it. But I know it's like blowing up. I'm also not a fan of semi-glutide treatment, so I wouldn't want to be in the niche. But I think, man, I think the best thing to do, so like, and this is probably going against what a lot of people will tell you, but it's
Hey, I'm here
better
for it.
if you have 2 or 3 niches, right, inside your agency, like how Eddie Malouf does. Like, all right,
Mm-hmm.
for instance, plumbing is busier in the wintertime than it is in the summer,
Hmm.
right? But HVAC is busier in the summer than it is in the winter, right?
Yeah.
I would say electric is probably pretty consistent, but then the other ones, roofing, remodeling, etc., they're all busier through the summer than they are the winter.
Correct.
So if you had a HVAC plumbing agency, like you'd be pretty solid, right? You'd be
Yeah.
covered on both sides.
I was actually thinking about doing something like that, like just starting like 3, and then just have them like kind of go elaborate with each other.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a full service style agency, and you have three good, templates built out, snapshots built out for each service, it's not that difficult to actually run those niches.
Yeah. Is medical also like good for LSA?
I've never ran it. It's a great question. I've never ran
Mm.
LSA for medical. I would assume that it is. I mean, I
I
would
mean,
almost bet that it is.
if it's not, PBC can still work for it. It's just a higher budget. I would
Yeah, I mean,
assume.
we're selling SEO as a main service right now. I'm still working on that white label partner for everyone. So that'll be solid once I get that locked in.
Yeah. Mm. Yeah.
But we've been chucking away at the moving industry. There's a lot of problems with the moving industry. Oh, I knew it when I went into it, but
Is it the budget?
it ain't even the budget. So there's some things I knew was gonna happen, and then there was some things I didn't know was gonna happen in the moving niche. So number one, I didn't realize it was like the number one most middleman side hustle business of like all time in the US. Like it's worse than people who sell stuff at flea markets.
Damn.
Like in like it's basically junk removal and moving mixed, right? It's kind of nuts. So what it is there's like 3 types of people in the moving industry. There's the companies who actually have like a full-on company and like they're running like a legit moving company, right? That's very few of them. And then there's the middleman king. So the middleman king is like somebody that people knows moves people, and then he rents the trucks, and he has like a partner who does the labor but can't afford to rent the trucks and cover the overhead. So the middleman covers the overhead. The partner goes and does the work. On weekends, they make a few $100s a piece, right? So you got those middleman guys, and then you have the one in the 2 men in a truck, right?
Oh no.
Which is like me and you, Cameron, we work at Papa John's together Monday through Friday, but on Saturday and Sunday we rent U-Haul and Penske trucks and go move people's apartments to make an extra $500 to $600 a weekend, right? And we're moving houses, like the full house, for like $500, bro.
Right.
And me and you making $250 a piece on a Saturday and a Sunday.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
So-
what are their problems that you seen?
This is the main problem. This is what's crazy, and it's like I'm like having to pull this from people whenever I'm on the sales call. I'm like, how are you getting leads? They're like, oh, we're using Thumbtack. Literally every single one of them are using Thumbtack. And I'm like, well, you know that Thumbtack gives your lead to like 80 other moving companies. And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, that's why you charge $500, because everyone's just trying to undercut everyone, and you're getting nothing to move an apartment. He's like, yeah, but we just need the money to keep going. And I was like, I get it. But wouldn't it be nice if you could charge $1,200 for that same moving job because the lead came to you and only to you? And they're like, it's just like, it's so hard to get like this light bulb moment to go off for them.
Yeah, it's like a belief.
Well, it's not that. And they're like, man, but what if I spend, $2,000 total and I don't get a job? Then I'm going to go out of business. Like that's like the mindset of these people, because they just
And
don't.
you're still in this niche?
Well, I've only been in it for 30 days. I was doing like a 0 to 10K challenge, and we got there. Like we
That sounds
pulled
terrible.
Yeah, so we pulled it tooth and nail out of it. Like we got the deals done. But no, we're the whole point I was going into this story was we're pivoting into, like, I'm gonna launch into like 3 more like little sub niches like this and see if I can't find like a hot one. But we're getting out of moving. I told everyone through the whole series, like, hey, I know you see like 100, 200 appointments a month on the calendar with these guys, but struggling with no-show rates, struggling with cash flow, like people ain't insured, too, like guy in a truck, like middleman hustles, weekend hustlers, bro. It's absolute ridiculous.
Two like kind of weird niches that I spoke with a guy recently that he's been doing really well with is garage door installers or repair guys, and then hair salons and like people that do like waxing. It's kind of weird,
Yeah,
but
floor waxing. I thought about
Can
garage
you
door installers.
can you do water restoration? I just want to see it.
Water restoration works because I ran it for a client.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a lot of them are broke too. So it's another hard niche.
Snow
Really?
plow is like good for this time of the year.
Snow pile?
I like garage doors. I think that probably work really well with LSA and SEO. Like, I bet it would work really well for it. Thinking fencing, tree service. What else is on the list? Concrete, like pavement concrete, like driveway pavement.
Hardscape.
Yeah, like I'm looking at that. Like,
Like asphalt?
yeah. Here, what's crazy is like we went into roofing this week, like, because I have equity in a roofing agency, and we already closed the deal off. Like we got like 15 or 16 appointments this week, like total. And there's like, she already closed one, and we got like 6 or 7 demos off of our intro calls, like that we've already introed and set for demos for Monday. And I'm like, yeah, moving's just trash. Like, that's why I didn't go into like roofing or HVAC or something, because we would have hit 10K in like the first week.
What about that? He was at your event, the guy that does the home theater AV stuff. How is that niche?
Ollie,
Yeah.
it's a weird niche. But I mean, he's doing well with it. It's very small. It's a small niche. So, but yeah, he's doing well with it. I think he's up to like 60, 70K a month or something like that.
Yeah, because that was another kind of like weird niche that I haven't seen too many people do. I was curious.
Yeah,
It's
so
starting to get big now.
huh?
It's starting to get big now. A lot of people are doing AV companies and shit.
Yeah, artificial intelligence for homes is wild.
Yeah,
Right?
Like
I was
smart
thinking about
homes
smart
setup.
homes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like smart home stuff. Like it's gonna be it was a big trend like starting 2 years ago. It's just gonna get bigger now.
What are good like because I think for me, like I think the goal I talked to this guy, I don't know if you know Sean Matthews. He's
Yeah.
stays out in Medellin and like he kind of sold me. I think like info product is like the best though, because it's just like fulfillment. Like, what are like good info product niches like eventually get into?
Man, you can sell info product in any niche, right? Um Info product has its challenges. You need a full-on sales team, you need a high ticket offer, and then people like you're constantly running new offers and stuff to keep it fresh or webinars, challenges, whatever. Um, and then you got the kickback of like, wow, I paid $8,000 for this and it didn't work. All right. So then you got to build a whole coaching program around it. Like, one of the reasons that I did the elite program at $97 a month or as $297 affiliate is because there's never a question of value. Like no one's like, I mean, you get, I think there's like 26 or 27 coaching calls a month. I do one every single day in there. I mean, you're paying like $2 a call or $3 a call, man, before any of the content that's in there. I mean, there's never a question of value, right? So because I did agency lab and I was in the back end of agency lab and it was just, I mean, all we did was what's the next offer? What's the next offer? What's the next offer? And
But they
then,
made so much money from it, right? Because they're like offers 10K.
yeah, I mean, they did over 25 million in sales like over the 5 years. But it's like, it was exhausting. It was, what's the next offer? What's the next offer? What's the next angle? And then for me and Isaac, like we're having to create 10, 12, 15 new ad angles a week, shoot them, script them, edit them, and get them ready for ads because like your ads are just fatiguing so fast, right?
Yeah.
So I mean,
Didn't they upgrade it to like 20K for like 60 days?
yeah, for 5 months we ran a DFY program that was like 22K.
So where
Damn.
you would like create the
That would have been
offer, generate the
stressful.
appointments, and close them.
Yeah, like we were doing DFY agencies.
Did
And we
people
did a
buy that?
lot of sales. We did a lot of sales in that. But man, I'm telling you, like, you need a full team, like a full on scale marketing and sales team to make that run.
That sounds stressful.
And now Agency Labs kind of like dissolved, or do they
Yeah.
still?
Joel will tell you, and Sergio too, they're both on the same page that an info product business is not a real business. And I agree. It's not a real business.
What would you call it?
I would say that it's a place to incubate entrepreneurs in like a helpful way to like better the world. Like that is why like if you think about it, that's why coaches exist, right? You had, let's look at the from the time that you was born. Your teachers in school are basically coaches. If you played any sports, you had what? A coach.
Okay.
If you did anything competitively, you had a coach, right? Why do you have coaches? Well, they teach you things like best practices, help you improve skills, teach you how to practice correctly so that you can improve and avoid a lot of pitfalls that they experience when they started, right? That's the whole point of a coach, is to go faster with less road bumps, right? So when you get into the coaching space now, the problem is it's not regulated. So like, Cameron, you could open an agency coaching program if you've never ran an agency before.
Yeah, that's a lot of people today.
So what's happened in the coaching space? This is the problem with the coaching space. People start an agency, they get to 10 to 15K, but they like, I know someone in the coaching space right now is doing like 100K a month, could never get his agency past like 12K a month. But he's coaching people how to get to 10K a month and he's making 100K a month. So there's this saying that people who can't teach. So that's the main issue with the coaching space right now. The other problem with the coaching space is people coaching who no longer actively run that business, and the practices are outdated, right? I told you guys this yesterday on the paid call. Single service agencies, I think, will die in the next couple of years. I think they're just going to be forced out of the marketplace. The cycle is shifting once again, right? So that's why I'm pushing you guys to learn to use GHL to provide more services to stay sticky, more of a SaaS model as a sticky point, and lead gen services on top of it, so that you build up a safe MRR, right? Once you have that safe MRR, everything else just becomes a game. So the average user, I've told you guys this, once implemented into a CRM, stays on for 6 years. Más tarde. Sí, gracias. So in GHL, if you look at what agencies are doing now, like I was talking to Eddie Malouf at the GHL event, and I was like, what's your goal after leaving this event? And his exact words is like, we're going to make sure that we're implementing SaaS with each client. One, it makes your business so much more valuable on an EBITDA standpoint, but it provides so much safety and consistency with your MRR. So that's why I'm pushing you guys to sell more than just Facebook ads.
Yeah, I think Facebook. Do you think Facebook ads are gonna like die out for like B2C?
Well, Facebook ads has never been the best for B2C unless you're e-commerce or info product.
Well,
right?
yeah. But they're like, I mean, when did I start? Maybe like a year or two ago. Facebook ads used to be more like you can get insane results with low cost. Now it's like less of that, and I'm getting better for Google than I do on Meta.
The costs are going to continue to rise, right? CPMs will continue to rise year after year, which makes your cost per clicks rise, which makes your cost per lead or purchase rise, right? So that's where inflation kicks in, like, sequel. But that's why I'm pushing you guys to actually run a full service marketing agency with more services. See, because you'll get better retention on the clients that you you'll get better results, and you'll actually build a marketing agency that you enjoy, right?
Right. Okay. So that's a good way to look at it.
Yeah, so many people like it is very easy to run Facebook ads and sell people $1,000 a month the Facebook ads package.
Yeah.
Very, 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 very easy, right? But what happens is those people leave. I was watching, I'm in the same mindset, but I seen a video from Eddie Malouf actually. And he said the client only cares if they're making money. And that's true. Client leaves you, it's because they're not making money, right? There's very few times that a client leaves you when they're making money, right? Like So that's why I say all these people teaching you like BSCS tactics, like, oh, your CSM can upsell and contract. And I do agree that the CSM can upsell, but they can give them 50% off to stay for another month, or they can do this and this, or they're locked into a contract. All that is terrible advice. The advice should be get results, make them money, the client stays with you. I mean, it's black and white. No one's going to say, Cameron, I shut my business down because it sucked, especially when they're coaching other agency owners.
Yeah.
So just that's why I like the honest route, right? Like I'd always take like the honest route. I've always took the honest route with people. Marketing agencies are hard. And that's why I'm telling you guys, make sure you're selling SaaS, because the SaaS is the value on 197.97 or 297 for GHL is astronomically higher than the price that you're asking, especially if you help implement it. So it's, as long as you're bolting it on while you're selling lead gen services, you're building a really sustainable business, even if your fulfillment is not great for lead gen services. But when you stack on LSA and SEO, and then you run Google review campaigns and you help get the phone ringing, those people stay with you for long periods of time. Again, it's all about perception.
Yeah.
Perception and does the client get an ROI, right? Those are the main two factors.
That's why you have a longer contract.
What is it?
Is that why you're doing a longer contract?
Yeah, I mean, any big marketing company has a 6-month to year contract to come on with them, and it's typically $5,000 or more. It's just recently, since the Dan Henry era, that these internet service agencies popped up where they're just running Facebook ads for people for $1,200 a month on month-to-month contracts. They really changed the landscape. But there was a place for it because not every business could afford a marketing company to come in and run ads. For them, right? So before, the business owner was doing all the marketing. So there was a spot for the little guys to come in and advertise on Facebook, which is why it worked so well in the beginning. And then Facebook caught on and was like, yo, let's not give them as much stuff here to make money. Let's take away audience targeting and interests and etc.
Yeah, it changes every year. Yeah.
So see if we got some questions coming in here. Yeah, great question, George. So in the beginning, you only have a couple clients, you can do it yourself. But like, let's say you get the 5 clients and you're making $1,500 a month off of that SaaS. You can either hire a virtual assistant, or you can pay $300 a month to GHL Pro Tools, and they'll service your SaaS tickets for you. So there's also people like Christian, Aaron Delazinski, and other people who run ticketing services for GHL support. But in the beginning, I would say you can probably handle 10 clients before you need to outsource ticketing. You're not going to get that much tickets off of 10 clients anyway, especially if you do a good job onboarding and training them in the beginning. And there's this thing now where you can eject them out of your SaaS and then they get high level support. So that's like a new thing. Let's see. Aaron, George, Zane, Jeff. Zane, are you already using GHL? Jeff, are you using GHL? And George, are you using GHL? Zane, I don't think I can hear you. All right. I guess no one's there today. All right. Yep. Zane's using it. Jeff, George, are you guys using okay, he has a $97 account. And Jeff, are you using it? I don't think Jeff is there. Jeff, great. So quick question for you. Why are you not using GHL? I mean, you can give me any reason. I mean, it could be price, it could be you don't understand it, it could be it's hard to set up, or you don't, you don't have any clients. Like, I'm trying to gather data because I'm trying to help with the situation, if that makes sense. I'm not going to try to convince you to use GHL. I just want to know why you're not using it. I don't know if you're not. And when you say not at that point, is it like right now it would be expensive to pay the $297, or you just don't have clients, or you're not offering services that you can use GHL for? Ah, okay. So it doesn't. Yeah, so, and I'm just gonna summarize here. You don't have the clients and you're too busy at work. So probably it's really expensive for you to keep that if you're not really like using it and like actively trying to move, right? So is the $97 or the $297 is that like you're saying it just doesn't make sense to keep it where you're currently at right now? So question, Jeff, because this is something I'm playing with. If you was able to get a GHL account for like $14.99 a month, which is like the same price of Netflix, do you think that you would keep that and like actively build in it outside of work and like it would help actively push you to get clients? Or is it just like totally you just don't need it because you're too busy? Or would like $14.99 make sense instead of $297? Yeah, right. So, and that's the whole point that I'm getting here, Jeff, is there's 475 people in the group. I'm gonna survey them soon. I'm gonna survey my email list. But what I've realized is my line of work is that we help companies implement health enrollments. Yeah, right now, super busy time of year. So my point is, like, let's say Cameron's brand new to the agency space. And I'm like, yo, Cameron, grab this GHL affiliate link for $297 or grab a GHL account for $297. And you're going to get a 14-day or 30-day free trial. And Cameron, in that, I expect you to have nothing else in life to do. And I want you to learn GHL, watch all the training videos, beat your head against the wall while you're learning it. Then once you learn it in 3 days, because you have no life and you 72 hours that like right out of the gate, so you can learn it and get it set up. Then you got to go file an LLC. Then you got to go get your Stripe account, connect that into GHL, set up all these features that they have, and then go find your first $500 a month client, because you need to go get your first $500 a month client in the first 14 days on top of learning and working and anything else that you have in your life, so that you can keep using GHL. This is from a business launch perspective, not from, this is why it's so much easier to sell SaaS to companies, because you already know it and you can help implement them and they don't have to do this, right? But the whole point that I'm getting is like, this is an agency coaching group for new agency owners that are coming in to start an agency or grow an agency. It's unrealistic to ask someone to spend $300 a month and try to do everything in 14 to 30 days. That's why drop-off rates are like 80%. That's why failure rates of agencies is like 90%. They don't even get off the ground, right? Whereas if I gave you a GHL account for the same price as like Netflix, or $9.99 a month, or $15 a month, it's not enough. That it's enough for you to continue working on it and using it when you have time, and actually stick to it and learn it so that you can go leverage it, sell it, and build some stuff with it. And that'll give you, you can learn it over 6 months or 7 months and 8 months. And then when you start to get those clients, then you upgrade into your own account and off you go scaling your agency. I think agencies would have so much more stick rate with that, right? Anyone else agree with this here? I'm mainly just giving an example to Jeff, but the reason I'm surveying people is I have this idea that I'm running with my affiliate manager in GHL, of offering something lower to first time GHL users. Because it is a lot. I mean, I've been using GHL since 2019, 2020. I still don't know all the stuff that it can do. Like, it is that complex of a system. So we're going to,
That's a lot on there.
yeah, I mean, we're going to create something basically. The goal is to create something to, when we move over into the GoHighLevel communities, that basically everyone has access to a GHL account, without having to pay the $297 a month. So I think that'll be much more successful for people. And that'll be much more successful for the program too, is to really help. Because me personally, starting out, it takes you 90 days to even start to grasp what's going on in this online world of marketing agencies if you've never done it before. It's become so second nature to me that I forget how crazy it is when you've never done it.
What happened with the event at high level?
It was good. They released 312 updates. Don't know how I'm going to learn all those updates, but that's how many they released. It's 312. Here we go. Why do I hesitate with GHL? I like the stickiness aspect of GHL, but I keep hearing of stability and bug issues with GHL platform. I hear more about GHL from affiliates than real businesses that reliably depend on the platform to run their business successfully. Yeah, I mean, all softwares have bugs, but the reason that that's what you're hearing, George, is because that is the way that GoHighLevel has chose to market their product, is by affiliates. So that's why you always hear people promoting it, because that's the way they're marketing it, right? So, but I will say, we have implemented some amazing GHL builds Aaron Delazinski, who's one of the partners in the group here, have built out some really good systems for like photography companies and other local businesses that really help the company streamline things. So it is definitely capable of providing business success. You just have to spend the time implementing it. There's people out there that charge $15,000 to implement GHL into a business.
Really? The fuck?
I know a guy that charges 30 grand to do system builds for GHL.
I saw a guy, he charges like 500 per month.
Yeah,
For
those
like
are
Slack,
on.
for like the
Those are
support
ongoing
ads.
support. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like monthly. I was like, damn, that's crazy.
Yeah, I got friends that sell GHL builds for 30,000. I know like 3 people that do it.
A month? Or just like all together?
No, one time build.
Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah, my friend Jasmine. There's another guy, Chris Izzo, and his partner Keith Goss, and then
Jasmine does that?
yeah, and who else? Jasmine builds
What
out a lot
is
of things more than just
yeah,
GHL.
yeah, but what does she actually do?
She
Like, is it
streams
just like,
she streamlines your business process and automates the entire thing so that you can scale without things falling through the crack.
like like operations basically of the business? Like that's Monday.com, ClickUps, all that.
Yes, integrate
Okay.
it with your GHL and data tracking and everything else, right?
Hmm.
So, and similar because like if you want a Salesforce build, it can be anywhere from like 50 to 250,000. Right. So same thing with HubSpot. HubSpot's like 30,000 to even start to develop out. So I mean, GHL is getting on that scale right now, and that's why you're starting to see these, especially with the addition of custom objects, that really allows GHL to compete with Salesforce and HubSpot.
I have a question. You said HubSpot is 15 grand?
It's like 30 grand to start to develop like a full CRM onboarding. They have lower plans that you can start like on a minuscule level, but when you get into actual HubSpot, it's like 30 G's.
I mean, what's the difference?
There's a
I'm
lot.
fucking
There's a
confused.
lot. We made the switch when we were at Agency Lab, and it was, oh my gosh.
Okay,
So
like what's the difference between like HubSpot high level with like ClickFunnels?
well, ClickFunnels is just a funnel software.
Okay.
GHL and HubSpot are full CRM systems with lead tagging and tracking and data. And
Okay. But why is HubSpot like extremely high more price?
HubSpot has much deeper data analytic capabilities than GHL
Okay.
when you get into the higher levels. And data segmentation is like everything, right? Especially for large businesses. So HubSpot leads in that area. And then Salesforce leads in the area of customization and build. So, that's why.
Hmm.
But guys,
That's
I
fine.
have to jump here.
No, you're
We'll
very
see
good.
you
You
guys.
answered my questions.
Yeah, I will see you guys next week. If you guys want daily coaching calls like this, don't forget we have our elite program. It's only $97 a month. If you guys want to jump in, would love to have you. But keep crushing it, keep pushing the needle forward. I will see you guys next week. Peace. Hey, if you got some value out of this video, make sure that you like and subscribe so that you can get more videos like this one as we drop them every single week. And don't forget, we have a lot of free resources in the description below, including our free SMMA program, which allows you to get some weekly coaching calls and everything that you need to start acquiring clients. So make sure you check that out and join today, and I hope to see you inside.